Sunroof top, digging in the scene with the gangster leaning up. And we ain't coming down, see on my face that smile, see on my head that crown, I'm on top of the world, top of the town, baby.
I moved out the hood that had the church on the corner where I sit and talk shit all day cause I wanna. And on top of that, wasn't none of y'all gonna do nothing but keep running your mouth and keep frontin'. Go ahead and say something. I'll wait. I ain't gonna wait for late, 'cause in a minute I'm escape. If there is no debate, no, it's not an option. You gotta keep cock watch.
Sunroof top, digging in the scene with the gangster leaning up. And we ain't coming down, see on my face that smile, see on my...
I'm from 140th and Lenox. I'm from NFL, up the block is 40 Wolves, Lou Simpsons, I'm on 142nd Cross Square, D. Fergo, number 8th Avenue. I don't see you around none of this. Not from none of that.
That if you didn't have strong dudes around him, you'd have had cats like the Lynch Mob. You'd have had cats like Preacher. You would have had cats like the 40 Wolves. You would have cats like Niggas for Life. Dudes who was really in the streets like that.
Go all the way, all the way. D-block, baby, I'm back and I'm boss. And I'm off that sauce. I'm getting money of course, but I'm never ever think of taking a loss. Shorty sipping that crystal, so shorty started buck wild. Shorty back and buck wild, so you know niggas dicks out. She taking them down, all the way down. She be taking them down. Go all the way, all the way. Now if you follow me, I will follow you too. Now if you follow me, then I will follow you too.
If you're looking at XRP and you're wondering, how much do I need to buy? I get that question a lot. Like, how much do I need to buy for it to be significant? It's honestly not that much. Not many people own XRP right now. So I want to go through some of the big catalysts for XRP, what XRP is doing right now, and how much you need to be, to have a significant amount compared to most people on Earth, or to be in the top 10% or 1% of XRP holders, which I've done a video recently, talk about the top 1%, but this is giving a lot more information. So if you like this kind of thing, let me know down below in the comments. Of course, there are some people that only like Bitcoin content, so that's okay. You don't have to watch this one, right? I feel like XRP is one of the cryptos, one of the altcoins that's best set up to do really well this bull run. I think there's a massive narrative behind it. They have a really good community, and the price action is explosive. Every bull run, it's explosive. There's basically no action, and then it just spikes every single bull run. And I'll show you that. We also just broke out of this downtrend, or this trend line. So you can see we started to move up pretty quickly, setting higher highs and higher lows. By the way, if you do want to trade XRP, you can do that over on BYDeFi. You can actually trade XRP with XRP as collateral. So you can like gain more XRP. So not only can the price go up, but you can have the price go up and get paid more XRP, which the value of the XRP has already gone up. So it's kind of like a double whammy, or kind of the opposite of a double whammy. It's kind of like a double win there. So you can see I'm up 60%, but also I'm getting paid in XRP, which is up significantly since I set up this trade. And I have a full video on this too. I'll put this on the end screen. Crypto day trading strategies for beginners. I explain what I do, and honestly, day trading is not good. I explained that in the video. Don't day trade. What I do is swing trading. It's way better, way safer, and you get better returns. So I'm going to put this on the end screen, but let's get started. Crypto Levi is saying, whoa, XRP climbs to number 2 position on Coinbase by 24-hour volume, hitting 413 million. XRP holders are crazy. They probably the most excited community of all the altcoins that I've ever seen. Now, XRP, there are some people that absolutely hate it. They think it's vaporware. They think that it's just some insider pump and dump scheme. And there are people that absolutely will die on the hill to protect XRP and will buy forever. So it's definitely a crypto that has diverse opinions about it. There have been a lot of people buying XRP on Uphold as well. Like the volumes have spiked. It's really interesting. There's something going on right here. And there definitely are some big catalysts here for XRP. So just recently, let me play this for you. Ripple CEO Brad Garlinghouse went on CNBC to talk about some big announcements that they have, but they're other big catalysts. And I need to talk to you about like how much XRP is significant. So stay tuned, but let me play this for you. Let me just make sure the speed's correct here. And then we'll come right back to you.
Announcing just moments ago that it's partnering with BNY for BNY to be its primary custodian for its stablecoin. Joining us first on CNBC, Ripple CEO Brad Garlinghouse. Wow, that's a nice shot, Brad. It suits you well. You're looking very even presidential almost. Welcome.
Thank you. It's good to be here. Good to be back on Squawk Box.
You need a custodian for your stablecoin. Why BNY?
Well, look, I think as the crypto industry has emerged from kind of the last administration where the industry was being attacked, working with the most trusted, the most well-regulated, and even the best capitalized partners is a way to continue to build trust in this system. And stablecoins at their core, by their nature, it's a dollar backed with a dollar in deposits. BNY Mellon has, for a very long time been amongst the most trusted partners out there for as a custody bank. So we're really pleased. We think it's indicative of the shift of tide where we've had headwinds for this industry are now becoming tailwinds. And I think we're going to see a lot of growth.
All the way back to that duel, I think, right? Was that Bank of New York? I think, yeah, Alexander Hamilton. It goes back a ways, doesn't it?
That one goes way back. I didn't put a number out there because I wasn't sure how many years it's been, but the BNY Mellon, we feel very lucky to be partnered with them. And we think, again, building trust for the whole industry and having RLUSD, our stablecoin, which just passed $500 million of market cap. We launched only about 6 months ago. So we're really pleased with that trend line and feel like this will only continue to build that trust.
It's small compared to some of your competitors, though, at this point. How does that factor into how you approach the whole stablecoin industry?
So the stablecoin industry is about $250 billion today. Many people think it'll be between 1 and 2 trillion in a handful of years. The growth behind it has been profound. We joined the market kind of late, partly because we were using stablecoins in our payment flows for our institutional customers. As you probably know, Ripple at its core has been a payments company and solving a cross-border payments problem. We use stablecoins, we use XRP where it makes sense. And stablecoins, when we were using that, we were a big part of activity for us. We were minting a lot, and we thought we can participate in this market, given our institutional background, given the fact that we've leaned into compliance and been very regulated. We have over 60 global licenses to participate in these markets. So we feel like the growth ahead will serve us well as we continue to serve that institutional client.
You still want a banking license, right? Even though you have this deal with BNY.
Well, yes, is the short answer. We have pursued and requested application to apply for an OCC license as well as a Fed master account. We think that the key here for crypto and the kind of decentralized finance, as many people call it, Ripple has been building bridges between traditional finance and decentralized finance. The world isn't going to be taken over by crypto. Instead, we think about how do we take the best of what crypto brings in facilitating faster, cheaper transactions and bring it to traditional finance. That's been at the heart of what Ripple has been focused on from the beginning. This is a step towards that, and certainly getting an OCC license. For those that have said that the crypto world wants to be unregulated, whatever, the opposite is true. I'm here in Washington in part, as you referenced, there's a Senate Banking Committee hearing today. we are advocating as an industry to be regulated. And those that, like Ripple, who have stepped forward and said, we want to get an OCC license, in addition to the licenses we have with the New York Department of Financial Services, it only continues to augment that very robust, very compliance-first, trusted partner so that we can continue to use these technologies to benefit consumers and businesses alike.
Okay, so I agree with him. The people that are really running crypto want there to be compliance, because like some scammer that makes $300 million, that does not paint a good look for the industry. So like that hurts Coinbase, that hurts Ripple, that hurts the Ethereum Foundation, that hurts Bitcoiners, because then people just have a bad taste in their mouth. They see some article about how crypto scamming people again. So I think RLUSD is actually one of their biggest growth drivers over at Ripple. I'd love to hear like the relationship that's going to happen. I haven't heard that. Like, okay, hey, we have $10 billion in RLUSD. We make 4% on that, or 3%. We're going to go buy XRP tokens with half of what we make. I'd love to see something like that to show maybe how RLUSD is going to directly impact the price of XRP. But I'm sure there are other ways that it will affect the price. And yeah, the fact is they also have possible spot ETFs coming. All right, that's pretty cool. We could see an XRP spot ETF. And by the way, let me know if you've ever used RLUSD. I've never used it. I know you can buy it on a couple different exchanges. Let me know in the comments. If you send RLUSD, I'm assuming you spend XRP, a small fraction of XRP to send it. So that could also be a way that benefits XRP holders. Spot ETFs are coming. There's like a 95% chance of XRP and Solana, according to Bloomberg, this year. This could be really beneficial. And like we could see eventually options on these ETFs. So there could be a way to monetize XRP's volatility as well, which could be really interesting if you want to do that. We also have more treasury companies coming up every day. There's the most in Bitcoin, but there are treasury companies in XRP and Solana and Ethereum, some like Sui and a couple other random altcoins. But I didn't realize until maybe a month ago how many XRP treasuries there are. I think it's harder to get your hands on XRP and to raise money for XRP than is Bitcoin. Like people kind of understand Bitcoin in traditional finance. They're starting to. But I think with any altcoin, there's probably extra layers of compliance and scrutiny and that kind of thing. So you're not going to see as many XRP treasury companies, in my mind, as you're going to see Bitcoin companies. But it's starting. It's starting. We also have other ETFs that are starting to put XRP in the mix, like the Bitwise ETF, BITW. They have Bitcoin, Ethereum, Solana, XRP, and ADA. And this isn't just Bitwise. There are other companies doing the same thing. They've also said, like Donald Trump has said, that they're going to accumulate XRP, Sol, and ADA, or they're going to have a strategic reserve that includes those. So maybe it's just confiscated crypto, but there could be some plan in the future where they accumulate more of these altcoins, which would just be insane. This was one of the reasons why we saw such a big run when XRP was actually higher than it is right now. Now, how much do you need? Well, I found this. This is from 2023. And it's fascinating because we have an updated version as well. You know, at first glance, you say, oh, it looks the same. No, it's not. The numbers are totally different. To be a top 1% holder of XRP, like XRP wallets, you need 67,000 XRP, but that was nearly 2 years ago. Now you need 50,000. Now the cost has gone up because XRP is about 6 times the price that it was back at this time in 2023, but you need less of it. So if you're just someone that held, you're getting richer compared to other XRP holders. Same thing if you go down the line, like 10%, right? 10%, you need 3,000, almost 600, 3,600 XRP. Now you need less than 2,500. So again, if you're just holding XRP, you're getting richer versus other people. So that's kind of interesting. Now, how much XRP do you need for it to be significant? People always ask me that with XRP or Bitcoin. They say, how much, I have $500. Is it worth buying? I have $10,000. Should I buy this? Of course, it's going to be dependent on your situation, right? If you're worth $1 million, is it worth you setting up an account and buying $1 of a crypto? Probably not. It's probably just not worth your time to even think about investing $1. But if you're worth $1 million and you put in $5,000 or 500 even, like there's obviously some amount that your time is worth. But I think buying anything, again, minus like the worthless, it's not worth setting up kind of thing. Buying anything is a good start. Assuming you think XRP is going to go up. I talk about this a lot with Bitcoin. Like, go buy $100, $500, because it starts to get you thinking about it. It starts to get you. Oh, we have a late entrance into the video, the Bitcoin dog. But just buying anything gets you started thinking about it. So if you're sitting here wondering how much you need to buy, well, there are about 6.6 million wallets that have XRP in them. So there aren't that many people that own XRP. If you buy one XRP, you're going to have more than you're going to be in the top 0.1% of people in the world, just because there aren't that many wallets that hold XRP. And some people have multiple wallets. So I'd say like buying 250 XRP, 300 XRP, that puts you 1/10 of the way to the 10% mark. Like, that's a good start. That's about $1,000 based on today's prices. 333 XRP is, $1,000 basically. I think that's a good start. 4 figures. Of course, if you want to buy more, like, it's good to dollar cost average, just acquire more over time. I do believe in a balanced portfolio. So like I have a lot of exposure to Bitcoin, to be clear. Like, that is my largest holding by far. But I do have allocations to altcoins. And what I really like to do, if I'm going to take more risk, instead of like trying to figure out the 400th largest crypto on the list that's going to become the 100th largest, and trying to like bet on that when I don't know the team really, and I always have to monitor, and there are different wallets I have to set up, and then like there's just a lot of risk. I'd rather just trade something like XRP or Solana or Bitcoin. Like, again, if you're looking at even like cryptos within the Solana ecosystem, you're trying to pick individual cryptos. If like anything within the Solana ecosystem really pops off and does really well, it's probably going to help Solana's price, right? So I could probably get a better return just 2 or 3x leveraging Solana than I could from trying to find that small crypto and then trying to sell out of it at the perfect time too. Because let's say you get a 2x. Do you sell it then, or do you wait for a 10x or 50x? Do you take small profits along the way? Do you just clip out because it could fall down to 0? And how much time are you spending doing this? Like, I can set up these trades and it does not take very much time, and I make really good returns, a couple 100%. And the market, the market's up since I opened this trade on XRP, but I'm up 3 times more than the market's up because I'm using 3x leverage. Again, there is this full video here. I'm going to put it on the end screen. It explains how to do this over a long period. It also explains like why you don't want to day trade. People think that you can make 1% a day every day and it's so easy. It's not. It's impossible. But you can make unbelievable returns, life-changing returns. So check this video out. Thank you so much for watching. I do appreciate it. Again, check out BY DeFi as well in case you want to start trading crypto. They have some special bonuses going on right now. There are also links to like BTCC and MEXC underneath the video as well, along with BitUnex. People have been loving BitUnex and Blowfin too. There's some trading competitions going on there. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I'll see you all soon. Bye.
What's up, you guys? It's Matt here. So one thing that we've mentioned in the past that we haven't talked about maybe in a little bit, the Fed buyback. Is the Fed buyback still a thing with all this mainstream adoption in cryptocurrency? If the Fed was looking to decide to grab as much XRP as possible, do you think that us holding so much XRP that they're willing to buy it back for these larger prices, that they would need to buy it back for these larger prices? So I want to talk about that. I want to go through the theories and all of the information based on AI, right? They're going to break all of that stuff down, and then we're going to go through and give you my opinion. Now, my opinion may matter to some people. It may not matter to others, but I just want to talk about what could happen, what might not happen, and also the things that we're not seeing, that's behind closed doors, that's behind the curtains, the decisions that could be made or the decisions that already have been made. So if you guys could, make sure you hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, hit the notification bell for more of these videos. Also, if you guys want to check out my links down below for Patreon and Twitter, you can check out those links. They are in the description. If you also want to check out my link for BTCC, this is a platform that I've been using for a long time, right? I typically have a lot of platforms, whether it's Coinbase or Robinhood or Kraken or BTCC, but they all provide me with different things. BTCC provides me with the ability to leverage trade clearly, to be able to trade outright, to be able to demo trade if I'm looking to do something short term. So for anything that I want to gain right now, as well as maybe down the line and even further down the line, I can do that with BTCC. If you guys specifically use my link, you will get a 10% deposit bonus, as well as extra bonuses up to $10,055. Don't forget about my don't forget about the fact that you can get 40% lower trading fees. You can trade up to a 500x leverage as well, but you can also trade no leverage, right? You can also demo trade. It gives you the ability to do so much more. Here's some examples of positions that I currently own that are experiencing some gains, right? I have Ethereum at a 10x leverage, Casper at a 10x leverage, AVAX at a 10x leverage. All are up 300, 256% respectively. I'm also up 30% on my Jasmine coin investment, or $170, and then 90% on my XRP investment of 200. The investment was 253. It's currently $228 worth of profit. Now, if you don't know, I also took profit recently. So I took profit on the 3 10x leverages. I took $200 worth of profit, $175 worth of profit, and $271 worth of profit to give me my initial investment plus profit back. So if anything seems to happen, I could reinvest and have more of an investment in other cases, right? So anyways, if you guys are interested in having some of these gains or all of these gains or more gains, feel free to check out my link for BTCC down below. It does provide you with that opportunity to leverage trade a decent amount. But like I said, we've talked about XRP and the fact that the Fed buyback could be huge. The theory of the Fed buyback is interesting, right? It may go differently to some, but I think what we can do is go through AI, right? Just to kind of break that down, right? I typed in, is the Fed buyback still possible? I love Google AI, I love Gemini, and I honestly just love AI in general because they fully summarize things and break things down for you. A theory gaining traction in the crypto community suggests that the U.S. Federal Reserve might consider buying back XRP tokens potentially at a significantly higher price, like $37,500, to potentially establish a new global reserve currency backed by XRP. However, it looks like this is going back. This theory remains highly speculative and is not officially confirmed or supported by the Federal Reserve, which obviously, why would it be? If it was, everyone would be buying XRP. Here's why the scenario is being discussed. Ripple's technology and potential for cross-border payments. Ripple and its XRP token have been promoted as the fastest, cheapest alternative to traditional cross-border payment systems, potential for global reserve currency status. Some believe that XRP could eventually achieve a similar status to the US dollar or gold as a global reserve currency, which I do believe that could be the case, but it all depends. Ripple's recent buyback activity. Ripple, the company associated with XRP, has conducted its own share buybacks, which has fueled speculation about future buybacks involving XRP. Important to consider, right? Important considerations. The ongoing legal battle between Ripple and the SEC lawsuit against Ripple, alleging the sale of unregistered securities, could significantly impact the future of XRP, which we know that's not going to have a major impact in any way besides the clarity that we know that it could be. While proposing settlement was rejected by a judge, the resolution of the case will be crucial. Market volatility and uncertainty. The cryptocurrency market is known for its volatility, and XRP is no exception. Price predictions are often speculative and subject to rapid change. Official statements from the Federal Reserve. There have been no official announcements or confirmations from the Federal Reserve regarding any plans to buy back XRP or establish it as a reserve currency. It is essential for investors to understand the risk associated with cryptocurrency and investments, and to base their decisions on reliable and verified information. While discussing about a possible Fed buyback and XRP continues, it's crucial to acknowledge the speculative nature of such predictions. Now, breaking all of this stuff down, you understand what it can be and how it could be possible. Now, the issue that I have with it is that with all of the support for cryptocurrency in recent days and recent months, and the establishment of a reserve, right, to see Bitcoin reserve or see a cryptocurrency reserve that houses Bitcoin, XRP, many others that are in the top. There is instances to where we could say we're going to sell our XRP back if we hold enough. However, if you didn't see with XRP's pricing, right, if we go into where XRP is right now, XRP is currently at $2.82. We're seeing $167 billion market cap. But more importantly, when we break down the supply, the current supply is sitting at 59 billion coins or 60 billion coins. So there are 40 billion coins that are left on the table that are going to be offered in general. Now, what could be the case is the fact that we don't see this buyback until all these coins are implemented, all these coins are out there, which majority of people will start buying because they will see what's going to happen there, right? But we could also see that the Fed is given coins from Ripple themselves to establish a reserve. Now, what the US always wants is dominance. So with them being able to control, let's say 20, 30% of XRP, because it is a US company, Ripple's a US company, that means that XRP is a US cryptocurrency. They would want to control 20 to 30%. That would give them the room or idea to establish this larger reserve and make it the world digital currency, because they are in control of 30%, 40%, 50% of the entire supply of XRP. Now, that would also require us to sell some back to them if they wanted to get 50%. So what would that mean? That means that we would sell it back to them at a higher price. The higher the price goes, we would sell it back to them. They would be able to buy it up and all of that stuff there. However, if they're given it from Ripple themselves, there's no buyback, and we'll see the movement based on use and based on desire, based on uncertainty and all of that stuff. But we won't necessarily see that $37,500 price point, because we're not driving the price up by just holding it. Right? People see these prices and where they are, and they're ready to accept it. Right? So that's another downfall. Right? I would look at it as a downfall to say that that could happen. So if I was to break it down maybe a little bit simpler, what are the pros to say that this can happen? Right? We have a lot of people that are invested in XRP. It seems as though they're continuing to offer this to the open market for people to buy it. So as people are continuing to eat it up and buy more, we are seeing that you have the ability to offer that to the SEC or to the Fed to say you are going to buy this back because we are the only ones that hold it. And also, you look at the driving forces of that, the amazing use of it, the speed, the cost, the efficiency, the security, all of those things really drive towards the positive side of things. But if you're looking towards the negative side to say, how could these things not happen? Well, we don't know what's going on behind the scenes. They could be essentially offering the Fed this much for a reserve. We could be seeing something within, legislation that's like, we are given this much out of US cryptocurrencies, or we're taxing US cryptocurrency, companies or something, payment companies. We don't know, right? The legislation could be in the writing, and we could see that happen behind the scenes, and then all of a sudden it's in front of our face. Some more negatives towards that could say that we may not see that high level of a price, because many people as investors might decide $10 is enough of a price for me. I'm only in it because majority of what I had, I wanted to make a better living. And it's not about getting to $37,500. But I now, with a large holder, decide that I want to sell my cryptocurrency. That's a lot that's coming off the table and a lot that can go back to the Fed, right? They can buy it back because it's at a cheap price and it's offered there, right? So for anybody that is greedy, which again, we look at cryptocurrency not just as a larger use case, but right now, specifically, we're looking at it as either a get rich fast type of thing or a long-term huge outcome on this investment. But either way, it's the investment side of it. How much money can we make from XRP rather than how often can we use it, right? So seeing that may take away from what that overall price can get to. So while you see 37,500, you have to take off a zero or immediately knock off a zero because of the fact that people may be like, I'm going to sell it at 10. I'm going to sell it at 100. And that's the way that I feel as a person that is a larger holder of XRP. I have a certain amount that's earmarked for use, but I have a lot that's sitting over here for my standard exit plan. $5, $10, $20, $50, $100. I don't have much of a plan after $100. So seeing that majority of people might also see that, or majority of big holders might also see that, that may be a detriment to if we are going to see that 37,500. So immediately knock off a zero. And now you're looking at $3,750, right? Still a boatload of money, but you still have to go through scenarios of what people are going to do to keep it at those prices. Because remember, these markets, yes, they're built on who's using it and who's holding it, but it's also just built on what people are going to do with what they hold. I've seen it time and time again, and that's what I've done in my short-term investing strategies, my long-term investing strategies, my retirement accounts as well. So I want to know what you guys think about this whole Fed buyback situation. Is it something that is a reality, or are we putting in all these factors to now say that this may not be a thing and we still may see massive prices, but the $37,000 probably not going to happen? That's just up to you guys to let me know if you feel that way. But if you guys could, make sure you hit that like button, hit the subscribe button, hit the notification bell for more of these videos. Also, make sure you check out some of the links that are down below for BTCC. It's a great platform that I've been utilizing for almost a year at this point, and it's been giving me gains consistently. And I still have a $100,000 portfolio that I'm looking to get to, currently $97,000 away 1 month later. So anyways, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. I'll catch you guys in the next one. See ya.
Is on its way to $10. In this video, we're going to talk about XLM price prediction, why we believe it's going to soar, it's going to skyrocket in the remaining of the year, it's going to melt so many faces, and people are about to cry for not buying XLM on the breakout. All right, make sure smash the like, guys, subscribe to the channel, leave a comment, click the bell. By the way, this video is sponsored by Bitonix, the best exchange. If you trade from the US, Canada, UK, Australia, you don't want to do KYC, you don't want to do VPN, get yourself a Bitonix account. You don't need KYC, no VPN, the lowest fees ever. If you're trading, on the Coinbase or Crack and all this rubbish, you pay high fees for no reason. If you're using DEXs or swaps or whatever, stop with that. Get yourself a Bitonix account, link below. Man, they give you iPhones, man. Some people gonna get iPhone the month, give you a USDT bonuses on every deposit. Man, check it out. Free to open an account there. Check it out. Okay, XLM. Boy, oh boy, XLM. XLM is gonna pump. XLM is gonna complete its consolidation phase here. This is the consolidation phase from January 2018 all the way till it's still counting, it's still on, it still didn't broke out. But we are now in July 2025. This is January 18, July 2025. Do the math. That's like 7 years, man, 8 years. Man, this coin, once it's gonna break that level, again, assuming it can break above this level, this year, in the next couple of weeks or months, we believe XLM is gonna go way higher than everybody think. Everybody gonna sell too soon. It's going to explode. It's going to explode. It's going to go bananas. Bazooka. It's gonna go huge. This whole thing is a consolidation for the upcoming bull run for XLM. People don't know. They don't know how to read chart. They're a bunch of clowns and, donkeys and clowns, telling you bollocks. All right. Look, this coin, we believe once it breaks this level, you can see here, the top here was 63 cents. If it can break above this level, obviously take these two levels as well. It's gonna go bananas. Price exploration, price discovery. It's going to melt faces. Let's look at the monthly chart. By the way, the bull flag target. I'll show you the bull flag target here on the log scale. This is a bull flag, okay? This is your bull flag. I'll show you multiple targets for this move, okay? This is your bull flag. That's the pole. Okay, you can take the pole, put the pole here on the top here of this bull flag breakout. You go to $2. Okay, that's the immediate move of the bull flag. The measured move of the bull flag. Now, it's just the bull flag. Okay, we're looking on this. We're not looking on this. You get me? We're looking on this. Yeah, you're gonna have it's amazing trade. It's amazing opportunity. But again, by the way, this is not a financial advice. This video is not a financial advice. We're not financial advisor. Just sharing our humble, opinion on the chart of XLM. That's it. Nothing. Don't buy nothing here. Okay, don't buy nothing. Okay. Now look, this is a bull flag. The measured move is $2. Okay, for this bull flag breakout. Now this is just a measured move of the bull flag. Okay. Now if you can take a flag here and do the measured move of this baby and put it on the breakout, and that's gonna go way a lot. Okay, it's gonna go a lot, but leave that one for now. Okay, this will take years. But look, we're looking for. Look at the bull flag. Okay, you can take the bull flag with the extension tool and project. Okay, your measured move is the 1-to-1 around $1.5, $2. All right, then if you're gonna get bullish, we're looking for $5, $6. If you're gonna get very bullish, very bullish, that's around the 2. The 2, you can see that's the 1618, the extension of the bull flag, and that's the 2 Fibonacci extension of the bull flag. That means 2 times the extension of the bull flag with the Fibonacci ratio. All right, this is not a financial advice. It's not a guarantee to hit that. We're just saying $10 can happen, man. $10 can happen. Why not? Why not, man? Bitcoin is $2.4 trillion. Probably gonna go to 3 trillion or whatever, or maybe more. Why not, man? Why the F not? Why the F not? Sir, smash the like, subscribe to the channel if you agree with me. Let's look at XLM BTC. XLM BTC, where is this baby? This is a very important chart as well. We need this breakout. See this breakout? That's the trend line. That's the banana zone, okay? You broke above this level, that's banana zone. It's gonna go, oh boy. It's gonna have power. It's gonna have authority. It's gonna have power. It's gonna surge. Oof. It's gonna, bro, it's gonna melt your face. Don't forget to put it on the radar, man. Subscribe to this channel. We're gonna keep you posted on everything. By the way, sir, make sure to smash the like, subscribe to the channel. We're looking for a bright future for XLM. It's gonna be fast. It's gonna be furious. Subscribe to this channel. Let me show you a trade we took. Meanwhile, the community, man. Obviously, we took some XLM. I'll show you where we bought XLM. We were a bit late to the party, but I think with the party, it just started. Okay. By the way, daily chart, a little analysis. Look, we got a little shooting star here. Red candle here after a melt up. Can definitely go sideways here, rest and then pump, or pull back and then pump. Okay. So anyway, now it looks like it's gonna set up for another buying opportunity. Obviously, if you want to join our community, man, we're gonna buy the next obviously buying opportunity for XLM. Make sure to join our VIP. Join our VIP with the link. You can scan the QR code. I will show you it later. And also, this is XLM daily. Okay, now I'll tell you where we bought XLM. We bought it here. Bought a little bag here. I'm holding it around. I had a little bag here. Bought it here. Here. See here? Here on the 40s. Okay, around the 40s. Bought a little bag. up a nice little profit. Probably gonna add more to the bag. Look to add more to my trades. Sir, if you want to join our community, man, this is the time, man. This is now altcoin season. Again, not a full-blown alt season like all the clowns on Twitter calling for with all their rubbish coins. No. This is an XLM, XRP season and a few selected coins that go with them. But this is XLM and XRP season. That's it. If you think otherwise, you're a clown because you're not real with yourself. The best performer in the last Bitcoin bull now from that when it broke to new high. Okay, when Bitcoin broke to new high now like 2, 3, 5, 4 days ago, whatever. What is the best mover in the top 100? In the top, we're talking big caps. We're not talking about the small cap crap. Okay, no. If you're a serious trader, investor, you trade with 6 digits, 7 digits. These are the coins you want to follow. You want to watch. You want to watch XLM, XRP. You don't want to watch all the other crap. You're gonna get wiped out with all the volatility and the crap. No. Okay, man. If you like to trade the liquid coins, if you have 50K, 100K account, even 5K account, join VIP. We show you the way. We show you the way to trade crypto, trade the market leaders. We teach you breakout trading. We teach you everything. By the way, if you join VIP or whatever, check your inbox. You're gonna get a message from me showing you with videos. You need to watch 2 videos, man. How to buy the breakouts, how to put the trades, how to put stops and targets. That's it. You're good to go, man. Boom. You follow the trade alerts and you print. You're gonna print, man. Why? We're printing. We're printing in the money season. We're printing because we nailed the market leaders always, again and again and again and again. So you want to try, check out our VIP, man. Try our VIP, man. Really, it's really gonna help you change your life, man, and become a much better trader. Now, if you trade with 6, 7 digit, you have a lot. You have a 6, 7 digit account. Really, check out our Elite VIP. Book a call with me ASAP. Okay, we're gonna talk on the phone. Me, you, and Jumbo. We're gonna build you a plan to really excel this last bull run. This is the last bull run, sir. You need to know what you're doing. You need to know what you're doing, how to take profits, how to manage risk, how to swing trade, how to protect yourself. We're gonna guide you. We're gonna show you the way. Thank you guys for watching. Have a wonderful day. Cheers.
Trump voters hate being lied to, probably more than anything. They are acutely aware of just how much government lies to all of us because government lies all the time. That's why they gave the wrecking ball the power. That's why they put Trump in Washington. The MAGA base either needs the full story or a damn good reason why they can't have it.
So because of you and because of everybody that's been watching and pushing for this, ladies and gentlemen, I have a huge announcement, and MAGA has exploded, right? Though many people want to forget about this story and not talk about it, I'm giving you guys every update that I can on it, and I'm going to stay on top of it as much as I could. So is Benny Johnson. Shout out to Benny Johnson. He's done a great job. So because of your voices, there is a change happening dramatically, even speaking about a special counsel. And many people know exactly who they want as that guy. So there's been rumors that he will be appointed as special counsel. But before we get to that, make sure to smash the like button. We have a big announcement here. The Trump administration has dramatically changed their approach to the Epstein situation with some powerful inside the administration. People are calling for a special counsel and public briefings on this matter. Again, so shout out to Benny Johnson. He got somebody from the inside to give him that information. And this comes after powerful MAGA voices pushed back on the handling of the Epstein case this weekend. Benny said, never shut up, keep on fighting. And again, I'm going to give you guys the breakdown here from Benny. He says, just got off the phone with top federal law enforcement contact. The change in approach to Epstein have been dramatic, will be dramatic. Expect more disclosures. Some very powerful people inside the administration are now pushing for a special counsel and a full press briefing on the Epstein findings. Important note, this is drastic change that is happening after Charlie Kirk and a number of other powerful MAGA voices pushed back on the handling of the Epstein case this weekend at the Turning Point Conference. They were met with massive roars and applause from over 7,000 gathered. I think it was more. I think it was about 8,000 people that went to this event. And they all they all were cheering on that the Trump administration step up their game when it comes to this. This is one of the biggest issues, something that we should care about. And the way that it's been handled, it's been botched. In short, our voices are being heard. Power to the people, the American people, the people that voted for Trump, the people that voted for this administration. They know exactly what they voted for. They voted for exactly this. And speaking of that, and you should be very proud of that, guess who's back in the headlines? He's back. Ladies and gentlemen, appoint special prosecutor Matt Gaetz to investigate without any guardrails, anything and everything on Jeffrey Epstein. Total transparency, then watch nuclear meltdown. Again, this was the administration that calls themselves the most transparent administration of all time. Caroline Leavitt has been on stage. She has said that multiple times. So again, why would we not push for this? If you voted for Trump in this way, the left has been having their way. Yes. How can they not? When the president of the United States of America, during one of his quotes, told us this. He told us 1 year ago, our country was dead. Now it's the hottest country anywhere in the world, which he's not wrong about. But he also, this was the part that, again, many people got mad about, and including myself. And I think that we have the right to be, especially if we want to hold this administration accountable to everything and not be the definition of a cult, which I don't think MAGA is. A lot of people say that MAGA is a cult. I would beg to differ because of these reactions. So he says, let's keep it that way and not waste time and energy on Jeffrey Epstein, somebody that nobody cares about. Thank you for your attention to this matter. And that, by Trump saying that nobody cares about Jeffrey Epstein, that blew off and it went extremely wild. Again, it went extremely, and I mean extremely wild. And many people had many different reactions to this. And again, you can argue that Trump is doing this because Pam Bondi, he's defending her. He has loyalty. Trump is a very loyal person to those who he appoints, especially. But when it comes to this dilemma of Jeffrey Epstein and victims, and of course, Ghislaine Maxwell, which we're going to talk about in a second, let's go back to special counsel Matt Gaetz. Matt Gaetz has been very open about this. Here's a clip that I want to play where he is speaking about, and again, this is why he is the number one talked about special counsel, right? We've spoken about special counsel before, but especially when Congress goes into break, he would be able to be special counsel all the way till January, which will give us an opportunity to find out more of what has not been given to the American people, right? Matt Gaetz said that everyone was lying about Jeffrey Epstein's death. There's just no way that the story you're getting is a real story, says Matt Gaetz. And this is when he was a congressman. And here he is talking to the one and only Benny Johnson that has been talking about this story for a very long time, which I think is one of the main reasons why this is not dying out.
You got a 99%
on Epstein. Bill Barr is the one that needs to be called in to give sworn testimony on what happened there at Bureau of Prisons, because that is not that. There's just no way that the story you're getting is the real story there. No freaking way, and Bill Barr knows it.
Most people believe that, right? Like it's like no way that that's.
I actually think it was I actually think that on Epstein, it was a foreign government that took him out. I don't think it was a domestic enterprise.
Really?
I do. I'm not going to say which one, but I don't think it was domestic inspired to take out of him. I think that was a foreign operation, government sponsored.
So foreign operation took out Epstein inside of our prison.
Yes.
So they must have been allowed to.
Oh, I think it was in concert with people in our government.
Wow.
But not at like some, low level guard getting bribed kind of way.
Yeah.
At a state to state level.
So that's probably a lot of partied interests in keeping that under wraps.
You better believe it. Weapon systems at play, global deals at play.
You have evidence to back that up?
I just am positing it as a theory.
Wow.
So there you have it. Matt Gaetz has been talking about this for a very, very long time. which is why he's number one on the list for this. And again, have him as special counsel, that would be unbelievably amazing. And yeah, so the Trump administration is pushing for this. And again, we got breaking news earlier today that apparently Congress is attempting now to prevent Ghislaine Maxwell from disclosing Jeffrey Epstein's client list per the Daily Mail. The Daily Mail had reported that they had spoken to Ghislaine Maxwell, that she was ready to go in front of Congress and in front of the world and testify as to why she's in prison. Because how can she be in prison if this whole thing is being thrown out? Right. So again, this is something that America cares about. Trump supporters care about. I know a lot of people are out there trying to say that Trump supporters don't care about this, or that people that voted for Trump don't care about this. I think that's one of the biggest lies told. I think that people do care about this. I think people want answers from this, and they'll keep pressuring this. This is a huge topic. I remember watching The Sound of Freedom in 2023. And again, that movie was about child trafficking, the border, all around the world. And I just thought that that topic always hits home for a lot of people that voted for Trump, because again, when you look at why Trump was elected, one of the main reasons was because of children, right? Gender, sex changes, and all these things that were happening for kids under the age of 18 was one of the main reasons why a lot of people put their differences aside for Trump. Gender, male or female, that was also one of the main reasons. A lot of these cultural issues were one of the main reasons. So that's why you see a significant amount of people on the right or that have supported Trump stand on business when it comes to this. They want the answers that they want, and they will not stop until they get it. And I'm very proud of the gang. I'm very proud of the people. That's why we're getting these updates. That's what's happening. And that's it. Again, they just want a special counsel. And we're hoping that the Trump administration does eventually take this matter serious, because it is affecting, I think, the legacy that they're going to leave behind if they got it all right, except for this one thing that was one of the most important things in this world. And with that being said, what's the next step?
What we're alleging is that gain-of-function research was going on in that lab, and NIH funded it. That is not. Get away from it. It meets your definition, and you are obfuscating the truth. I'm not obfuscating the truth. You are the one. I'm not obfuscating the truth. You are the one. I'm not obfuscating the truth. You are the one.
They had always been looking for Fauci's original phone, or not original, but phones and devices he used while he was Fauci back in Trump 1 during COVID. And nobody had found it till 2 days ago.
I guarantee you he knew nothing about what he was signing. I guarantee it. So they're going to figure it out, and we'll see what happens.
These days, protecting your personal information online isn't optional. It's essential. That's why I use Surfshark VPN. When I'm traveling, working from a hotel, or logging into a public Wi-Fi at a cafe, Starbucks, wherever you name it, I do not take chances. Surfshark encrypts all my internet traffic so no one can spy on what I'm doing, steal my information, or target me with invasive ads. And I took it a step further with Surfshark One, which is their all-in-one package. It includes Surfshark Alert, which monitors my emails, my credit cards, and my ID for data breaches. If anything gets leaked online, I'm notified immediately before it becomes a bigger problem. Surfshark gives me unlimited device coverage, so I'm protected across all my devices. And with servers in over 100 countries, I can access content securely from anywhere in the world. All you gotta do, y'all, is just visit surfshark.com/Tatum or use code Tatum at checkout to get 4 extra months free, plus a 30-day money-back guarantee. If it don't work for you, get your money back. Again, that's surfshark.com/Tatum. Protect your data, please. Therefore, you can protect your future.
My goal for you guys is to always be the one that presents you with the truth. I don't care whose side gets offended. This is one thing I have a problem with when it comes to Donald Trump. I'm just going to throw it out there. We've been talking about this auto pen thing. We've been talking about Dr. Fauci's pardon and clemency from all these other people done with the auto pen. And Donald Trump and others have been claiming that somehow people are going to go to jail over it. And that should be like, I don't know why he does these type of things. I'm gonna let you play the clip so you can. I'm gonna play the clip so you can hear what he says, and then I'm gonna tell you why I'm frustrated with the fact that we even bringing up this auto pen thing without giving the full context. But I'll give you the full context here in a second. But roll the clip.
Thank you, Mr. President. On a separate topic here, President Biden, of all people, spoke to the New York Times over the weekend. He did not speak to them on the record during his time in office at all, but he spoke to them recently. And he defended his use of the auto pen and said that he signed off on every decision. But at the same time, the Times reports that he did not individually approve each name for the categorical pardons that applied to large numbers of people. What are your take on that? Any new revelations from that?
Well, I mean, you're talking about the auto pen. Look, the auto pen, I think, is maybe one of the biggest scandals that we've had in 50 to 100 years. This is a tremendous scandal. And I know the people on the other side of the, see that desk, that Resolute desk? Unfortunately, he used it before me. But, you know, we have our choice of 7 desks. They're all beautiful. But I chose the Resolute, and so did he, unfortunately. But the people on the other side of the Resolute desk, I know them. Lisa, the whole group, and they're no good. They're sick people. And I guarantee he knew nothing about what he was signing. I guarantee it. So they're going to figure it out, and we'll see what happens. But to me, the auto pen, you know, you elected president. You know what the auto pen is supposed to do? Sign thousands of letters from young people that write. We get thousands of letters a week, Susie, right? Thousands. I mean, tens of thousands sometimes. I look at a room, there's a room where we have many, many people working, responding and sending letters back. That's what an auto pen's supposed to be. To write to a young 7-year-old boy that writes to the president and he wants to be president someday and he loves America. That's what the auto pen's supposed to be. It's not supposed to be for signing major legislation and all the things. No, the auto pen, and I doubt he knew. I doubt they even spoke to him about it. I think they had, it's called the freewheeling auto pen.
All right, so you heard a little bit about what Trump had to say. Now, this is my thing. I don't have a problem with Donald Trump talking about this. I don't have a problem with Donald Trump bringing up the issue. The fact that bothers me is that nobody's going to go to jail over this stuff.
Looks different. It looks authentic. In fact, if you look at the last name, it almost looks like the president was having a hard time spelling his last name there. Is this White House of the opinion that the only pardon that would count is one that the president signed himself?
It's very interesting. Very interesting props. If you want to bring them to my office later so I can take a closer look, I would like to do that. The president is making a good point when he discusses the usage of the auto pen. Who was running the country for the past 4 years? Perhaps those documents were signed with the auto pen, something that this, I believe the Department of Justice is looking into. As you saw, Ed Martin made an announcement at the Department of Justice this morning to launch an investigation because the American people deserve answers.
Is there any concern that this president, who won the election on a promise to fix the economy and close the border, that focusing and scrutinizing these Biden pardons is looking into the past instead of looking forward?
I think in comparison to the amount of time this president has spent on securing the border, on fixing our economy, I just read out for you an entire list of economic accomplishments. Look at the border numbers, look at the time and effort he's divulged into solving the global conflicts abroad. It pales in comparison, but it still, nevertheless, is a very important issue. And it was a huge issue that sent the president back to this White House. The Americans saw with their own eyes a mentally incompetent president, and they want answers for that. And the president believes they should have.
I mean, we just had a great breakthrough this week on Fauci. So Senator Rand Paul, Senator Kennedy, and I hate naming names because I always forget people, are doing a great job with us on COVID origins. And we've got multiple investigations open on that. But they had always been looking for Fauci's original phone, or not original, but phones and devices he used while he was Fauci back in Trump one during COVID. And nobody had found it till 2 days ago.
Really?
Yeah. Now, look, your audience and everybody listening to it shouldn't jump to the conclusion everything's in there. We'll look at it. We'll pull it. We'll rip it, as we say. And maybe it's deleted. Maybe it's not. But at least we found it. And at least now we can tell the American people we've been looking, because it is of public importance to figure out, did that guy lie? Did he intentionally mislead the world and cause countless deaths? We owe those answers to the American people. And the best evidence ever is always the people's evidence who created it. And so now we're going to go and exploit those hard drives. But I think a victory for the American people that we broke with Congress is that we did find it. We're not done. We're still looking, and we're on the case.
We also need a special prosecutor to investigate the origins of the COVID-19 vaccination. I call on the Attorney General to charge Anthony Fauci for lying to Congress. And when, in his legal defense, he argues that he cannot be charged because he has a preemptive pardon, the government can finally test the legality of the auto pen in which all of those documents should not be honored.
We continue to bring up these issues. We continue to have this in my opinion, this false outrage when nothing is going to happen to these people. Like, I wouldn't mind us bringing up the auto pen situation if it was unconstitutional to use the auto pen, if no president has ever used the auto pen. I get what Donald Trump is saying, that it's not supposed to be used this way, but there's no law in place that says you cannot use it this way. It has been done in the past. It's been done multiple times. And unless we can unequivocally prove that Joe Biden had no idea about how these things transpired or that pardons were given out on his behalf, you have to prove that he had no idea of it, which he goes on record to say he knew. There's impossible to prove that he didn't know. And the thing that bothers me, and this gets to the Jeffrey Epstein thing, is that I think that we live in an age where our politicians are almost like social media content creators, more so than political people who take a stance, and they're mindful of the things that they say and the promises that they make. The problem that I see happening all too often is that we jump off the cliff to go viral, to say something about Fauci, to say something about the Clinton Foundation, to say something about these things when the people in government either know or they refuse to they either know they can't or they refuse to prosecute people on these things. They take us through this rigmarole process where we are thinking that people are going to be held accountable, that people are going to go to jail, that people can get indicted, that will get indicted, that should be indicted, and then they get in the office and nothing happens. And a lot of times the reason that nothing happens is because they know nothing can happen, but they like to sell us a nightmare so we can get all riled up and we can vote and we can become passionate, but they know for a fact they're never going to accomplish the things that they say they're going to do. This is what bothers me about these not false conversations, but these pointless conversations. Why are we talking about Joe Biden in the auto pen at all if we're not going to prosecute him and there's not going to be a legitimate investigation? He's not going to go to jail for any of this stuff. Why are we even talking about it? Like, the people have better business to take care of than to be listening to all of this fake outrage that's never going to result in anything. Hillary Clinton is not in jail. Director Comey is not in jail. Mueller is not in jail. Bill Barr is not in jail. I mean, you go down the list. Biden is not in jail. His son is not in jail. I mean, none of these people that have been doing nefarious things for a significant amount of time is ever getting prosecuted or ever going to see jail time. And I personally believe, whether it's the Attorney General, whether it's the President of the United States of America, quit talking about things that you cannot guarantee that we're going to see justice in. It just makes us perpetually upset about things year in and year out when you guys know it ain't even a big deal. Let me give you an example. This whole Epstein thing has been such a catastrophic failure, in my opinion, on behalf of this administration. The first time and the second time Trump has been in the office. Why? Because the investigation and the arrest of Epstein happened under Trump's administration. Bill Barr is the one that, pretty much brought the prosecutorial charges, and Epstein was imprisoned in 2019. So therefore, the investigation had gone on. The facts and circumstances surrounding the affidavit to arrest Jeffrey Epstein was already things that had been investigated under the Trump administration. He was put in jail. Nothing was disclosed then. And then we had 4 years of a nut job. And then we come back and then nothing is disclosed now. But yet Don Jr., and nothing against Don Jr., I love all those guys, but they were on television incessantly saying that there's an email list and all these pedophiles on the list. This is why people are afraid. They don't want to come out because they're afraid they're on the list and they're going to get indicted and this is a pedophile ring and all this other stuff. And then now what do we have? Absolutely nothing. They're literally as if they're mad at us for even questioning the fact that there was supposed to be this list. Pam Bundy was asked, what about the list? She said, it's on my desk right now. I haven't reviewed it yet. And then all of a sudden, oh, there ain't nothing there. Let's close the case. It's been a catastrophic failure. And the failure happens, and I'm not sure where it started. Because I don't know if the failure started because there was never any there. But they wanted to be salacious and they wanted to make us keep coming back to their podcast and listening for this juicy news and this tea that was really never verified. And so now that they get in the office, there's no there. And all this false, equivalent information of whether we're going to justifiably put people in prison or not, or whether there's this huge pedophile ring was probably never a thing. That's one theory. And therefore, when they're in office, they don't have nothing to show us anyway. But things that had already been released under the previous administration, redacted content, and then now they're saying there's really no list. So it makes me upset because either before they lied to us and was deceptive and pushing motives with no verification, or they are deceiving us today, which is another kick in the face, which is another situation where we're like, well, who's going to be held accountable? The answer is nobody. It just bothers me. And then the way we're disseminating information. Pam Bundy made it a big deal. Kesh Patel made it a big deal. Everybody made it a big deal. It seems that Trump don't care about it. Can you guys get on the same doggone page for once? You're an adult, or you guys are adults collectively. Get in a room and say, hey, the people are really concerned about, or people are really finding interest in this Epstein thing. Let's find a way to coordinate a presentation for the people as to our findings, why we found the way we have, and why there's no there when we've been saying it for the last, I don't know how many years. And it's the same thing with this auto pen. Let's stop talking about things unless people finna go to prison. If Hillary Clinton ain't going to prison, why waste the time? Let's talk about things that the American people are interested in. And this brings me to my next point. And you guys know, and I think some of you guys disagree with me on this, but I cannot stand Tucker Carlson. I cannot stand Tucker Carlson. I can't stand him. I normally don't want to say it publicly because I don't want a riff in the party, but I can't stand it. He was at Turning Point USA, and he brought up the fact that he believes that, and I know why he believes that Epstein was a part of Mossad. And I think it's because he literally had been bitten with the anti-Semite bug, and now everything he think about has to be correlated to the Jews in a negative way. This is what I will say. There is no evidence that we have, to our knowledge, an investigatory evidence, whatever you want to say that Epstein was Mossad, or he was acting on behalf of the intelligence from Israel. Now, could he be? Yes, you can have a theory. You can have a hypothesis. We need to investigate. But when you have somebody coming out and making a declarative statement and then gaslighting and shaming people who would dare question him and say, why are you saying this when you don't have unequivocal evidence of it? He could have been part of our CIA. How do we know? And this is what me and my wife talk about, and we don't always agree on it. How do we know he wasn't a part of the CIA? How do we know he wasn't a part of the CIA and Mossad? How do we know this guy just wasn't a prolific pedophile that was into nasty sex stuff and had a lot of money to do it? How do we not know that he wasn't blackmailing people? Or maybe he wasn't blackmailing people, or maybe he was. He was just blackmailing people on his own behalf versus blackmailing people on behalf of a government entity. To me, this is what I tell people. When it comes to this whole Jeffrey Epstein thing, none of us really know the truth. And I see people out here saying, I no longer support Trump. I no longer support because of this Epstein thing. Just know that you are making a decision to no longer support a president for things that you have no idea about in the first place. There has never been any concrete evidence, and that I know of, that Jeffrey Epstein was working for a foreign government and that he used it to blackmail people. And I don't think that there's ever been any unequivocal evidence to that. So I'm not mad at Donald Trump for the stance that he took. I didn't vote for Trump to do everything that I want him to do. I voted for him to do the things that he campaigned on. But if he has to pivot to do what's right for America, I voted for his acumen and his ability to act right or righteously on behalf of the American people. Therefore, that if the Epstein file came out and they said they were going to release it, if he doesn't release it for a reason that he believes is in the best interest of America, I'm okay with that. I just want them to be honest with us. I'm not going to not show up to the midterm because of a Jeffrey Epstein thing. Jeffrey Epstein, whether he a pedophile or not, whether people were involved or not, has probably zero to do with the taxes, the economy, tariffs, illegal aliens, the future of America, getting rid of DEI, getting rid of propaganda, the LGBTQ AARP, a terrorist group, all these other things that they're doing in our country that are making us go downhill fast. Those things are more important than whether Epstein was a pedophile and whether he was politically involved with 2 or 3 or 15 people. I think that we should know that if it's available, but that shouldn't be the way a determining factor in how you vote. All right. I didn't say enough about enough.
The New York Times is reporting that former President Biden told them that he had orally granted all the pardons and commutations issued at the end of his term, meaning he did not personally sign the official warrants for clemency. Biden told the Times that he did
put Granddaddy in jail. Null and void. Null and void. Put Granddaddy, put everybody in jail. Hands behind your backs. The biggest scandal in American history.
Look, the auto pen, I think, is maybe one of the biggest scandals that we've had in 50 to 100 years. This is a tremendous scandal. And I know the people on the other side of the, see that desk, that Resolute desk? Unfortunately, he used it before me. But, we have our choice of 7 desks. They're all beautiful, but I chose the Resolute, and so did he, unfortunately. But the people on the other side of the Resolute desk, I know them. Lisa, the whole group, and they're no good. They're sick people. And I guarantee he knew nothing about what he was signing. I guarantee it.
Want to really see something that said, take a look at what happened.
Why this beat so
We will make America proud again. And you try to we will make America wealthy again. And yes, together, we will make America great again. And just in case you can't read, put your hands behind your backs. That's what them Patriots want to happen. I got to say it. It's in the blood. It's in the spirit today. Happy Monday. Hope everybody's starting off this week blessed, well, and healthy, that you're feeling good, that you got a smile on your face. And we're going to be getting into all of it, I promise you. But you just can't make this up. You just can't make this stuff up, man. And look, confirmed. It's been certified. It's been confirmed. Look. Dr. Fauci, pardon, confirmed. And many other pardons, whole bunch of them, confirmed to be done by the auto pen and received late night approval from the White House aide. Illegitimate pardon. And like we say, null and void. Lock this brother and many of them up. Mass murder is what we call them. And you just can't look at this scum. You just can't make this up, man. At the January 19th meeting, which took place in Yellow Oval Room of the White House residence, Mr. Biden kept his aides until nearly 10 p.m. to talk through such decisions, according to people familiar with the matter. The email showed that an aide to Mr. Siskil sent a draft summary of Mr. Biden's decisions at the meeting to an assistant to Mr. Zients, copying Mr. Skill at 10:03 p.m. The assistant forwarded it to Mr. Reed and Mr. Zients, hopefully I'm saying the names right, asking for their approval, and then sent a final version to Ms. Feldman, copying many meeting participants and aides at 10:28 p.m. 3 minutes later, Mr. Zients hit reply all and wrote, "I approve the use of the auto pen for the execution of the following pardons." You just can't make this up. The biggest scandal in American history. Lock them up. Lock them up. And we just showed you Trump responding. Just a couple hours ago, Trump was in the Oval Office and he just said that. But lock them up. See this picture right here? I tell you, you just can't make this up, man. And then they roll Granddaddy out and he just making announcements. He's saying he's back. He's saying he just can't leave. He's still talking with world leaders. I thought he had cancer or something. What? And Dr. Jill somewhere just smiling, probably still saying, Joe, Brandon, what's his name? Brandon Joseph, you did such a great job. You remember when you was on the debate stage? I'm still want to congratulate you once again, Joe. I know we didn't win, but you did. Oh, Joe, you did such a great job. Honestly, we should have just kept you in the race, Joe. Why did we let that lady take over? They lied to us. We should have kept you in the race, buddy. We had it. We would have beat Donald Trump if we were the ones on the ticket. Yeah, Joe. It should have been you and I'll tell you, they ought to put that heifer in jail. That ought to be one of the first ones they go get Dr. Jill. Doctor. They ought to go get that heifer right there. Elderly abuse. They ought to go get that heifer. You just can't make this up.
CIA's cover-up of COVID-19. Last week, a whistleblower claimed the CIA was paying people off to bury the lab leak theory. And now this, from the House committee investigating the pandemic origins. Quote, Dr. Fauci was escorted into Central Intelligence Agency, CIA headquarters, without a record of entry and participated in the analysis to influence the agency's review. The committee is now ordering HHS to hand over documents detailing all of Fauci's movements during the pandemic in and out of CIA-controlled sites.
Yeah, want everybody to inject, put motor oil in them. Want to inject that motor oil in everybody and tell everybody to put a mask on. And I still be seeing they be in the car by themselves riding with a mask on. Some of them still getting a shower. They get in the shower in their own house, in their own apartment with a mask on. They be riding down the freeway with a mask on. Don't want to use a blinker. I don't know who giving out driver's license. I'm just saying, boy, you just can't make this up. And now we got this. Biden was deemed mentally unfit to stand trial, but competent enough to be president of the United States. Yet Biden admits to using the auto pen for pardons, except for Hunter's pardon, of course. Except for a Hunter's pardon, of course. You just can't make this up. But they just confirmed this, man, that these pardons were signed by an auto pen at the direction of an assistant. And I just read that out to you guys. I tell you, man, every single day. What a time to be alive. I told y'all we living in the biggest history yet, man. And again, just in case you haven't seen what Trump, if you didn't watch the beginning of the video, This is what Trump said just 3 hours ago.
Look, the auto pen, I think, is maybe one of the biggest scandals that we've had in 50 to 100 years. This is a tremendous scandal. And I know the people on the other side of the, see that desk, that Resolute desk? Unfortunately, he used it before me.
Unfortunately, he used it before me, unfortunately.
You know, we have our choice of 7 desks. They're all beautiful, but I chose the Resolute, and so did he, unfortunately. But
unfortunately,
the people on the other side of the Resolute desk, I know them. Lisa, the whole group, and they're no good. They're sick people. And I guarantee you, he knew nothing about what he was signing. I guarantee it. Look,
sent granddaddy off and say, sir, enjoy your vacation. Get you some good rest. Plug the machine in the wall, got the authorization code. It's one lady in the room. She's laughing. She was the last one to leave. They say she was passed out drunk. They say, ma'am, you're supposed to be at the border on Tuesday. She says, what? That's not my job. I never signed up for that. Nobody ever told me. Ma'am, you're the border czar. What? Ma'am, are you drunk? Yeah, you know, I tell you, what a disgrace, man. What a disgrace. But this says flashback. Remember this flashback? Treason! They confirmed his preemptive pardon was approved by a White House assistant and signed by an auto pen. It's void. Charge him. Remember this?
Chinese thought wrongly that the United States was going to attack them. I am certain, guaranteed certain, that President Trump had no intent to attack. And it was my task to make sure I communicated that. And the purpose was to de-escalate, calm things down.
You shared all that earlier. I understand.
And as part of that,
just say, did you or did you not tell him that if we were going to attack, you would let him know?
as part of that conversation, I said, General Lee, there's not going to be a war. There's not going to be attack between great powers. And if there was, the tensions would build up. There'd be calls going back and forth from all kinds of senior officials. I said, hell, General Lee, I'll probably give you a call, but we're not going to attack you. Trust me, we're not going to attack you. These are 2 great powers, and I am doing my best to transmit the president's intent, President Trump's intent, to ensure that the American people are protected from an incident that could escalate.
I understand your intent, but I think you articulating that you would tell him, you would give him a call, I think is worthy of your resignation. I just think that's against our country, that you would give our #1 adversary that information and tell him that.
All right, General. And then we got, look, here it is right here, y'all. Here's that full clip right here.
The New York Times is reporting that former President Biden told them that he had orally granted all the pardons and commutations issued at the end of his term, meaning he did not personally sign the official warrants for clemency. Biden told the Times that he did, in fact, make every single one of the clemency decisions himself, but says that the auto pen was used to sign the warrants since there were a lot of them. Now, according to the Times, Biden called Trump and Republicans liars for saying he was incapacitated and his aides used the auto pen without his authorization. Alicia, I see you're shaking your head. Your response to this?
Well, I have so many responses to this because we're supposed to believe this at this point. It's really hard to swallow that statement.
Put Granddaddy in jail.
He said that he made the decision on, quote, every single one, when we know from so much reporting that there was a limit to his time where people had access to him. So there were decisions that were made, quote unquote, after hours. We know that for a fact. And so to say that it was every single one, I'm going to have to see the receipts on this one because, and this is the question before Congress, right now. They're trying to figure it out. That's why we have a line of aides and staffers coming up to testify. Who knows what we'll find out, but it's an interesting statement.
David can barely sit in his chair. And you guys aren't seeing this at home. He's literally dying to get in here, David.
You're both onto something American people need to pay attention. Time, math.
how many commutations and pardons in one day, and how many hours would it take for him to do this individually? It strains incredulity. Remember Hillary Clinton said willing suspension of disbelief? Just do the math on what it would take for him to do that individually when he couldn't cognitively get through more than a few hours a day of work.
You know, why weigh in on this now? I mean, isn't this just adding fuel to the fire?
Exactly
Right?
what was going through my mind, Lisa, because these individuals, look, Ron Klain, others are expected to go up and be deposed on Capitol Hill. And, you know, he is not doing them any favors. I mean, look, we watched the former president fight with the short stairs on airplanes, stages at, across the country, fighting with teleprompters. It was all very evident in front of us, and now he's choosing to fight with the auto pen because he doesn't like it.
But notice something he said there.
Yeah.
His exact words matter. It's very lawyer-like and Clinton-like. I orally did this. This is why, watch very carefully, because I've seen this play from the Clintons, from others. They come out and they make a very clear lawyer, but somewhat ambiguous statement that you really can't challenge and prove. Orally is a key word.
By the way, as the journalist in me, so it's worth noting that the interview, we're told, from the New York Times was only about 10 minutes. Didn't want to expose himself too long because, surely the New York Times is wanting to know too, like, okay, if we sit with him for 30 minutes, 40 minutes, will this become confusing for him? Will he exhibit some of that mental acuity decline? But apparently, this interview with the New York Times is only about 10 minutes, we're told.
It's a tightly controlled dodge.
Well, also, where's this heading, Alicia?
Well, I think it's heading to I don't recall. This is a setup for his aides once they get in there before the committees and they start answering questions when they say, oh, so what about this act of clemency here? Do you recall him orally telling you? It's very easy for them to say, to be able to, relieve themselves of any sort of commitment to the truth by saying, I don't recall.
Remember the elderly man with Robert Herr? I mean, this is setting up you're right on. I am going to put that money on in Vegas that you're right. This is setting up the I don't recall, the ambiguous statements, and what do you have to prove?
Although that made me so mad because he took the classified documents when he was a vice president, or when he was a
senator.
United States senator, and then when he was a vice president, when he was completely with it. So that really frustrated me from the special counsel, Robert Herr. Griff, does this signal to you that someone's a little bit worried about these investigations that are taking place on Capitol Hill?
Oh, you bet. You bet. What is the motivation?
By someone, I mean Biden.
And by the way, here, this is the sort of stuff I'm talking about, that out in Colorado Springs, it was all on full display, Lisa. But now, listen, I can understand and appreciate, particularly if Dr. Jill Biden or others that are close to the former president are worried.
Bro, it's not funny. But then they play these clips, man. I hate. Sometimes I just feel so bad, bro. This actually took place. This actually happened. And they got video. They replay the same clips of him falling off his bike, falling down the stairs. I tell y'all, man.
About his legacy being tarnished. But at the same time, there is no motivation to speak directly to the New York Times about this matter when your former aides are going up under oath on Capitol Hill. And so I think I think Alicia is onto something. I think there's some sort of calculation here that tie the two together, but I don't think it's going to work out to at least the former president's end of maybe trying to convince people something other than what we all saw with our eyes.
But they already know this. Yeah. The person who testifies, Jill Biden, the person who was always next to him, not just Ron Klain. And it's not what you allege, it's what you can prove. That's how they try to get away with it.
Well, it certainly raises the stakes for the House Oversight Committee.
Hey, Sean Hannity.
Null and void. Somebody ought to be walked out with their hands behind their back. If you agree, put hands behind your back in the comment section. Make sure you hit that like button. And if you're new here, join the family. You just can't make this up. Boy, oh boy, oh boy.
When karma comes back to bite snitches. After flexing this crazy lifestyle that he obtained because of snitching on Young Thug, it looks like the views and money are starting to dry up. Woody reportedly made multiple six figures off doing 20 versus 1s and was blowing all of it on cars, jewelry, and clothes. I find it so ironic that he got on Instagram holding his tears back after claiming his friends turned their backs on him when he couldn't provide for them anymore. Like he didn't turn his back on YSL. But I do respect him for going on Instagram and publicly offering personal car washing and grass cutting services since he was going broke. Y'all think Lil Woody gone back to doing paid hits?
Whoa, stop scrolling for a second. This could be the biggest week in XRP's history. We're staring down a $12 price target in the charts of flash and a breakout signal I haven't seen in years. I'm getting 2017 vibes, folks. Who's been around since 2017? Comment below. If you are holding XRP, or if you were thinking about jumping in to XRP, you need to hear what's about to happen. Because if you blink, you might just miss one of the biggest moves of the year, one of the biggest moves of the decade. Smash that like button if you want real-time updates before everyone else, and make sure you subscribe so you don't miss a single XRP move. We got a lot to go over, so we are jumping right in, folks. Markets look great. Bitcoin coming in at $121,618. It's currently up over 3%. Ethereum right behind it. It's up over 3.5%, coming in at $3,067. And XRP, yeah, buddy, it's leading the way. Up over 7%, coming in at $2.99. It is flirting. It is playing with our emotions right now. That $3, the heavy resistance level we have been talking about for quite some time. We are just teetering back and forth on it. It's gonna break. We made the video yesterday. We told you. We actually made the video on Saturday. Excuse me. We told you where Bitcoin was going next. It hit. It didn't even take 48 hours. The next target for Bitcoin, we're looking around 130,000, and it's not done. That isn't the end of the bull run, folks. That is just your next target. Where does that put XRP? Well, puts XRP a lot higher than we are now. We're not in alt season. This is still Bitcoin's time to shine. Bitcoin's going 175 to 225. I've been preaching these numbers for quite some time, and it's all happening this year. Fear and greed index sitting at a mean lean 70 as total cryptocurrency market cap is 3.8 trillion, where I do firmly believe we are going to see around $7 trillion in this cycle. As always, this is the Bullwinkle Blueprint, folks. Make sure you hit that subscribe button and hit that thumbs up. It pushes out the content in YouTube. I need all the push I can get after what they did to my channel with over 65,000 subscribers. And my man Rick put this out. He's like, I've been up all night, man. He got the alert coming in at XRP was above $3. That is what you love to see. And then we get this. This is how we know the cycle isn't over, because these companies keep buying up Bitcoin, the big boys as well, Fidelity, Goldman, BlackRock, you name it. They keep buying, they keep acquiring. We keep seeing Bitcoin being moved to treasury. So what do we see now? Well, a publicly traded U.S. company, Saquons, they just pulled the trigger on another 683 Bitcoin. They dropped a cool 83 million like it was pocket change. Now you might be thinking, okay, that's big for Bitcoin, but what does that mean for XRP? Well, let me put it this way. Imagine you're at a championship poker table. Bitcoin just went all in, flexing for everyone to see. The spotlight's on, the stakes are massive, and suddenly everyone at the table is waking up. Wall Street's watching, Main Street's watching, and you better believe the next big move, oh, it's coming. But here's the kicker. Every time a corporate giant makes a play like this, it's a signal flare to the rest of the market that crypto isn't just some wild, wild west bet anymore. It's becoming the table where everyone wants to see. And as the floodgates open for Bitcoin, all eyes naturally shift to the next big contender. The asset with real world utility, insane upside, and regulatory momentum. That's XRP. Think of Bitcoin as the opening band, but that it gets everyone hyped up, you know? And then the headline it comes down. That's XRP, and the crowd's just going nuts. And they're ready to steal the show. So while the institutions are stacking Bitcoin for digital gold status, they're also waking up to the fact that XRP is the Swiss Army knife of global payments. Fast, scalable, and built for the new financial era. eGrad Crypto, he's like, the next average pump is 95%. Look at this. His target too, where's it sitting? 130K. My exact target, where I'm looking at for Bitcoin next. After that, what comes? 176, he got it. I got it right around 175. It is all coming, and it's all happening in the next 3 to 6 months. This market is going to start accelerating super fast. And Smoke put this out, ISO 20022. It opens the floodgates for the banks. It states within this document, after Fedwire goes live, it went live already, with the ISO format for both sending and receiving, there'll be another major development in the fall. Swift will adopt MX messaging types for wire processing. So let's pause for a second, because what's happening right now is just not another technical update in the banking world. This is the moment we've been waiting for. Picture this. ISO 20022 is about to hit full throttle. And as soon as Fedwire flips the switch this summer, it's like opening the floodgates for every major bank in the world. And they flipped the switch as of 9 p.m. last night. So let me put this in simple terms so everyone understands what is actually going on here. Imagine all of the world's banks are standing behind a giant dam. Billions, maybe even trillions of dollars in value are just waiting to move at lightning speed. For years, outdated plumbing and legacy messaging formats kept everything bottlenecked. But now, guess what? That dam, it's starting to crack wide open. So when Fedwire goes live with ISO for both sending and receiving, it sets the stage. But here's the kicker. Because come November-ish, Swift is joining the party. And they are upgrading to MX message types for wire processing. This is like the Avengers are assembling for the global payment universe. Everything becomes instant, transparent, and programmable. The rails are set for true digital value. And you already know which digital asset is designed to move at the speed of light across these rails? XRP. Here's why this is so bullish for XRP. Ripple has spent years quietly building the foundation for this exact scenario. So as these pipes start to get unclogged, banks, institutions, they're all looking for a bridge asset that can handle instant cross-border settlements without the headache of old-school correspondent banking. XRP is not just ready. It was built for this, everyone. So we are about to witness a new era of global finance. I believe so. And if you're holding XRP, you're not just in the game. You are at the front of this pack, ready to ride the wave as the institutional money pours in. And I mean, it feels like the floodgates are about to open. You don't believe me? Listen to Monica Long. Let's jump into the price.
It feels like the floodgates are going to open this year, doesn't it? I mean, so within the past week, a couple weeks, so SAB 121 being called back or rolled back. And I mean, within, it felt like minutes, you know, you hear from CEOs like Bank of America saying, we're all in. And, you know, these are institutions that I mean, Bank of America was one of our early partners when we were doing kind of like the messaging software only payment solution. So we've worked with these types of banks for a long time, and the lack of clarity, and I mean, I think in the more recent time, even hostility toward, hey, like, you know, using these assets and this technology is not okay, it's dangerous, which is not the best way to handle it, as we would say. But looking forward, I would say, yes, it seems like there's going to be a sea change this year. And even I could say post November, the election, the US election result, even just the conversations, ongoing conversations we've had with banks around.
All right, there you go. Monica Long's even telling you the floodgates are about to open. And you got crypto, he's talking about fib targets. He's talking 650, 20, and $35. Let's talk about this because we're finally seeing XRP break above the legendary fib, the 1.414. This isn't just another number on the chart. No, this has been the brick wall holding us back for quite some time. And now it's like XRP just punched a hole through, like the Kool-Aid Man style. Remember the Kool-Aid Man? Boom, coming through the wall. I do. So let's put this in this perspective. This is like, imagine you're running a 20-mile marathon. You hit a wall. Most people stop right there. But XRP, it's not stopping. It's getting its second wind. It just ripped through that wall and found a jetpack on the other side. This is the kind of momentum I'm talking about, folks. Why is it so bullish? Because breaking the 1.414 fib isn't just a technical win. It unlocks the next levels in the Fibonacci video game. And the prizes only get bigger from here. We're eyeing the next checkpoint at a 1.618, which is 650. Smash through that, suddenly we're looking at the $20 on XRP to 1.8. But if we take the average and we get in between these two, we're looking around a $12 XRP in no time. This is what happens when price discovery hits. This thing is going to zip, zip, zip on up. Price discovery is about to hit, folks. And if XRP starts running the table, we're even looking at the 2 fib. Let's put a $35 target right on the map. But here's where it gets wild. Fibonacci levels are more than just lines. They're like signposts in a treasure hunt, pointing us to where the smart money is aiming next. And if you think this is as good as it gets for XRP, think again. The breakout is live. The measured move, $17. And we got some of the juiciest upside potential this market has ever seen. So let me know in the comments, which fib targets do you think XRP will hit first? 650, 20, or are you shooting for the legendary $35? Drop your moonshot prediction below. Smash that like button if you're loving the breakout. And make sure you're subscribed because right after this, I'm breaking down the exact catalyst that could propel XRP through each one of these targets even faster than anyone expects. You're not going to want to miss what's coming next. Stay tuned because let's see how high XRP can fly.
So I'm making this video for everybody that's asking me about the stretch of the unfiltered jeans. This is a small that I have. I absolutely love this dress and the way it fits. I don't know. I think it's perfect with the gold accessories and gold necklace. I did have on my silver accessories with that dress. It was really cute.
Dallas County detectives are investigating the death of a mother and her little boy. Seagoville police found Lyric Bacchus and her 7-year-old son Deuce dead in the garage last week. Home surveillance cameras captured the chaos. Deuce was a first grader in Seagoville. Bacchus was a social media influencer. She had a clothing boutique and tens of thousands of followers. Family believes the pair died from carbon monoxide poisoning. Police are waiting on autopsies before confirming.
February 9th, 2024. It was supposed to be the happiest day of her life. Instead, it became the day 2 innocent lives were snuffed out in the most horrific way imaginable. The garage door creaked open, and what Texas police discovered inside would shatter this quiet community forever. A successful Instagram influencer and her precious 7-year-old son, both motionless in their car. The engine was still warm. The birthday cake sat untouched on the kitchen counter. But this wasn't just any tragic day, it was Lyric Bacchus's 28th birthday. 27-year-old Lyric had built an empire from nothing. Her boutique, Lyric's Closet, was thriving. Her social media following was exploding. She was living the American dream as a single mother who refused to let anything stop her success. Little Deuce, her bright-eyed first grader, was her whole world. But here's what makes this case absolutely chilling: the man who allegedly fathered her child. He went completely silent. No statement. No explanation. No tears at the funeral. Just nothing. While an entire community mourned, he vanished from the conversation entirely. Before we uncover the truth behind this tragedy, I need to ask you something. Have you ever trusted someone so completely that you never saw the danger coming? Someone who was supposed to protect you and your child? Drop your thoughts in the comments because this hits different when you understand that level of betrayal. What happened to Lyric and Little Deuce wasn't just a tragic accident. The evidence, the timing, the suspicious silence, it all points to something far more calculated. And by the end of this video, you'll understand why this case has an entire community demanding answers that may never come. 27-year-old Lyric Backus wasn't just another social media personality trying to make it big in Dallas. She was the real deal, a businesswoman who turned her passion for fashion into cold, hard cash. Her boutique, Lyric's Closet, wasn't some fly-by-night operation. This woman had built a legitimate empire, one Instagram post at a time. Every morning, Lyric would wake up in her Seagoville home with the kind of energy that made other entrepreneurs jealous. She'd style herself in pieces from her collection, snap photos that would make her followers hit that add to cart button faster than they could blink, and ship orders from coast to coast. Her customer base wasn't just local Texas girls, women from New York to California were wearing Lyric's pics. But here's what made Lyric different from every other influencer chasing fame. She was doing this while raising a 7-year-old son. Alone. No baby daddy in sight, no family money backing her up, just pure determination and a business mind that could spot trends before they hit the mainstream. Deuce, that's what everyone called her little boy, was the heart of everything Lyric did. This kid wasn't just cute, he was magnetic. When Lyric would bring him into her content, the comments section would explode with heart emojis and love reactions. First grade at the local elementary school, homework at the kitchen table while mama worked on inventory, weekend trips to the park that always ended up as content for the gram. The bond between them? Unbreakable doesn't even begin to cover it. Lyric structured her entire business schedule around Deuce's school hours. Pickup time was sacred. Bedtime stories were non-negotiable. This wasn't just a single mother juggling responsibilities. This was a woman who had figured out how to build wealth while being the mother she never had growing up. Seagoville, Texas, population barely pushing 16,000, isn't the kind of place where you expect to find Instagram influencers pulling six figures. It's the kind of community where everyone knows which car belongs to which family, where neighbors still wave from their front porches, and where a success story like Lyric's becomes the talk of every barbershop and beauty salon within a 20-mile radius. Their home on that quiet residential street looked like every other middle-class American dream house. Neat front yard, two-car garage, the kind of place where kids ride bikes in the driveway and parents host weekend cookouts. Nothing about it screamed danger or tragedy. How many of you watching are single mothers building your own success? Let me know in the comments. This story hits different when you understand the struggle of turning dreams into reality while being everything to your child. But behind Lyric's picture-perfect social media presence, there were secrets. Secrets about who had fathered her beautiful boy. Secrets about relationships that existed in shadows. Secrets that may have cost her everything. By 2023, Lyric Backus had transformed from a young single mother with big dreams into a force within Dallas's fashion scene. Her boutique, Lyric's Closet, wasn't just another online store. It had become a destination for women who wanted to look stunning without breaking the bank. What started as a small venture from her living room had exploded into a thriving business that pulled in thousands of dollars monthly. Lyric had mastered the art of curating trendy pieces that made everyday women feel like celebrities. Her Instagram showcased flowing maxi dresses, statement jewelry, and figure-hugging outfits that flew off her virtual shelves within hours of posting. The secret to her success wasn't just good taste, it was authenticity. While other influencers hired professional photographers and staged perfect shots, Lyric kept it real. She modeled her own pieces in her bedroom mirror, showed herself trying on outfits, and gave honest reviews about fit and quality. Her followers trusted her because she was one of them, a working mother making it happen. Her engagement rates soared past industry standards. When Lyric posted a new arrival, comments flooded in within minutes. These weren't just customers, they were a community of women who saw themselves reflected in her journey. But building this empire while raising Deuce required sacrifices that only single mothers truly understand. Late nights photographing inventory after putting her son to bed. Early mornings packing orders before driving him to school. Business calls taken from soccer practice sidelines. Every milestone celebration doubled as a content opportunity. Deuce's first day of school became a back-to-school fashion feature. The financial freedom changed everything for them. No more choosing between paying bills or buying Deuce new clothes for growth spurts. No more stress about daycare costs or emergency expenses. Lyric had created stability through sheer determination and business savvy. She often posted about their weekend adventures, trampoline parks, movies, shopping trips, showing followers that single mothers could absolutely provide abundant lives for their children. Yet for all her openness about business and motherhood, one topic remained completely off-limits: Deuce's father. Her social media featured every aspect of their life except that crucial detail. Comments asking about her dating life went unanswered. Questions about Deuce's dad were quietly deleted. This wasn't accidental, it was calculated protection of her most vulnerable truth. The community noticed. In Dallas's tight-knit social circles, whispers followed them everywhere. At Deuce's school events, other parents observed how Lyric always arrived alone. No father figure appeared in holiday photos or birthday celebrations. The absence spoke volumes to those paying attention, especially when physical resemblances to certain local celebrities became conversation topics at hair salons and barbershops. Lyric's strategy was brilliant in its simplicity: maintain the mystery while building the brand. Her followers saw success, independence, and joy. They didn't need to know about complicated relationships or private agreements. The less said, the better for everyone involved. Her final posts in early February showed a woman at the peak of her powers. Birthday countdown posts with glamorous selfies. Deuce modeling new children's items she'd added to the boutique. Teasers about upcoming spring collections. Everything appeared perfectly normal, a successful businesswoman planning celebrations while expanding her empire. The engagement on these posts was massive. Hundreds of happy birthday wishes. Orders pouring in for featured items. Comments about how inspiring her journey was to other single mothers. Her influence had reached its zenith, nearly 50,000 followers hanging on her every word and purchase recommendation. If you're building your own business while raising children, smash that like button. You know how hard this journey is. But success in the spotlight comes with a price. And for Lyric, that price was about to become deadly. Behind Lyric's public success story lived a private truth that she guarded fiercely. There was a man, a prominent figure in the Dallas music industry, whose connection to her life remained carefully concealed from the world. This wasn't just any musician. He commanded respect in the hip-hop community, sold out venues, and had millions of followers hanging on his every word. Yet when it came to Lyric Bacchus and Little Deuce, he became a ghost. The timing tells its own story. 7 years ago, when Lyric was building her empire, their paths crossed. 9 months later, Deuce entered the world. The math wasn't lost on those paying attention. Friends noticed the physical similarities: the same eyes, the same smile, the same way Deuce tilted his head when he laughed. But this connection came with conditions. No public acknowledgement. No family photos. No father-son moments shared with the world. Lyric understood the rules of this game. She wasn't the first successful woman in his orbit to play by these guidelines, and she wouldn't be the last. In the Dallas music scene, whispers traveled fast. Insiders knew which boutique owners had special arrangements. They recognized the pattern: intelligent, ambitious women who built their own brands while maintaining careful distance from their children's famous fathers. The hip-hop community operated by an unspoken code: protect the image, preserve the mystique, keep family matters private. For Lyric, this arrangement offered financial security and business opportunities. Her boutique thrived, partly due to connections that money couldn't buy. But success came with invisible chains. She couldn't speak freely about her personal life. She couldn't demand public recognition for Deuce. She existed in a space between independence and dependence. Other women walked this same tightrope. Successful entrepreneurs who shared similar stories, children with familiar features, fathers who remained nameless, businesses that flourished in the shadows of fame. They formed an unofficial sisterhood bound by shared experiences and mutual understanding. Ladies, have you ever been in a situation where you had to keep a relationship secret? How did it make you feel? Share your experiences below. What Lyric never realized was that this web of secrecy would eventually trap her. The very arrangement that provided security would become the foundation for her destruction. Because when you live in the shadows, it becomes easier for someone to make you disappear entirely. February 9, 2024. Lyric Bacchus woke up with the kind of energy only a birthday can bring. 28 years old, successful business owner, devoted mother, she had every reason to celebrate. Her Instagram stories that morning showed her usual radiant smile, makeup perfectly applied, excitement radiating through the screen as she prepared for what should have been one of the happiest days of her life. Birthday girl mode activated, she captioned her morning selfie. The comments flooded in immediately, hundreds of heart emojis, birthday wishes, and love from her loyal followers. Her boutique customers, friends from the Dallas fashion scene, and fellow entrepreneurs all celebrated with her online. She was planning dinner reservations, maybe some shopping, definitely quality time with Deuce. Just another perfect day in the life she had built from nothing. But this wouldn't be just another day. The morning routine was typical, getting Deuce ready for school, packing his backpack, sharing their usual mother-son banter over breakfast. Neighbors would later recall seeing them leave together around 7:30 a.m., Lyric walking her son to the car with that protective hand on his shoulder she was known for. She dropped him off at school, waved goodbye through the window, and drove to handle some business errands. By afternoon, Lyric had picked up Deuce from school. Security footage from a nearby gas station would show them stopping for snacks around 3:15 p.m., Deuce grabbing his favorite chips while Lyric filled up the tank. They were laughing, completely normal, completely unaware that these would be their final moments of joy. They arrived home to their Seagoville house just after 4 p.m. The same house where Lyric had built her empire, where Deuce had learned to ride his bike, where birthday celebrations had happened before. But this time, something led them to the garage. The garage itself was ordinary, attached to the house, space for one car, some storage boxes along the walls. Nothing threatening about it. Just a normal family garage that would become the site of an unthinkable tragedy. The Honda sedan they climbed into was reliable transportation, recently serviced, no mechanical issues on record. Yet somehow, that car would steal their breath away. When investigators arrived hours later, they found mother and son together in the front seats. Lyric behind the wheel, Deuce secured in the passenger seat. No signs of violence, no evidence of struggle. They appeared peaceful, as if they had simply fallen asleep. But the engine was still running, the garage door was closed, and carbon monoxide had filled every inch of that enclosed space. The question that haunts everyone, what brought them to that garage? Why did they get in the car? Was it intentional, accidental, or something else entirely? The timeline shows they were home by 4 p.m., but friends didn't start worrying until evening when Lyric missed dinner plans and stopped responding to texts. By 8 p.m., her best friend Jessica was calling repeatedly. By 9 p.m., family members were texting frantically. By 10 p.m., panic had set in. Lyric never missed important calls, never went silent on her birthday, never left people wondering where she was. Put yourself in her friend's shoes, when would you call for a welfare check? What's your gut feeling threshold? Let me know in the comment below. At 11:47 p.m., Jessica made the call that would change everything. Something's wrong, she told the dispatcher. She's not answering, her lights are on, but she's not coming to the door. Seagoville police responded within minutes. Officers approached the modest family home on a quiet residential street where neighbors were just beginning to notice the unusual stillness. No lights flickered inside. No movement behind curtains. The house felt frozen in time. After knocking and receiving no response, officers made the decision to enter. The front door yielded easily, but what they found inside was an empty house filled with the normal chaos of daily life: breakfast dishes still in the sink, Deuce's backpack by the door, Lyric's phone charging on the kitchen counter. But where were they? The search led to the attached garage. Officers tried the door handle, locked from the inside. The sound of an engine humming became audible through the walls. Heart rates quickened. Training kicked in. They forced the door open. The sight that greeted them would haunt these officers for years. Lyric sat in the driver's seat of her car, her head tilted back, eyes closed as if sleeping. Little Deuce was beside her in the passenger seat, his small body still secured by his seatbelt. Both appeared peaceful, but neither was breathing. The engine was still running. The garage door remained closed tight. The air was thick with invisible poison that had already claimed 2 lives. No signs of struggle marked the scene. No broken glass, no overturned furniture, no indication of violence. Just a mother and son who had quietly slipped away in what appeared to be a tragic accident. Paramedics arrived within minutes, but there was nothing to be done. Both victims had been dead for hours. The emotional weight hit everyone present: seasoned officers, experienced paramedics, all struggling to process what they were witnessing. News travels fast through Seagoville's tight-knit community. Within hours, social media exploded with disbelief and shock. Friends, customers, and followers couldn't comprehend how someone so full of life could be gone so suddenly. The hashtag #RIPLyricandDeuce began trending locally as tributes poured in. Local news stations picked up the story first, drawn by the tragedy of a mother and child dying together. But when reporters discovered Lyric's influencer status and growing business empire, the story gained national attention. The combination of entrepreneurial success, single motherhood, and mysterious death created the perfect storm for viral coverage. How do you think you would react if this happened in your neighborhood? Share your thoughts in the comments. But this was just the beginning. The real mystery was about to unfold. When Seagoville police stepped away from that garage, their official statement was swift and decisive. Carbon monoxide poisoning. Tragic accident. No foul play suspected. Case closed. But for a community demanding answers, this felt more like the beginning than the end. The police spokesperson stood before local news cameras, his voice steady and rehearsed. Based on preliminary findings, we believe this was an accidental death caused by carbon monoxide exposure from a vehicle running in an enclosed space. The words rolled off his tongue with practiced ease, but what he didn't say spoke volumes. No mention of how long the car had been running. No details about whether the engine was still on when officers arrived. No explanation for why a successful businesswoman and her young son would be sitting in a garage with a running car on her birthday. The autopsy results. Sealed. The toxicology reports. Never released. The forensic evidence. Classified. For a case deemed a simple accident, the level of secrecy surrounding Lyric and Deuce's deaths raised more questions than it answered. Dr. Michael Stevens, a carbon monoxide expert from Dallas Methodist Hospital, later told local media that death from CO poisoning typically takes 15 to 30 minutes in a closed garage. The victims would experience headaches, nausea, and confusion before losing consciousness, he explained. There would be clear signs if they tried to escape or call for help. Yet investigators never revealed whether Lyric's phone showed any attempted calls. No mention of car door handles being tested for fingerprints. No discussion of whether the garage door opener had been tampered with. The timeline remained frustratingly vague. Police confirmed the welfare check occurred around 6 p.m., but when had Lyric and Deuce actually died? Early morning? Afternoon? The medical examiner's office refused to provide specifics, citing ongoing investigation protocols. Even more troubling was the complete absence of witness interviews. In a residential neighborhood where houses sit close together, had no one heard a car running for hours? Had no neighbors noticed anything unusual? If interviews were conducted, their contents were never made public. The surveillance question haunted investigators and amateur sleuths alike. In 2024, cameras are everywhere: doorbell cameras, security systems, traffic lights. Yet not a single piece of video evidence was released showing Lyric's final day. Did footage exist? Was it reviewed? The silence was deafening. What questions would you ask if you were investigating this case? Drop them in the comments. Behind the official narrative, whispers of a cover-up began to surface. Why was a case involving a public figure's alleged child closed so quickly? Who benefited from keeping details private? The pressure to wrap up the investigation seemed unusually intense for what authorities claimed was a straightforward accident. Some community members pointed to the celebrity connection as the driving force behind the secrecy. When you've got that kind of money and influence involved, cases get handled differently, one local resident confided anonymously. Questions don't get asked. Evidence doesn't get released. People stay quiet. The truth about what happened in that garage remained locked away, protected by official silence and legal barriers that left a grieving community wondering if justice for Lyric and Deuce would ever truly be served. The aftermath hit Seagoville like a shockwave. Within hours of the discovery, Eternal Rest Funeral Home was coordinating arrangements for a joint service, mother and son together, just as they were found. But here's what raised eyebrows: someone with deep pockets stepped forward to cover all expenses. The community whispered about who that benefactor might be, especially when certain expected faces never showed up at the service. Social media exploded with Justice for Lyric and Remember Deuce trending across Dallas. Instagram stories flooded with memories, theories, and demands for answers. The influencer community, particularly Black women entrepreneurs, rallied together. They knew the struggle of building something from nothing, of protecting your child while chasing dreams. Their posts weren't just tributes, they were battle cries. The theories came fast and relentless. Team Accident pointed to carbon monoxide as the silent killer it's known to be. Car malfunctioned, tragic but explainable, they argued. Team Murder-Suicide suggested Lyric couldn't handle some unknown pressure. But Team Foul Play? They had questions that wouldn't quit. Why both victims in the garage? Why no security footage released? And what about that insurance policy some claimed existed? Out of tragedy came purpose. The community organized carbon monoxide detector drives, distributed free safety equipment, and held educational seminars. A candlelight vigil outside their home became an annual tradition, teaching families about this invisible threat. If Lyric and Deuce had to die, at least other families might live because of the awareness their deaths created. Lyric's closet went dark overnight. Her thriving online business, thousands of followers, pending collaborations, all frozen in digital amber. Who owns the brand now? The inventory? The customer database? Her final posts remain up like a monument, comments still pouring in from people who refuse to let her memory fade. Friends split into two camps, those demanding answers and those who went completely quiet. Her closest girlfriends organized remembrance events, shared memories, kept asking the hard questions. Others? Radio silence. You could almost map the fear by who stopped talking and when. So here's my question for you watching: do you think this was an accident or something more calculated? What's your theory? Drop it in the comments below because your insights matter. But perhaps the most telling response was the professional silence. Lawyers advised quiet. Publicists recommended distance. The entertainment industry's unwritten rule kicked in: when scandal threatens, you disappear until it passes. The problem? A mother and child were dead, and their community wasn't going to let this fade away. The code of silence protected reputations while a Texas town demanded justice. Fear of legal consequences kept mouths shut while social media kept the pressure on. In the end, the community's response revealed everything about who we protect and who we abandon when tragedy strikes. When tragedy strikes, when innocent lives are lost, when a community mourns, we expect those connected to step forward. We expect statements. We expect presence. We expect accountability. But in the case of Lyric Bacchus and Little Deuce, the man allegedly connected to their lives chose a different path entirely. Radio silence. Not a single word from Dallas rapper Yella Beezy. No statement to the press. No condolences to the family. No appearance at the funeral where hundreds gathered to say goodbye to a mother and child who deserved so much more. His absence spoke volumes, but what exactly was it saying? Legal experts understand the strategy. When you're potentially connected to a high-profile death case, even tangentially, your attorney's first advice is simple: say nothing. Every word can be dissected, analyzed, used against you in ways you never anticipated. But this wasn't just any case, this involved a 7-year-old child who may have been his own flesh and blood. The pattern here isn't unique. We've seen it before in the entertainment industry. When scandal threatens, when questions arise, when accountability knocks, the walls go up. Publicists craft carefully worded statements. Lawyers issue cease and desist orders. The celebrity machine protects the brand at all costs. But what about the human cost? The Seagoville community watched in disgust as funerals were planned without the father figure present. They witnessed a grieving extended family left to shoulder the emotional and financial burden alone. The double standard became crystal clear. While Lyric had allegedly been good enough for private moments, she apparently wasn't worthy of public acknowledgement even in death. This calculated silence raised more questions than answers. If this truly was just a tragic accident, why not offer support to the grieving community? Why not honor the memory of a woman who had allegedly been part of your life? Why not acknowledge a child who may have carried your DNA? The legal implications run deeper than public relations concerns. In cases involving suspicious deaths, any public statement can potentially impact ongoing investigations. Civil liability becomes a factor when substantial assets are involved. Insurance policies, custody considerations, financial responsibilities, all of these create legal minefields that celebrity attorneys navigate with extreme caution. But here's the moral question that keeps this community awake at night: at what point does legal strategy become moral bankruptcy? When does protecting your career become abandoning your humanity? If you were in his position, knowing that a woman you allegedly cared about and a child who might be yours were gone forever, would you still choose silence? Would legal advice outweigh the grief of an entire community? What would you do? Let me know in the comments. The questions multiply with each passing day. Was this silence guilt? Was it legal strategy? Was it simple indifference? The community continues searching for answers that may never come, hoping that eventually, someone will care enough about Lyric and Deuce to tell the truth. The death of Lyric Bacchus and her son Deuce sent shockwaves through Seagoville that continue to reverberate today. This small Texas community went from feeling safe and secure to questioning everything they thought they knew about the people around them. Neighbors now check on each other more frequently. Parents hold their children a little tighter. The trust that once defined this close-knit area has been forever altered. But the questions remain unanswered. Who was really responsible for their deaths? Why hasn't the alleged father spoken a single word? What evidence is being withheld from the public? These mysteries eat away at a community that deserves closure, that deserves the truth about what happened to one of their own. The fight for justice continues, not just for Lyric and Deuce, but for every single mother building a life while protecting her children. Their story has become a rallying cry for transparency in investigations, especially when powerful people might be involved. It highlights how vulnerable women become when they dare to succeed independently while maintaining relationships that must stay hidden. Lyric's success should have been celebrated. Her independence should have been applauded. Instead, both may have made her a target. The price of building an empire while keeping dangerous secrets proved too high for this young mother and her innocent son. What do you think really happened that day? Was this a tragic accident or something more calculated? Drop your theories in the comments below. If this story affected you, please hit that like button and share it with someone who needs to hear it. Subscribe and ring that notification bell because we're not done investigating cases like this. Your engagement helps us bring these stories to light and potentially find answers. Lyric Bacchus and Deuce deserved better. They deserve the truth. And until we get it, their story will continue to be told. Join our community of truth seekers in the comments below. Let's keep their memory alive by demanding justice. Together, we can make sure cases like this don't get swept under the rug.
I'm recording this video a little bit ahead of time because I will be live streaming today for over an hour long. But regardless of that, I don't think that the short-term price action really matters, because what we are focused on is where we are headed. And when we think about altcoins, guys, the show is just beginning. When we take a quick look at this market, we're hovering right around 3.74, roughly 3.75 trillion. We'll just round it up. And altcoin season is at 31 out of 100, while Bitcoin is hovering around 120K. Last night, I did make a video at midnight, and I was talking a little bit about Bitcoin, hovering under 120K. And I said, this thing is going to tap 120K probably by the time that this video goes live. By the time that video went live, Bitcoin was already at $122,000. So the moves are getting, a lot faster. They're getting a lot more volatile. And this is exactly what we want to see. Now, the main thing here is Ethereum, okay? And I know you guys are going to be saying, Nick, we don't care about Bitcoin. We don't care about Ethereum. We care about altcoins. And guess what? I care about altcoins way more than Bitcoin and Ethereum as well. But we still need to get through the phases of the cycle, because these two are creating us a ton of liquidity that will trickle down and allow for our altcoins to go parabolic. If we look at Ethereum on the 30-day and on the 7-day, it's now outperforming Bitcoin. This is at a time where almost everyone is still focused on Bitcoin. Mainstream media is still focused on Bitcoin and Bitcoin ETFs. They don't even care to talk about Ethereum. And this is the big sign of what's to come. Because when Ethereum actually starts to go crazy, every single mainstream media outlet is going to flip the switch and say, guess what? Ethereum is going to outperform Bitcoin. It's going to do this. Ethereum is going crazy. When that happens, phase 2 of the cycle is officially here. Now, when we think about altcoins over the last 7 days, yeah, altcoins have been going insane. Some of them are now starting to hit that higher time frame resistance, and they're starting to sell off a bit. XLM is a perfect example of this. It is up 80% still on the 7-day, but it is down about 4.41% on the 24-hour. This is because XLM did hit higher time frame resistance, and it's rejecting it a bit. But outside of that, most altcoins are still pretty green on the 7-day span, and XLM is definitely there as well. Algo up 60+%, HBAR 50+%. And the rest of the market is just looking very, very good. And by the way, yes, XRP did surpass $3 slightly earlier today. It's now down a bit, but everyone's going to make an excuse on why. It's mainly because Bitcoin did have a little bit of a sell-off today as well from those high targets. By the way, this high target is exactly what we wanted to see hit. And having a nice little pullback is healthy. It's healthy price action. It's cooling off right before the next big push to the upside. But let's actually talk a little bit about mainstream media, because like I said, mainstream media is all over Bitcoin. And I mean, listen, it's for a good reason. Bitcoin volume in the last 24 hours is up almost $183 billion. 290% almost. It was at 270% earlier, but now it's at 290% in the last 24 hours. This is extremely bullish. It's showing us that there is still a lot of demand around Bitcoin, and trading volumes, buy and sell volume, by the way, that's included, is starting to pick up. But like I said, mainstream media is all over Bitcoin. Over here, we have bullish. BlackRock Spot Bitcoin ETF has become its most profitable ETF. This is from Bloomberg. Check this out.
Tantrum into a comfortably bullish state of mind here. Let's hone in on the Bitcoin and Ether for a minute here. And since the rally has been all the news today, it's showing in the flows. I think the ETFs have been part of the rally. If you look, this shows the spot Bitcoin ETFs, and here's the spot Ether. So Ether's smaller, but definitely it's trending up. But look at the Bitcoin ETFs. They've taken in $50 billion since they came out. So they came out in January. They had 28 because GBTC was a conversion. Now all the way up there, $155 billion in assets. IBIT more than half. Now the 20th biggest ETF overall, 7th biggest for BlackRock, and most profitable for BlackRock. So 300% return since the ETF was filed 2 years ago, Scarlett. And boom, what an explosion of growth.
Yeah, that chart really shows it all. Eric, thank you so much. Joining our conversation now is Sylvia Jablonski. She is CEO and CIO at Defiance ETFs. And we'll talk about leveraged single stock ETFs.
So yeah, I mean, obviously, Bitcoin ETFs have become very profitable. They've been very successful. And this is actually very good for crypto as a whole because it does provide a little bit more of a spotlight on, just crypto itself from Wall Street and from these big players. But again, it's all about Bitcoin ETFs. Nobody's actually talking about Ethereum ETFs. And I'm going to get to that here in a second. Here we also have CNBC says Bitcoin is in full price discovery mode. And this rally isn't retail driven. 2.7 billion in ETF flows last week. IBIT tops 83 billion assets under management. Shorts getting squeezed. Crypto week on Capitol Hill. The setup, massive momentum from Wall Street to Washington. Now, I will say, I don't think that this is retail driven. I mean, outside of retail buying up the ETFs, which is great to see, most of the price action has been from the big asset management companies and Wall Street, and these companies also buying up Bitcoin. Retail is barely here, and I know that you guys keep saying, oh, well, you keep saying that excuse, but they are here. No, interest around crypto is actually still at massive lows compared to like 2021. But check this out.
Hey, good morning, Carl. Bitcoin surging past $123,000 for the first time ever, placing us firmly in price discovery mode. And this isn't just a retail-driven rally. It's being powered by a rare mix of forces driving sustained institutional demand. Spot Bitcoin ETFs are seeing massive inflows again, $2.7 billion just last week, with nearly half of that in a single day, which was the second biggest session on record. BlackRock's IBIT fund now tops $83 billion in assets, making it one of the fastest growing ETFs in U.S. history. We're also seeing a clear short squeeze. Traders who bet against Bitcoin near the prior highs are being forced to buy back in, which is helping to fuel the rally. And with options having just expired, that cleared out selling pressure and opened the door for more volatility. Crypto bulls are getting a lift from Washington as well. The House is taking up several key bills this week, including one on stablecoin oversight and another tied to a block to a Fed-issued digital dollar. Now, Republicans are calling this crypto week as they push to make the U.S. more hospitable to digital assets. You put it all together, near record ETF inflows, short sellers getting squeezed, and now potential tailwinds from Capitol Hill. It is a powerful setup for continued momentum. Sarah?
Yeah, enthusiasm is high. Thank you, Mackenzie.
And she is 100% correct here. Listen, when we think about Bitcoin, obviously the setup is extremely bullish. It is. And I get that. But we are completely avoiding the elephant in the room, which is Ethereum. Remember this image? I talked about how Ethereum shorts were at all-time highs and that this will lead to a massive short squeeze on Ethereum. Guess what? Ethereum is at $3,000 currently, just hovering above $3,000. The Ethereum leveraged shorts are at record highs. When we think about this, this is also happening at a time where no one is paying attention to the Ethereum ETF inflows. They just hit an all-time high last Friday, now holding over $8 billion. The market is finally waking up. Fundamentals always win eventually. I've been tweeting about them for years. Glad everyone's finally catching up. Now, on top of this, we have here the Ethereum ETF flows are surging again. Weekly momentum just saw $908+ million last week, the strongest week in this year. Price is rising too. ETH was trading around 25, almost 2,600 on July 7th. Today it's above $3,000. That's a 20% move in less than 2 weeks, mirroring ETF inflow momentum. What's driving the demand? ETH as digital oil narrative, gaining traction, regulatory clarity, growing tokenization trend right now, anticipation of Ethereum protocol upgrades, Fusaka, and also Glamsterdam. But when we think about this, we also have over here, Ethereum ETFs saw an inflow of 383 million on Thursday, the second largest in history. And I said, do you hear that? That's the sound of phase 2 officially starting. altcoin holders have no idea what's about to hit their portfolios. The reason why I bring this up is because this will lead into phase 2. Everyone is focused on Bitcoin and Bitcoin ETFs, just like every other cycle outside of course, the ETF discussions. Because every single cycle prior, everyone focused on Bitcoin. They didn't care about anything else because Bitcoin was going crazy. Then all of a sudden, altcoins just went insane and altcoins stole the show. This time around, it's no different. But the ETFs are a big signal of what's to come. And when we think about phase 2 leads to altcoins going insane. XRP, last 7 days, still up 30%. XLM still up 81%. SUI still up 35, almost 36%. HBAR up over 51+%. This is just the waiting game until the next big wave on altcoins. But I want you guys to realize that mainstream media is not going to tell you about Ethereum right now. Not until it's too late. And during that time, altcoin holders are going to be very, very happy. And we're also focused on Bitcoin dominance because during this time, again, all of the discussions are still around Bitcoin. Bitcoin dominance is showing signs of weakness. If this continues to fall in the coming 1 to 2 weeks, that would be a signal that we're about to witness a massive altcoin run. And yeah, because right now, this is what Bitcoin dominance looks like on the 3-day. I've been talking to you guys about this trend being lost. We started to lose this back in the beginning of July. We're now 2 weeks into July. We're at 64.58%, while Ethereum is gaining pace in terms of ETFs and it's outperforming Bitcoin on the 7-day and on the 30-day, while Ethereum shorts are at all-time highs historically. This is a perfect narrative for Ethereum's phase 2 to start, leading into altcoins going parabolic. I want you guys to understand that I get that we've been hearing about altcoins going crazy for, weeks and months on end. The main thing that I have been focused on is July being the month where everything turns to altcoins. It's happening. I know that right now, it might not be extremely loud to the point where altcoins are going crazy, up 100+% on the 7 days or so. I mean, XLM is very close to it. It was close to it. I actually think that it broke 100% on the 7-day. But this is seriously just the beginning. So we can't get too far ahead of ourselves. By the end of this month, I do expect altcoins to continue going crazy, and they will look completely different than what I'm telling you guys right now. And I do think that by the end of this month, we will be in phase 2. And we should have Bitcoin dominance trading roughly around 60%, if not under 60%. We'll circle back to this. Obviously, things can change quick, but I do think that this market is about to erupt in a much larger way. ETF inflows are surging. The main thing is Ethereum. I understand that Bitcoin ETFs are still doing very good. I love to see that. It's great. It shows us that Bitcoin, focus is still, at all-time highs. And this is at a time where everyone's ignoring Ethereum and altcoins. The main focus here is altcoins, though. I understand that, we don't really care about Ethereum, but the main focus here is Bitcoin, Ethereum, and then altcoins. My focus is still, I'm still focused fully on altcoins because ROI will be far greater than Ethereum. But the best part about this is all liquidity. So Bitcoin and Ethereum are creating a massive flood of liquidity that will flow into altcoins, surging all of the altcoin charts significantly higher. So the setup right now is so bullish. I'm very excited about this. And with that being said, I hope that you guys enjoyed this video. If you guys did, definitely leave a like, subscribe, turn notifications on because more free content. You guys are more than welcome to follow me on Twitter and join the free Discord in the description below. And with that being said, guys, it's been Nick. Thanks for watching. Peace out.
Hello, beautiful people. Shalom, moneymakers. We're going to talk about XRP, Bitcoin, all the latest and the greatest crypto news. FedNow has begun the new phase in ISO 2022. We'll talk about that. We'll talk about 2022. Sorry. We'll talk about a little bit about JP Morgan and will they be entering the crypto market? Yes, no, maybe. Jim Cramer thinks they might be. July 22nd could be a turning point for crypto and a major milestone for XRP. All I ask from you is that you give me a beautiful smile to send out those good vibes. Smash that like button because likes are for free. Let's try to get 5,000 likes on this video. I know you guys can do it. I'm going to play on my phone a little bit while you're smashing the like button. Okay, that's enough time. Let's get into it. So currently XRP is sitting at $2.93, down a little bit from the high of the day, which is at $3.02. But the whole crypto market has pulled back. Bitcoin was already at 123. Now it's around 120,000. I think the anticipation is going into tomorrow with CPI, right? It's the most important CPI since the last CPI. But the problem with CPI is that it brings uncertainty. And when you have uncertainty, then the market is a little bit concerned about going all in. Although there were some assets that moved today, like SUI that pumped 10%. But for the most part, there wasn't a lot of big movers in the top 100, right? So it will be very interesting. Like on the day, you can see SUI is the top one. So it will be interesting to see what happens tomorrow. Of course, we'll cover everything that happens tomorrow. So don't forget to subscribe to the channel and ring the bell so you can get the latest and the greatest news on the crypto market. Also, remember that I will never contact you on social media asking you to sign up to anything or to send me any money. Those are scammers. Be careful out there. And also, I will never tell you to buy, to sell, or to hold because I don't know what the market is going to bring day to day. Of course, not financial advice. Always do your own due diligence before you decide to invest. Okay, very, very important. We'll see how tomorrow plays out. It's going to be very, very interesting. I am already thinking a little bit about maybe I should de-risk a little bit tonight because I don't know what's going to happen. Sometimes prior to CPI, there's a pump. Sometimes there's a dump. So it's a real 50-50 kind of gamble right now because when you have uncertainty, again, you don't know how the market's going to react. Even though we're in a bullish momentum, these kinds of events I've learned that can be very, 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 very unpredictable. Okay. So I'll see what I'm gonna do. Last night I put stop losses in, Sunday night of anticipation of a sell-off. The sell-off didn't come, and so maybe tonight. I don't know. Night to night. So I put in safeguards. That's what I do. You can do whatever you want to do. Okay, that's up to you. I haven't made a decision, by the way. Maybe I'll keep the same safeguards as yesterday. Right? We'll see. July 22nd. Very interesting. Crypto Bank founder Caitlin Long says the July 22nd digital asset report from the Treasury, SEC, and CFTC and others could change everything for crypto. Let's take a listen to what she had to say.
One thing we haven't talked about yet, which is the report from the Treasury Department that's coming out on crypto on July 22nd, which is 180 days after the initial crypto executive order. And I am hearing rumors and believe very strongly that is going to be a watershed event. And the stablecoin bill is out there in the mix as well. Those two things I think are going to massively change the dynamic in just the next few weeks. And I think a lot of folks who sat back thinking and hoping and praying that this would go away are about to be rolled over by an incredible wave of innovation that's coming from this industry. One thing we haven't talked about yet.
So this is an interesting situation. And again, this might not affect, right, the crypto market exactly on July 22nd, right? But this is more of a long-term event that could affect the crypto market for years to come, right? And so this is a very, very important shift that we're potentially seeing. Now, who knows who's going to come into the crypto market after all this legislation, right? We're in crypto right now. Well, Jim Cramer just said this about JP Morgan CEO Jamie Dimon. Let's take a listen.
And there are a lot of people who are approaching other people who have name brands and saying, look, you ought to get in this business. We can go borrow money and buy Bitcoin and make money.
Or Ethereum, right?
Yeah, or Ethereum. Yeah, Ethereum. I used to own Ethereum. Wow. I mean, that thing was a rocket ship. then it kind of died out. People were actually using Ethereum to buy things. But I think there's a whole other world out there right now. And like Jamie Dimon today about private equity, he criticized, I mean, I don't know. You know how there are these sites, the site that talks about what events are going to occur. I'd like to go. I'd like to be the bookie on when he does a lot of crypto. He'll go all in crypto. Maybe he does it on the conference call. But I think
that would be a true 180.
Yeah. Well, I think that's why you got to check the sites. You got to check.
So I don't know if there's a probability of on the sites just yet. But I wouldn't be surprised if JP Morgan is already invested in the crypto market in some back ways. And we talked about today about BlackRock and how much profit they're making from their Bitcoin ETF. And Stan here says, so crypto was a scam until they figured out how to profit from it. Classic. Big money usually will always be like this. And, we have to go with the flow. We have to embrace the change and embrace what's happening in the market. This is all you can do, right? And so it will be interesting to see how much money eventually comes in to the market from these changes, from these regulations, and of course, how this affects eventually the prices, right? Because that's what most crypto investors care about the most. How much the prices are. Are they going up? Are they going down? Is my portfolio going up or down? Am I richer on paper or not? There's always the people that will say, well, Bitcoin is always worth one Bitcoin, right? And so, yeah, that's true as well. XRP is always worth one XRP. If you do XRP to USDT, it's a different value, right? So again, most people, right now are investing in crypto in order to gain more money on their investment, eventually sell and have more fiat. That's what most people are doing. Most people are not sitting and thinking, oh, I'm going to buy crypto and later down the line, I'm going to use it as a payment. That's not what most people are thinking right now. Most of the investment is for later profit, right? Hopefully, hopefully profit, right? Hopefully profit. But until that changes, this is, the book. And so we have to read the book the way it is. And if the book changes, then we read it the new way, right? So that's going to be very interesting to see how that plays out. Now, listen, today, again, there was a little bit of a pullback. I actually wanted to talk about this before. I didn't have my tabs set up correctly. Technical difficulty time. But going into CPI, right? Again, it's not that we are selling off like significantly, but I've already seen some of the traders that were very bearish and got smushed over the past few days, seeing the pullback that we just saw and jumping for joy and saying, I told you so, and things like that. In front of CPI and in general, in any run up, there's going to be pullbacks. Now, I don't know how the pullbacks are going to be. I don't know how the run-up is going to be. But in these cycles, we've always seen a situation where there's price discovery, then there's major retrace, and there's price discovery again, and there's major retrace, right? And so we had that in 2013, 6 weeks upside, price discovery, and then major correction. 2017, same thing happened. 2021, same thing happened. In 2025, Bitcoin rallied 7 weeks into price discovery before Bitcoin's first price discovery correction of minus 32%. Bitcoin is now enjoying price discovery uptrend number 2. It's week number 2, right? So we're only in the natural part of the uptrend and the price discovery uptrend. And there's always the possibility of pullbacks, right? Outside of this major run up, but even here, right, when this went bananas and we saw Bitcoin, go from about 11,000 to 40,000 in a very short period of time. Like this was 3 months that it 4x'd, right? So 3 months that it 4x'd. But even here, there were some pullbacks, right? There was a pullback here of about 17% in 2 days, but there was continuation. So there's always the possibility that you can have a 17% pullback. I mean, there's always that possibility. And we have to take that again into consideration. So, I don't sell you fantasies. I keep it real with you and I give you the good, the bad, and the ugly. There's always that possibility. I do not know exactly how it is going to play out. And if you're new to the channel, because I don't know, we got like a viral video on Saturday. So there's a lot of new subscribers and new people that are coming to the channel. But I've experienced a lot in the past few years that just taught me to be a little bit more careful, right? You know, I've experienced war, I've experienced a prize war. And so I'm always on my toes and I'm always ready for danger, right? So that's how I've changed in the last 2 years. I always was ready for danger, but I got a little complacent, right? You get complacent, but now I'm hiding up significantly, right? So I don't know if that makes me a better trader or a worse trader. I don't know. Time will tell, but I think I got a lot better because of it. I think so far. so far, so good, knock on wood, right? Oh, that even rhymes. So far, so good, knock on wood. So we'll see. Regarding XRP, major milestone for XRP and micro XRP futures crossed 235 million notional traded on July 11th, bringing total notional traded since launch to over 1.6 billion. The record underscores the rapidly growing demand for XRP futures. Okay, so this is very interesting. And again, futures and futures contracts give the the ability, another ability to invest in XRP in a different way, right? It's not the same as a spot, right, one-to-one investment. We've had Bitcoin futures have a lot of effect on the price of Bitcoin, right? So for example, we had a gap up over the weekend from 114 to when did it open up at 116, right? So that's the gap, right? Closed here at 113 and open up at 116. That gap has not been closed. So if, what history tells us is that that gap is potentially going to get closed down here, right? And so if that happens, then people are going to be screaming, oh my God, the market's pulling back. But this is just normal Bitcoin behavior. Now, we still have that 92,000 gap that never closed, which is still concerning to me. And in the short term, this is concerning to me as well. Like this would be about 4 or 5% pullback to close that gap. Now, maybe it acts like this gap and never closes, or potentially closes in a few months, like we had this gap here, and then we thought, oh no, it's never going to close, and then eventually it closed. So we'll see how this plays out. Again, maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. Time will only tell. But again, this is going to potentially affect XRP. The fact is, we have the futures. Actually, I should add the future graph to the thingamajig here. What's it called? The table, right? My watch list. And it will be interesting to track that and see if XRP also closes the gaps in the future. So put that on your radar. Justin, banks can custody Bitcoin, right? 3 major US regulators just issued a joint statement referring that banks can offer crypto custody services. The green light is official. TradeFi is now allowed to hold your Bitcoin. And even Michael Saylor tweeted about it. The OCC, Fed, and FDIC reaffirmed that banks may offer custody and safekeeping cryptos, right? So this will be very interesting to see. We knew that this was coming, by the way. This is something that they told us that was going to be coming, but now it's official and it's underway. So again, this is massive, massive amounts of money that can now be custodied by banks, and Michael Saylor is hot and heavy on it as well. And something very big that, maybe one of the reasons why a lot of these ISO 222 cryptos have been running recently is because today the Fedwire Fund Services implemented ISO 222 today, right? So this is a significant milestone in the US, right? And so this is another milestone. And so now we're seeing this happen, and people were talking in the comment section, this might be the reason why XRP has run up so much, and HBAR and Algorand and others. And yes, it might be XLM. And it will be interesting to see if this momentum continues. Like if this is, happening, both Bitcoin and these assets are going up. How does this momentum affect XRP? Do we have a sell-off? No, after this, I don't know, right? Everything is on the table right now. Again, and I'm going to continue to be careful, but I still have my positions open. Again, not financial advice. Always do your own due diligence before you decide to invest. I don't know what's going to happen. I was talking to my dad today, and he was like, be very careful. Be very, 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 very careful, right? When you listen to somebody that has over 50 years of experience in investing and in the markets, you listen because he's experienced a lot more than me. I feel like I've experienced a lot in the past 15 years, but still, right? 50 is more than 15, right? So I don't, he's already 70. Yeah, I think 1955. Yeah, 70. So, he's getting up there. So I have to, take his advice and take his wisdom and, put my own twist on it. But listen, right? Hopefully my kids will listen to me too down the line. And I hope I can accumulate enough wisdom by the time they need my wisdom. Right now, when you're a parent to young kids, it's basically, keeping them alive. And when you have 3 boys, it's being the referee in the judo battles, the MMA battles. But you want to put some wisdom on them, so you try, right? So it will be very interesting to see how this next 24 hours. We've got CPI and then PPI as well. Very, very fascinating. Let me know in the comment section down below. What do you think? Are we going to sell off into CPI? Are we going to see a pump into tomorrow? Very interesting times ahead. As always, don't forget to check out the links in the description down below. Some of those are affiliate links, so I will get a commission if you use my link. Thank you for that. Also, if you keep coming back and you haven't yet subscribed to the channel, now is the time to do so. So subscribe and ring the bell so you get notifications about new videos that drop. Drop a comment 8 for infinity and beyond in the comment section, or XRP123, or whatever your heart desires. We're fluid here. You don't have to abide by any rules. You can be creative. And of course, smash that like button. Thank you for watching. I hope to see you next time. And like I always say, let's make a lot of money.
Man who had learned how to navigate a world that wasn't built to be kind to him. But survival came at a cost. His name carried weight, but it also carried warnings. There were whispers about his past, run-ins with the law, money that didn't always come from clean hands, and a reputation that kept people on edge. But Tiffany? She saw something different. He was powerful. He was generous. And most of all, he made her feel safe. For a time, they were partners. Not just in love, but in business, in wealth, in the life they built together. The properties, the cars, the success. They weren't just Tiffany's achievements. They were his too. Until the day that trust shattered. Because when Armand went to prison, he left everything in Tiffany's hands. His properties, his businesses, his future. He believed she would protect it all. That when he got out, what was his would still be waiting. But people change when power shifts. By the time he was free, Tiffany had made her decision. The properties were no longer his. The businesses no longer belonged to them. And the woman he once trusted had moved on. Not just from him, but into a new life, a new marriage, a new reality where Armand Hilton no longer had a place. That kind of betrayal, it doesn't go unnoticed. And on that October afternoon, as Tiffany walked into a North Philadelphia barbershop with her young son, she had no idea that the past she had erased was about to come back for her. Because Armand wasn't the kind of man to forget. And he certainly wasn't the kind of man to forgive. When Armand Hilton was sent to prison, he did something few men in his position would dare. He handed over everything. Not just a little money to keep her afloat. Not just a car or a few small investments. Everything. He placed every property, every bank account, and every business asset into Tiffany Natifa Wade's name. Real estate holdings worth hundreds of thousands of dollars, some in Philadelphia, some as far south as Miami. Homes, rental units, assets that, for years, had been the fruits of his labor, some legal, some not. And he did it with one thing in mind: trust. To him, it wasn't a question of whether Tiffany would hold on to them. Of course she would. He was her man, her provider. He had given her a life most women only dreamed of. And in his mind, she owed him loyalty. Some say he did it out of love, that he believed in her, that he saw her as the mother of his child, the woman who would protect his legacy. Others believe he had no choice. His criminal past had left him with few options. A man like him couldn't own everything in his own name. It was too risky, too exposed. Tiffany was his safety net. And for a while, she played the role. At first, she waited. At first, she answered his calls, reassured him, told him everything would be fine. The businesses were running. The houses were safe. She even visited. But power changes people. And money? Money has a way of shifting allegiances, of turning love into leverage. Tiffany wasn't just holding on to his assets anymore. She was living in them, making decisions, realizing just how much power she now held.
I've decided that I'm a good person and that I deserve good things to happen to me. And therefore, I've decided that I'm going to pamper myself as much as possible. I'm going to look for as much fun. I'm going to look for as much fulfillment. I'm going to look for as much ease. I'm going to follow my ease. I'm going to follow my bliss. I'm going to follow my flow. I'm going to follow the good feeling. I'm going to let the good times roll. I'm going to have a lot of fun. I'm going to hang around with people that are fun to be with. I'm going to look for reasons to feel good. I'm going to keep a diary of good feeling things. I'm going to call it my book of positive aspects. I'm going to get a box. I'm going to call it my creation box. I'm going to throw all kinds of good stuff in it, and I'm going to proclaim it as mine. I'm going to accept the reality of this vibrational reality, and I'm going to go there as often as I can. I'm going to bask. When I find myself basking, I'm going to milk it with everything that I've got. I'm going to look for other people that are doing the same. I'm going to trust that law of attraction is going to cue me up with them. I'm going to feel less responsible to fewer people.
And then came the choice. The one that would set everything in motion. She did it quietly. A few legal transfers. A signature here. A document there. Until suddenly, everything in Armand Hilton's name belonged to Tiffany Wade. Then she went further. She cut him loose, filed for divorce. And as if that wasn't enough, she didn't just move on. She married another man. While Armand sat behind bars, she was living the life he had built. The properties he thought would wait for him were now fueling her success. The businesses, once under his watch, were now hers alone. And Tiffany didn't just live well, she flaunted it. She wore it on her sleeve, posted it on her Instagram, traveled, dressed in luxury, flashed designer handbags, sat courtside at basketball games, and lived as though Armand Hilton had never existed. By the time he was released, Armand wasn't just a free man. He was a man with nothing. No properties, no businesses, no home to return to. And worst of all, no control. It was gone. And when a man like Armand loses everything, he doesn't just walk away. What would you do if someone took everything you built? Not just your money, but your power, your future, your very identity. Armand Hilton had built an empire. The businesses, the properties, the wealth. It was all supposed to be waiting for him when he walked free. Instead, it was gone, signed away, replaced, as if he had never existed. He had two choices. He could walk away, start over, pretend none of it mattered, accept that the woman he trusted had moved on, that she had made a new life, that the past was gone. Or he could fight for what he believed was his. And Armand Hilton was not the kind of man to let things go. At first, he took the civil approach, demanded, negotiated, pleaded. He called Tiffany again and again, asked for his properties back. The homes, the investments, the things he had entrusted to her. He wanted to believe she would listen, that she would do the right thing, that, despite the betrayal, there was still some loyalty left between them. But Tiffany had no intention of giving anything back. The past was dead to her. She had made her choice, and it didn't include Armand. She didn't just ignore his demands. She made sure he knew just how much she was thriving. She posted photos from expensive vacations, showed off new cars, fine jewelry, the life of a woman who had everything and had no regrets. And then there was the final insult, her new man. Tiffany made sure Armand saw what she wanted him to see. The diamonds on her fingers, the expensive dinners, the life she was living without him. It wasn't just wealth anymore. It was personal. And something inside Armand snapped. The phone calls turned into threats. The messages got darker. "You think you're just gonna get away with this?" he allegedly told her. But Tiffany, she wasn't afraid. She didn't believe he could touch her. She even recorded the threats, posted them, laughed at them. To her, Armand was just another man who couldn't handle being replaced. But what she didn't realize was how much Armand had lost. Because for him, this wasn't just about money anymore. It was about control. It was about pride. And when a man has nothing left to lose, he becomes the most dangerous kind of person. It was a Saturday afternoon like any other. The air was crisp, carrying the scent of fresh autumn leaves through the streets of North Philadelphia. Families moved about their day. Errands, appointments, last-minute weekend plans. For Tiffany Natifa Wade, it was supposed to be a simple stop at the barbershop with her young son. A routine moment. A mother taking care of her child, ensuring he looked sharp for the week ahead. A mundane task. An ordinary day. But nothing about this day would be ordinary. Because Armand Hilton was waiting. Somewhere nearby, watching. Not from anger, not from jealousy, something colder, something final. For a moment, everything was normal. Then, he stepped inside. Armand didn't need to announce himself. He didn't need words. His presence alone shifted the energy in the room. The barbers paused, their hands hovering mid-motion. The customer turned, sensing the shift, his casual conversation trailing into silence. And then, the gun. There was no argument, no shouting, no warnings. Just the sound of steel being pulled from his coat. Then, 2 gunshots. The first struck her in the torso, sending her staggering backward, the breath leaving her lungs before she could even scream. The second, the head. Her son watched. The room erupted into chaos. Chairs screeched against the floor. Clippers hit the ground with a metallic clatter. Customers dove for cover, ducking behind barber stations, shielding themselves from the horror unfolding in front of them. The air, once thick with the warmth of everyday life, was now cold, heavy, suffocating. Tiffany crumpled to the floor, her body still, her world ended. Her son's voice split through the silence, a scream filled with a kind of fear no child should ever feel. And just as fast as he had arrived, Armand was gone. No hesitation, no second thoughts. Gone. Out the door, into the street, vanishing into a city that already knew his name. Philadelphia was no stranger to crime. But this was different. This wasn't a case of a street dispute gone too far, or a robbery turned deadly. This was something personal, something planned. A woman had been executed in broad daylight, in front of her child, in a place where she should have felt safe. And the man responsible? Gone. Within hours, news of Tiffany Wade's murder spread through the city like wildfire. A mother, a businesswoman, a life cut short. Conversations at dinner tables, barbershops, and social media feeds were filled with speculation. How could this happen? How could someone walk into a crowded barbershop, pull a trigger, and vanish into thin air? Law enforcement moved quickly. Surveillance footage, witness statements, patrols sweeping the streets. Every officer in the city knew the name Armand Hilton. A man with a history, a man with a motive, a man with nothing to lose. A manhunt began immediately. Police released his name to the public. Wanted for murder, armed and dangerous. His mugshot, plastered across news reports, shared on social media, pinned to community bulletin boards. But here's the part that should unsettle you the most. To this day, he hasn't been found. Yes, you heard that right. It has been months. And the man who walked into that barbershop, pulled a gun, and ended Tiffany's life is still out there. How does that happen? In a world where every corner has a security camera, where cell phones track our every move, where one viral post can expose a person's location within minutes. How does a man just disappear? Some say he had help, that someone close to him gave him an escape plan, a car, cash, a way to slip past the grid. Others believe he never left Philadelphia at all, that he's hiding in plain sight, that people know where he is but are too afraid or too loyal to speak up. And then there's the question no one wants to ask, but everyone is thinking, will he strike again? Because one thing is clear, Armand Hilton didn't just run. He walked out of that barbershop knowing exactly where he was going. And that's the most chilling part of all. This isn't just a story about murder. It's a story about power, trust, and the consequences of betrayal. The kind that doesn't happen in an instant, but builds over time, twisting and hardening until it explodes in the most brutal way imaginable. Armand Hilton trusted Tiffany Wade with everything, his money, his businesses, his future. He believed that even in his absence, what he had built would still be there waiting for him. That when the doors of that prison opened, he could step back into the life he left behind. But that's not what happened. Tiffany made a choice. She didn't wait. She moved forward. And in doing so, she stripped Armand of more than just money. She erased him. His wealth, his properties, his legacy, gone. And she didn't just keep it. She flourished. To him, it wasn't just about losing money. It was about losing control. And when control slips away from a man like Armand, there's only one way he knows how to take it back. But here's the question we have to ask ourselves. Was Tiffany wrong? Was she simply securing what she believed was rightfully hers? Protecting herself and her child? Moving on from a past she no longer wanted to be a part of? Or did she know exactly what she was doing? Pushing a man with nothing left to lose closer to the edge, taunting him with a life he no longer had access to. And Armand? Was this a crime of passion? An act of blind rage? The kind that happens in a moment of unbearable heartbreak? Or was this something calculated? A decision, not a reaction? The final step in a path he had been walking long before he ever set foot in that barbershop. I want to hear from you. What do you think? Was Tiffany the victim of cold-blooded revenge? Or was she playing a dangerous game that ended the way it was always bound to? Leave your thoughts in the comments below.
All right, how you do this? You don't have a tripod at all? Somebody stole it. Somebody stole it? Ouch, I burnt my leg. I lost my mind. I was only drunk because I didn't have no food. Nobody cared that I didn't have food. Y'all just kept giving me Patron. I didn't have any food all night long, and I pay all the money for that food. Hey, y'all. I look a mess. I don't even care. Huh? Oh, they about to walk in. I'm opening up gifts. I should have at least laid that down. You know, where the Joe? Huh? Gift cards. All right, so listen. I'm waiting for more people to come. Mom, for real. It's $150 on that gift card. Listen, the party list. The kids taking all my gifts. The party list from this year is going to stay the same. We gonna invite them same people back. Like we don't even want no new people there.
Oh, give me that. I need that.
That's not
$100 on here.
Come on, Robbie.
Let me come here.
I'm opening up gifts.
Come down.
I'm back home.
Let me come down.
It's live. You can't turn it around.
It's on me?
It's on me. Oh wait, you want to turn it around?
You can record it, man. Just hold it. If she want to look at it.
Huh.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, hold the tripod.
Oh, what tripod?
Oh yeah, put it in there and then just turn it towards you. Yeah, because she want to be on.
But I gotta be able to see myself.
You are. Flip it back around. They'll put it in there.
Okay, I got you.
All right, I'm taking.
I don't know what yeah, I'm definitely got one. Oh, we open up the presents. Don't come in here. All right.
You just hold up.
Running together. All right, I'm ready. Come on, sis. What we getting? All right, which one we going first?
Just gives.
All right, the gifts.
Yeah, what you trying to do?
I thought I was supposed to open them up and say thank you. It's crazy.
Give me my stuff.
All right, okay.
You really be too hype. Relax.
All right. Come on, Seth, go and pass some stuff. Oh, that's right here. Be awesome. That's you. Dion, there's nobody quite like you. You're not afraid to be yourself and follow your own heart. In so many amazing ways, you're one of a kind. And your wish day birthday, that's one of a kind too.
Sister.
Huh? What? I got two. Open this one then. Oh, this is Drea. Drea got so drunk. Natural, powerful, beautiful. This Drea too. This Dion. 3D RP. This is so nice. Look at this. Oh my God. Look at that. That's what I said. That is so nice. I gotta do her whole thing. Look at Grandma.
Oh yeah, I forgot that some lady.
That was Dion. She's with Shakia. Oh, this is so nice. Look at that. Y'all see her?
Yeah.
Hey, Mom.
She's so good.
Look at her.
Give me mine.
This is the first one I opened up. A mother's love is unconditional. Y'all see it? Stop playing with Mom.
And you just did all that from that thing? Girl, it's not yours. And this.
All right.
Open it.
Open it.
Because I opened some of the.
I don't know who got this, but they had the wrong birthday party. Because this is not the birthday. This right here was not on Demi eating breakfast. This was not on none of the birthday stuff. Did you see that anywhere? No. So this is from Inky Bay, Akila Binky. And it say a lot. But this was wrong. Thanks so much.
This is from a lot of people that already opened it, but.
And this is more gift cards. To Tiffany from Tiffany. Victoria's Secret. To Samina. $100. Thank you very much.
Then you got
Thank you very much.
something from somebody.
And then this came out of a couple cards. Needed because these kids, they still. Okay, you got to get your money wise right there. You probably stole some of the money already.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did. Vine. I'm a perfume. Everybody know I love perfume.
You could see it.
You got the money in your shirt?
No.
The Vine. Mont Blanc. Signature collection. What else you got? Pass me some more. Flower bomb. Pass me some of the stuff that I opened because I didn't open them on you.
Okay.
Oh, Tom Ford.
I thought if you didn't want me to. You didn't know.
And this
who
is
it
like
was
a
from.
little collection. I know who this from. This is from Shelly Rose. Feliz. Oh, she's Spanish a little bit. Okay. Feliz Capianos. Boo. You've reached a great milestone in life. Hope to hang out again. Thank you for the invite. First of all, forget the party. None of y'all have guests like my guest. My guest the best guest in the city. Baccarat. I was screaming about this box all night because when I seen it walk in, just from the color, I said, this is Cartier. This is Cartier. Okay? And bigs, not the little bigs, the big bigs. Like this. Ew. You said it smelled like fire. It's nice. Y'all don't have guests like my guests. Y'all don't have people come to your party like my people came to my party. Thanks, bigs. I actually have a couple of these. Thank you so much, Selena Rose. This smells really good. It goes well, actually complements each other with the high heel shoe pink one too. Time for it. Time for it. It's called Bitter Peach. I sure don't. What I do need? The flower bomb. Y'all love flower bomb. What else? Oh, Lil Tiffany.
Why did you take it all home?
Lil Tiffany got me the order. I'm up in all the stores. When it rains, it pours. What else we got? Morning Chest. More perfume. More perfume.
So many perfumes that.
That one my mom was fired.
Perfumes is such a good gift because
Perfumes is goodness. They're timeless. All this. I love this. Somebody got me some Moet. Ouch. And it's like pancake. So I probably keep this. Probably won't even drink it just because I wanted to stay cute. There's another bottle of Moet too, right? See, when you a classy lady, Bond, of course. Can't not hit the Bond. I think Speedy gave me this. Okay. Oh wait, where's my ring? Where's my ring?
Oh, I gotta get that too for my sister.
These are so adorable. My girlfriend from Philly, by way of Atlanta, back to Philly, still in Atlanta, brought me these. I was trying to get her business page. It's I know it's pink and purple. It's like lye, lipstick, something. Thank you so much. I love it. I love them. Timmy, hold on one second. Laura, come get your bagel. right. I'm ready. All right, come on, Tim. What else I got next? Here. Bottega from Augie. I can't even say what she went through to get this gift because I don't want to put her business out there. And that's my baby cakes. But she went through hell and high water to get me a nice gift. It was like all these shipping problems and all this stuff going on. And she still got it. So thank you so much. Did somebody buy one? Thanks, Augie. I can't believe she spent $1,100 on some shoes. That's my daughter. Like my bonus daughter, she spent $1,100 on shoes. Ooh, these are all these. Who got me these? You said it on the paper. Remember, you was like somebody, Fendi.
The Fendi lady.
The Fendi lady.
Her name was Monty.
Huh? Did he work from the pool? How you get to work? All right. We gotta come. Here I come. These are all it.
But Mom, I do got like you don't like Balenciaga. I got a lot of Balenciaga and they would go perfect with my Balenciaga.
Yeah, throw Rex on. Hold on. You want to bumble with the B, huh? Huh? Throw the hex. Look at this one. Look. Yo, I really like this. Balenciaga shades. It came from my Fendi. A Fendi person. Somebody from Fendi.
I would really take this just because how it looks.
This is fire. What's the name of this?
It came in that.
It came in like a netted box.
It's called Paco.
I'm sure. It's called Paco Rabanne. I want to say. If I didn't pronounce it correctly, I apologize. But this shit is fire. And you know I got those tears. I'm about to buy more tears.
You want these?
I'm still opening giveaway. That's from me. This Leah. Leah brought me this. Damn, that's good. So y'all can say it's from y'all. First of all, my girlfriend said yes. Paco, yes. This shit all in. This shit right here, the bottle alone. Let me talk. Yes. It's for like a $2 whore in this.
Let me smell it.
It's giving, yeah. It's nice soft notes. Definitely. I was about to say more, but the pool warm. Bobby always fixing something. Prada. Somebody brought me this. Remember we opened the card?
Is it that card?
Well, this one came from.
That's Monty. That's the one.
Monty. Happy 2nd, 39th. I hope you enjoy your gift.
Got the glasses.
I know you. Oh yeah, the Fendi lady. She said she know I'm a Fendi lady. She was saying like I know you like Fendi, but these Balenciagas is happening.
They're cute though.
I want to say thank you.
Let me see.
Thank you so much, Kim and Shadi. Got me this.
I know that's
fire. They smell amazing.
Oh, let me see your other phone so I can order the closet system.
All right. They smell amazing.
Demi, what's up?
What else? Let me just show y'all this again because there's some new people on here and this is important because this is really nice. Thank you so much, y'all. Look at this for my mom. Ain't that decent? That's nice. I got a message Dion. That's nice. First of all, who got me Creed? Because whoever got me Creed, you got money. Give it all to her, honey. They said Creed. Drea, I thank you so much for my gift card. I need a whole room. Listen, look at this, y'all. Look, let me see. I don't want to mess up none of the kids. Set it all up for me. It's crazy. And there's more stuff. Hold on. I mean, I don't want to mess it up. Because we finally had it situated.
Very much warm.
It's warm?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. What I got? Mugler. Hey, Tiffany, I haven't seen you in years. Hi, baby. How you doing? I still look the same. Don't make it. Hold on, Mugler. Creed. That's cute. J. Malone London. This is pretty. Y'all see that? Nobody has a better guest list than me in the whole city. I have never seen people bring these type of gifts to somebody's party before. Y'all knew I was gonna make that party nice. Y'all must have said, I know that party gonna be nice. Cause this girl, Tiffany for Tiffany. They done left me. I'm by myself now. Tiffany for Tiffany. I got hurt. They got me Tiffany too, y'all. This is from Remain and Jamila. They said we going in for these gifts, honey. Oh, Tiffany. Did you get the Tiffany? Huh? Did you get this the Tiffany stuff too?
Oh no, I got it.
You want to go back through. Oh, this is so pretty. I like Tiffany stuff because it's always so dainty and classy. Like me. Dainty and classy. You know, the manifestation of God way. That's what our name means. So just so y'all know, if anybody asks y'all what Tiffany means, that's what that means. And I feel like God manifested me, okay? Because you manifested. Here goes some more flowers. I got these from my Tiffany, my baby Tiffany, who I named Tiffany. And for me. I got some little red bottom pinky things. Pinky sandals. The Versace, not like a good bathing suit because I be like, bathing suit, I'm cute. All right. Louis Vuitton. See, listen, when they said you paying $300 a person, all these people to come eat and have fun, and I said, listen, y'all don't know the kind of people that I know. Y'all don't be with the kind of people that I like. The people that like me. Yo, the kid, when I be talking about something, no fuck that, I need that guest list. Hold on. Period. And I'm going to wear them proudly. I'm going to go back into the archives. I got some Louis circle bags. Louis. Going with the wind. Fabulous. You want to tilt it up some? Or you want it down? Yeah, you can tilt up. I'll make it. Right? I guess right here. Yeah. It's cool. Mm-hmm. Thank you. Y'all can still see? We got that fire. I got that. My guest was the best guest in the city. I don't care what nobody says. I'm Fendi bathing suits. You see how the kids trying to take my stuff. Fendi bathing suits. I don't know if I can take the perfume on the plane. I'm gonna be on a yacht like this. Ain't nobody ever get you those small perfumes. Oh, that is. Huh? They got you all nice size perfumes. Yeah, they got me big perfume. I can't even take that on the plane. She can't even take them back on the plane. Thank you so much. You got gift cards though. Where we are? Huh? You got gift cards. Who? You got gift cards. I got gift cards. Yeah. It's called Alien. They definitely. Tiff brought. I gotta bring this back. Tiff brought me Christian Dior. This is my first. What is the name of this one? It's the Lady Dior. Yeah. The Lady Dior. Yeah. I'll straight it through. You know how much? How much it costs? It don't matter. No, she gotta know. Very expensive. It's very expensive. She said. Thank you very much, Tiff. Have a hug. Give me a hug. Be mommy a hug. Come on, bring it in. Be who you are for your pride. All right. I said Alien already. I said Alien. Hold on. Ronnie got to do this. Did you get these stuff? You like this? When you said do stuff, people got you. I mean, yeah, but
Like
that's
other
it
people
was a
got
present.
you.
Chanel.
I thought you was talking about like from the party.
Yeah, but I've been saving them all to that one. So I still wanted to tell them thank you.
All right, we'll do the Da Vinci.
Hold on, this is so pretty. Shakaya got me this. Ouch. I know Shakaya got it for me because she was the only Muslim at the party completely covered. Looking amazing. And I'm going to mount this on my wall because I don't care what anybody says. Islam is the only way. And I am going to mount this on the wall, probably somewhere in here, probably over there. And I'm going to keep it forever. And it's made out of like a 10. Thank you so much. May the Lord reward you. And me, Shakran. Oh, let me read that for her, because she probably said something. Because she always getting smart. While she was covered, and I'm going to pop her butt tomorrow. Come on, she's something new. I said, oh, no, Mom. The first one I call when I'm ready to exit. The first one I call when I'm ready to make a play or ready to quit because I know you're genuinely rooting for me. I love you for the sake of Allah, and there is no better reason. May Allah protect you from every evil eye and me, Shakaya. And I love you for the sake of Allah, and for the one whose sake you love me even more and me. I love you, Shakaya. Like, out of all the Muslims in the community, Shakaya, Nay, and OG, Lisa. They just treat me so nice. No judgment. No judgment. Just love. Just love. Like, they love on me. Like, for who I am. I love them. Time for it. Time for it. Time for it. And I love how people, no matter like, oh, this is a little mirror. This is cute. That is cute. When you carry it around with you and you do like the makeup and put your lips on. And you probably can put your lip gloss in there. I love that. Thank you very much. I love how people went out their way. What is Tiffany box? The Tiffany box. Tiffany for Tiffany. It's pretty. I don't know where the chain went. It must have fell out. Did it fall out there first? Hold on. There we go. I'll do it again. You want me for the
And I gotta get the ring too.
This is so nice though, because you know how everybody be saying that like people don't like people from Instagram. It's not true. All that stuff be fake stuff. Like all them little viral times. That's so pretty. It's so dainty and classy, like us too. You know your name mean manifestation of God? That's what Tiffany means. He manifested us. He made us main character energy girls. Wow. They said, you put perfume? The other item in a time for it, babe. Oh, that was you. Hold on. I messed up. I gotta bring it back for Lee and her husband. Hold on. Because I didn't. Okay. Thank you so much for this. Bow, 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 bow. All right. All right. Let me bring this back. I don't know which one. Is this it? Is this it, Lily? Buy number 9 or time for it? Yes. Oh, bring the glasses back.
What? The you know the vibes.
You know the vibes with the glasses. First of all, these glasses, you gotta just put them on and start playing Lil' Kim. No, like when I came in, I should have been like, go to heck. These glasses is fire. Yeah. See what I'm saying? You gotta hide these.
I got a nice bag to go with them.
I know you got nice bags. I think you got the gold one too. Tomorrow, and you got that strap one. You got the strapped up one. Yeah, she buys me gifts, right? She buys me gifts that she knows that she buys me the gifts. I never wear the gift. She be like, "Hey, Mom, I bought this just for you," and then she just keep her own gift for herself. She goes to the store and she buy it. She spend the money, but she gonna keep it.
Like a year later.
But a year later, I still ain't wear it.
I be like, girl, give my stuff in.
We're gonna be opening gifts for a long time. That's why I did lie. Oh man, bitch. Stop playing with them. I had the best party list in the city. My party list stays the same. The same people come to my parties every year. And I make sure I get them everything they need at them parties. Tiffany going through a midlife crisis, so she just want to be on the beach because she's Balmain. Stop playing with it. Pool party at the Versace Mansion. He brought me some Gucci stuff. He just the shit. And that was when I was like selling tickets for parties. That was you with the cute card. It was my whole personality. I read that card. No, that ain't it. I read it. It was like, you are this, you are that. You do whatever you want to do. You don't care about nothing. I read that card. This right here. Ballman. This is Terrence. Thank you so much, Terrence. This is. Let me put this back in here because I'm gonna wear this on the beach. I'm about to go. I'm going to the beach. I'm gonna chill today. I gotta get some rest and I got some work to do. I did do paper. Everybody gonna be paid, so y'all get on that. But yeah, it's gonna be a vibe. Hold on a second. No, I don't know.
Yeah, they fire.
He's fired. Did you not?
They fire.
Jones' speech. It's a daughter for me. Ain't she crazy? Something wrong with her. I'm so happy she moved to Atlanta and got her own stuff because, baby, I don't see. These is all it. Yeah. They just know my. This is cute. It's like a whole bunch of stuff. Eucalyptus. This right here. That's what it is. Stress relief. I need stress relief. I got so much on my plate. I be stressed out. So they got the candle. I'm about to go run the jacuzzi just to get in the tub.
Get water and stuff.
Hold on, wait. I got to do.
You don't drink coffee.
I don't drink coffee, but I can put water in there. Look at all the stuff they got for me. Hold on. And it's got a cord. It's a whole thing. Look. And wait, and it got flowers. Y'all really, you know what? I think I'm gonna have another party. I'm gonna have another party next year. Because it was
Yes, Storm is tall. He almost lied.
Storm is tall. They said he passed the GO truck. Look at this. And it's gonna last forever. You know my mom only liked flowers that wasn't alive because she wanted to keep them forever. Mm-hmm. That was, y'all didn't even know that y'all did that, and y'all did it. You see how y'all did that? Y'all did that. She said, because I want to keep my flowers. I want my flowers on.
Yeah, that is funny.
Love you. Miss Lisa OG. The motherfucking OG. I love her so much. That is my baby. First of all, Lisa is just the most sweetest, nicest person ever. Like,
Why does do my pink look like
somebody else too. Huh?
My pink, that's how old you look.
No, it started doing this on its own.
Why is it doing it?
I don't know. Contact them, let them know. Maybe they can see another one. It's all right. I mean, but still contact them because it's supposed to be a lifelong thing. Take a picture.
No, I had mine for a year.
Yeah, and tell them you ain't sitting in the sun and nothing. They've been in here the whole time.
Yeah, like, what are they doing? Where's my phone?
What was I saying? Oh, Lisa. Amazing. A boss. Solid. Sturdy. Never folding. Under all types of pressure. And she still be just all it. She's an amazing person. I love Lisa. From the moment we met, we just were friends. What is this? Looks like some weed or something.
I think it's candles.
No candles. I drink out.
Nah.
Oh, these is nice. Look at that. It got glitter in it. You know I love me some glitter. Yeah, I'm keeping all my cards. Ain't that pretty? Y'all know I love a sparkle. Bitches, you can put sparkle on a fucking. It could be a cake, and the cake costs $100, but it's sparkle. When they light that bitch up, I'm gonna buy it just so I can see the sparkle and watch that bitch light up. That's how it was when Eddie B's first started doing the fire cake. I'm like, it got fire. Come on. I'm like, they smell real good. Huh? All right. And I need this. See, stuff like this is important. Look, they got me a planner and this because I be on the go. And I can't ever remember anything. So if you don't remind me, I'm gonna forget anyway.
Did you get this? This was cute because they know you like sparkly stuff.
And I love sparkly stuff. But I love this. Thank you. Ooh. Who else know I love sparkly stuff? I love sparkly. Man, I'm gonna put my little ass up in this. Cute.
You open it already?
Who got the reference? What you said? I ain't open it yet. And even look how small it is. Watch how I get right in there, boom, and be like. More stuff. Gucci. No, Gucci. Happy springtime. These people, everybody was worth 300 a person all motherfucking day. Oh, y'all
everybody looked nice.
Everybody looked nice. Everybody had their white on. Everybody was happy. Everybody was nice. Everybody was talking to each other. They was dancing with each other. They met new friends. They was toasting their oysters together, taking videos together. They never met these people in their life. These are the kind of parties that y'all come to. And I got a Hand and Stone gift card inside the Gucci. So they said, not only we gonna get her Gucci perfume, we gonna get her Hand and Stone because the bitch is tired.
Yeah, having another price too, by the way.
And we having another party.
So you didn't make the last one.
We didn't make the last one. I have a Serenity package, a 1 hour massage, and she ain't get cheap. She ain't said I'm gonna get this bitch 30
Robbie
minutes.
over here talking about get the Hand and Stone, my bakery.
Get the Hand and Stone, my bakery. Pink Juicy, that's my boo. Got me this.
Yo.
Listen, you will vibe and you deserve it. Thank you so much. You will find my card. I can't find. Keep the cards. I love cards. I am. This Tiff wearing the sunglasses. Hey, Winter, what's wrong with her? Ciao. Another product. Thank you. First of all,
you got so much perfume.
I have so much perfume. I'm gonna buy 2 more tiers, like them towers. Because y'all know I got the 3
You don't have
towers.
no more room for the ones you bought.
I don't have no more room for these perfumes. I'm gonna order another one, period. And I'm gonna put it over there and say this is the Kiss of Dolls section. I can put it over there with my vanity at. I can buy another like glass. I can buy one of them glass tables like that. 2 of them and put it on each side of the vanity.
And change it from on the dresses.
Yep. And I could do like different height tower tiers too.
Yeah, so they're not like straight.
Right, so it's not straight across.
You probably can
Fire.
find something.
Yeah, hard. That's enough time.
I'm
think
going
y'all know.
to. I
Y'all know I'm going to
promise.
drink, baby. I'm going to drink. I ain't going to do nothing else.
I'm backed up 2 videos.
That's my I got going on. What else? Oh, it's more. Is it something else?
Oh.
Oh. Thank you. Chanel. Oh, come on, Chanel. Somebody said this is my favorite perfume in the world. I put it on every day. And I put on the other perfumes too, but I put this on too because the scent just does something to me. And of course, my samples. I love a good sample. So if y'all ever get perfume, always get the samples because you could just throw these in your suitcase and you can leave a good perfume home. Get the samples. The sample's cool. You can use one little sample for 2 days. It's cute. I don't know who put that 40 on that card, but I told them I was 39. Again, I don't know why they would do that. This is your birthday, and that means it's time for a celebration. Happy birthday, Tiffany XOXO. Love, Miss Kelly. Thank you, Miss Kelly. Ouch. You left your parking slip. I hope they ain't charged you the whole day fucking with me. Her parking slip in here. You know how you get there and be like, where I put my parking slip? Where I put my fucking parking slip? And I know they did because Ruth Chris ain't shit. They gonna charge you for the whole day. You know how you lose your slip? So if they did overcharge you, I'll cash you the difference because your slip in here.
Mom, what you bring over here that's red?
I don't know. Oh, the whole table bust open. Remember?
You need to vacuum.
All right. She brought me this perfume. We just stepped on it.
Me and them.
All right. Tell Demi to vacuum. Oh, it's not. It's grapefruit and sage. Hey, baby. Hey, Spider-Man. Embarrassing.
Bye, boy.
Crazy.
You know he want to be in the camera.
Yes, he want to be in the camera. Oh, it's more. Ouch. It's cards. It's money. There's more stuff. No, I open all of them. All these open? Yeah. Something in here I can put it. Chanel. I think this from years. I remember it because I was fried, died, and laid to the side. But I remember her running to the car like, don't drop this. It's like some Chanel lotions and perfumes and stuff. Thanks, Chaz. I just want to show that now. Look at these though. Look at two. This girl. This is so cute. Love Tish. Oh, this from Tish. What came out of this? Tish reported. So let me tell you about the party. The party had people at my party all the way from when I was a child, like 5 years old. Tish and I been friends since Wingahoppin Street down Nicetown. We went to elementary school together. We went to middle school together. We went to high school together. We've been on the same block. Huh? Thank you so much, sister. Thank you. I really appreciate this, okay? Lottie, got me this. This is so cute. I'm keeping this ahead sparkles. Wishing you a birthday that shines bright as I do. I do like that. You know, I try to shine bright. Shine bright. There's so many cards. Please continue. This one. You got a light that warms everyone around you, that glows with fitness and radiates the wisdom of one woman who is beautiful inside and out. You deserve a day that is wonderful as you are. That's so pretty. That's from Samina, 2023. There's another one though, and it said you do whatever you want to do. You don't listen. Yeah, this one. Your melanin is popping. No, your melanin is popping. Look serving, dream having, hardworking, goal getting self is giving me life. Love Lily and her beautiful husband. Lily is so beautiful and her husband is so beautiful. Their energy is just beautiful together. It's one of those things, like, you know, you see people on social media and they post each other a lot and they always somewhere together and they always, it's like really real. Like they just was together. And she paid $300 for her husband because she was not about to not come without her husband, okay? She paid the money for her husband and they look so pretty. They look beautiful. They sat in the window. They took pictures. They ate. They drank. They danced. They was on the dance floor. And we've never hung out together, ever. They can come back to every party. I hate it. They was nice. They was real nice. They love was nice. I hope your day is beautiful and wish you many more. Congrats on your engagement and happy 39th again from Shaquita. You got that 39th right. I know that's right. You better hit. You better hit. Somebody bought me a 40 per. Watch when I see him. Love Liz. Happy birthday. This is Liz. Liz is one of the sweetest people I know too. She is so amazing. Oh. I'll open this. Assalamu alaikum. Assalamu alaikum. Happy anniversary, sis. You're just as beautiful on the inside as you are on the outside. Happy birthday. Let me tell you about Khadijah and Tubi. They from Delaware. We met in Tulum. We was on the trip, like a trip for girls. And like, you know, they was the ones that I vibed the most with. And I just kept saying, we outside, we turned up, this and that. And we so opposite in our personalities. And they came to this party. And we met in Tulum, August of 2021. Yeah, August of 2021. And Storm, I tried to see his bracelets. They like go on the door. It's for the pool. But you know. They is amazing. They came to the party. And they was like, you live in Miami? I'm like, yeah, I live in Miami. And they like, you so much fun. Like, you don't seem like you'll be this much fun. I'm like, man, we outside. The fuck thing, we outside. Please continue being an inspiration as you are, Samina. I'll just write. All right. Balloon me, please. For a year. Thank you. Brand new. Understood. Out the box. Hold on, Storm. Don't knock it down. Mommy doing good. I'm almost finished. Papers.
Have you showed them the ring?
Have I showed them the ring? I'm gonna show them again. So nice. So I'm small. Have you showed them your ring? Paper me, please. The gifts, what's gifting this year? You see? Papers, these tags, all that thing. Okay. I got money. Thanks, so. The kids that left me, they tried to open them. And of course, y'all know I was super duper excited. Stop playing with me. Birthdays. I think we officially is done. I think, hold on, shit. Hold on. I got everything. Do I got everything on? I feel like I did. Oh, perfume. All right, I got everybody's stuff. Well, no problems. Right? I did have I had a pair of Fendi sunglasses, but I took them out the thing. All right, that's it. I think we made it blow like nitro. What y'all think? I love you all so much. Blow like nitro. Thank y'all so much from the bottom of my heart. I'm tired as hell. I'm exhausted. Hey, Sanaj. I'm exhausted. I'm tired. I'm happy that y'all had an amazing experience. I put my blood, sweat, tears, time, energy into this party. I worked for all these years. I've done so much for so many years. And to have gotten this far in life, I really, really put my energy into that party. So if you were invited, I really cared about you enough to want you to be there. That's why I put that type of effort into every detail, every word, the words from my mom, the violinist, the airless, the food, the unlimited drinks, the unlimited food, the cocktail, the shrimp cocktails, the oysters, the crab cakes, the that 300 a person was worth it. And I appreciate everybody for coming. I appreciate more people for coming than I even invited. It made up for anybody. I thought it was only going to be like 75 people tops. It was 175 plus people at that party. Y'all are amazing. I can't. Oh, I got this too. Shit. I had these was actually a gift. I wore them up. Thank you so much. Thank you. Yeah. I'm tired. I'm beat. I'm tired. I went straight from Jamaica, straight back to the party, straight from the party to a funeral, then straight all the way back home. And I'm just so thankful for everybody. And I got engaged. So I'm excited. Thank you guys for everything. Shemai still got my glasses on a little tip. I can't say thank you enough. I hope this live was enough to say thank you. I enjoyed myself. I smiled. Y'all know I don't even smile in pictures. I got nice teeth, but I don't even smile. I smiled I was smiling. I was dancing. I was two-stepping. Nah, thank y'all so much. Kisses.
Insistence, they'd obtained a DNA swab from him for a rape kit. He admitted to having sex with Ayanna at least once, and the DNA confirmed it.
Under Florida law, he was listed as a sexual offender because he was over the age of 18 and she was under the age of 16.
The time period that the rape kit was done, that we can confirm there was a sexual relationship, is outside of the time period that she would have conceived. But we have always asked, did that relationship continue on? And we know it went on for months just based on the conversations that she had with friends. He's a viable suspect for the father of her child.
Police ask Humphrey where he was the day Ayanna went missing. When he shows proof he was out of town, investigators have to rule him out. But if he's not Jose, who is? That's when a new name comes into the mix. Jonathan Quilez.
She confronts Ayanna's sister, and Ayanna's sister's the one who says, oh, that's Jose is Uncle John. So Ayanna was John's niece by marriage. He was Uncle John to Ayanna and to the other siblings as well. They were very close. His wife and him both took care of the kids on a regular basis. They would spend time at their house. John, really charismatic guy. He's very likable. He was a mechanic. He was a handyman. He had a good family life, was working, doing well, married, had a kid, another one on the way at the time.
Ayanna's mom knows the two are very close, but if Uncle John, aka Jonathan Quilez, is the Jose in Ayanna's diary, did things go too far? Her mom is determined to get to the bottom of whatever is going on. She calls police, and they head over to his house.
Hey John, what's going on?
This is crazy.
All this just got dropped on me. Like
both of us. I was just trying to get a damn guy to sign a lease over here, and I'm coming back. I see patrol cars in my dang house.
He arrived while they were there. He was calm, cool, and collected. I'm here to help.
We literally had their kids, her kids, for summers. Summer at a time, and then weekends. All of them. If we knew where she was at, we would have been the first ones to grab her ass and bring her over.
Yeah, exactly.
We're posting stuff on our Facebook
trying to find her the same way they are.
He did not know anything. He didn't have any involvement. Even his wife, was defending him and that he would never do anything to harm IS.
So I'm gonna tell you, with regards to this here, do I think my husband is capable of any of this? No, I don't. But I don't. We have a missing piece of the puzzle.
Police tell the couple they have a warrant to search the house.
You got free reign.
I'll hang out here. They'll go in and look.
Okay, that's cool.
And then we'll take it. We'll go from there. Yeah. So you guys hang tight for me?
Yeah, it's not a problem.
Right back.
Naomi and John say, hey, search our house, do what you need to do, look through, because, she's not here. We have nothing to do with it.
You got all the rooms?
Yeah.
Okay. So
backyard.
Yeah, let's look at the back. Go to the backyard. Sure.
Even one of the officers found it kind of funny because Jonathan's sitting there. He's like, hey, come on in, whatever you guys need. You want something to eat? You want something to drink? And he's inviting him in like he's one of the family.
But Quilez and his wife do admit that Ayanna's mom voiced her concerns about Quilez's contact with her daughter since she found the document on her laptop.
Once that all happened, we got blocked completely from having any communication.
But then the girl said, well, we can't speak with you now because we blocked. Mama said to block you, so we got to wait until this passes over. Okay. So, the same, but it's not uncommon.
Yeah, this has happened before, and then they come and they'll stay, weekends over here at the house.
It seems like the relationship was a little more complicated than anyone initially thought. Then, the couple makes another statement that seems to catch officers by surprise.
So while talking about, well, do you know any items that are missing of IS's? Well, the wife had stated when she left, she took a lot of her Victoria's Secret undergarments.
Jonathan Quilez is even more specific.
Oh, yeah, her 38 pair, indicating that she had taken 38 pairs of Victoria's Secret undergarments with her. How someone in a family relationship would know that is obviously very odd.
As cooperative as Quilez has been, officers sense something is off.
She said that she knows who the father was, but she ain't saying.
Oh, she did know?
Yeah, she knows who the father of the child was. So she did. But then you can't really take anything that she's saying serious because now that she's been gone, I question literally everything.
Police there wanting to talk to John about, have you had a sexual relationship with Ayanna? And so it's just, they were investigating him, at least trying to find out.
When we return, police decide to bring Jonathan Quilez in for more questioning.
They're making some allegations, so we got to do a thorough investigation. Okay. So we're gonna have to take you to get interviewed by detective. Okay. And just tell them your side, and that's it. All right. All right. So let's go here real quick.
When Quillis was brought in for questioning, he acted like you would expect. He denied everything, said he didn't know anything, and he lamented the fact that his niece was missing.
December 27th, 2018, about a week after 16-year-old Ayanna Sawyer, or IS, disappeared. It's especially concerning because she's pregnant. Police have brought in her uncle, Jonathan Quilles, for an interview. They press him about the diary his niece wrote that indicates the two had sexual relations. He denies any inappropriate contact and has even provided his DNA to police.
You guys took my DNA at
Right.
the house. Well, I don't have nothing to hide. You are looking at the wrong person. I have nothing to do with that girl disappearing whatsoever.
They don't arrest him that day. They detain him, they talk to him, but then they release him.
However, Quilles has raised enough suspicions that a few days later, police turn the investigation over to homicide detective Abbott, who immediately processes the DNA Quilles provided.
It was submitted to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement here, and a rush was put onto it because what we had learned was that a sexual assault kit involving IS had been submitted back in March of 2018, and there was unknown DNA.
The results showed DNA from neighbor Kamar Humphrey, which was expected since he and Ayanna had had a relationship. But the unknown DNA was additional. Could it be her Uncle John's?
Well, on January 7th, 2019, a shock came. Jonathan Quilles' DNA was on IS's panties. Complete, utter shock. It only heightened that Jonathan Quilles was definitely a person of interest. Then a bombshell hit. A phone call comes in to the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office. That individual identified himself as Joseph Quilles, Jonathan Quilles' brother. And oh boy, did he have a story to tell. Jonathan Quilles had called his brother. He stated it was either December 19th, 2018 or December 20th, 2018, that his brother was frantic, stating that this girl might be pregnant, it might be mine, and I have to get rid of the body. Joseph Quilles then stated his brother hung up the phone. However, sometime later, he called back, calmer, not upset, not nervous, said he had taken care of it.
When Joseph asks his brother to explain, Quilles reportedly gets surprisingly specific.
Jonathan Quilles tells his brother that he lured her to his work in an area where no video surveillance, no other workers, it's loud, and he went to strangle her, but he couldn't stomach it. So he shot her. He then put her body in a dumpster, and then it's done. He now can move on, and his life won't be ruined.
His brother was like, I don't believe my brother did this, but it made me feel very uneasy that if I didn't call and report it and something had happened, that it would haunt him.
Armed with this shocking new information, Detective Abbott and a colleague from Special Assault bring Quilles back in for another interview.
How are you?
I've had better days.
I know, right?
Yeah.
There's been a lot happened. We need to talk about, okay?
At this time, Detective Billy Abbott has spoken to Joseph Quilles, and now he is looking at this closer to a homicide investigation.
The girls would come over to your house and you do like trips to the beach.
Yeah.
Trips to the
We always when to go with the pool we had at the house.
They would stay the night. They spend
Yeah,
time
they'll
at your
spend
house. And there was
the whole
anybody-
summer.
So you're doing all these things with the girls,
No, with all of them.
right? With the kids.
All of the kids,
But-
yeah.
But then they're accusing you of messing with the girls.
Correct. Yeah, and this is they came out with that they started like real heavy with it when with that boy across the street and doing all that. That's when it started like really thick.
Jonathan Quilles was trying to do anything and everything to show how it was not him, that it could be this other individual, or she might have had another boyfriend in her life.
So now is missing. She ran away or whatnot. now here I am sitting in the hot seat because is mentioning me as that I'm Mr. Jose.
Okay.
So
Do you know who she ran away with?
I don't. I've been expecting call me, text me, anything, Snapchat me, smoke signal.
Quillis painted himself as the victim himself. He's being unfairly tarnished by this belief he had an inappropriate relationship with his niece.
So if I were to tell you that I found some underwear that had your DNA in it, how would you explain that?
I would say that's no way in shape in any form. Yeah, there's no way.
So with the case across the street, there was a kit done.
Correct.
And she was wearing specific clothes to include underwear.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she told me that was one of her biggest pet peeves, that they took underwear from her.
Okay. So that's what he's talking about.
That's what I was referring to.
That wasn't my DNA. That I didn't.
100%.
No way.
It's DNA.
I'm not saying you're a monster. I don't think you're a monster at all. Okay. I think maybe they came on to you and things went a little too far. It happens all the time.
What exactly are they accusing me of? What exactly are they saying I did? Okay, well, now they're making suggestions that I'm having the sexual relationship or that I had something to do with her going missing, and I absolutely did not.
Look at her face.
I could look at her face.
They need closure.
I'm not a monster. I have nothing to do with her disappearance. I have nothing to do with her disappearance at all.
So the whole family's off. Is a liar. Your brother who loves you is just crazy. Right? Everyone's just circling Jonathan.
The last I spoke with my brother, he was all bent out of shape. And I'm like, hold on, bro. You got this all twisted. I didn't do nothing. I have no idea what the hell happened with this young lady. Any of that. So
and how did he have all those details?
I don't know how he had all those details. I'm sorry. I don't know how he had any of those details.
And he said he didn't believe you at first. He thought you were kidding. But it was so detailed.
No. I'm sorry. Nope.
He really is just kind of like, you know what? There's nothing I can do at this point. You've already made up your minds. You haven't looked anywhere else. I'm not the person, but you're convinced that I am.
So, Jonathan, is there anything else you'd like to say?
There's nothing else I'd like to say.
Okay. Then at this point, I'm going to place you under arrest for sexual battery. It's a first-degree felony. If you'll stand up and turn around and face the wall, place your hands behind your back.
Now, Jonathan Quillis is the #1 suspect in the disappearance of IS and now the murder of IS and her unborn child.
Police seem to believe Jonathan Quillis is involved, but they still don't know exactly what happened to Ayanna. Coming up, a new development.
So after the interview, Detective Abbott decided that he was going to do some more investigation, and that was through a wire.
You did good by getting rid of the body and all that.
Hey, everybody, we're going to get you right back to the Quillis case in just a minute. But before we do, what do a lot of the stories we cover here on Prime Crime make clear? That the unfortunate truth is you have to know who you're surrounding yourself with. You have to be careful about who you let into your life, especially new people, new friends, new dates, new people you meet on social media. Well, that's why I want to talk to you about truthfinder.com. Not only our great sponsor, but a service that can provide actual safety for you. Why do I say that? I say that because Truthfinder is one of the largest public records search services in the entire world. Their whole goal is to help people like you learn what is going on with the people in their lives. Here's how it works. You go on their website, truthfinder.com, and you type in a name. I'll be the guinea pig. Make it easy. Type in my name, Jesse Weber. When you do that, within minutes, you get access to reports that include information like phone numbers, addresses, associates, previous arrests, criminal convictions. No, I don't have any of those, but you get the idea. Also, you know what's really useful is if you type in an address, it tells you the registered sex offenders that may live in that area too. That's the point. Unless you use Truthfinder, you may never know the reality about the people around you. Now, aside from all this nefarious stuff, Truthfinder is also a great tool to use when just trying to reconnect with people, long lost friends, family members you haven't spoken to in a while. Truthfinder can help track down these people's information for you. Well, right now, you can get 50% off of confidential background reports, 50% at truthfinder.com/LC Primecrime. Hope you check it out.
You been praying, bro? Huh? You been praying? I haven't stopped praying. I've been praying this whole time. You have to forgive me? I can forgive this.
Jonathan Quilles is being held at the Duval County Jail on charges of sexual battery in connection with the disappearance of his niece, Ayanna Sawyer, or IS. When police interviewed Quilles, he denied any wrongdoing, but Detective Abbott has gathered some powerful evidence against him, including DNA and a confession Quilles apparently made to his own brother. Now, Abbott decides to see what else he can gather, this time from inside the jail.
Detective Abbott, through his partners and his homicide team, they were able to get into contact with some other inmates. One of the inmates then was wired up, and through the instructions that Detective Abbott and his homicide team had given this inmate was, see what Jonathan Quilles will tell you.
Just 2 days later, the detective's plan seems to pay off.
You did good by doing it, getting rid of the body and all that. Why would they point to me at you? Because it's my brother. So why did you kill them? If you didn't think she was going to jail, or you just felt like it was going to hit the fan and later on.
No, just 16 months that she came off that she was pregnant. There's a possibility that was mine.
When Jonathan starts talking, he doesn't know how to stop, and he just keeps going. His biggest flaw is he's a chatterbox.
Well, you saw that we whatever. Oh, you shot at the job and left it overnight. This girl would have jumped out screaming anything. So what about you?
The camera system, like everything is blurry, nothing is focused. And that's the thing. The cameras do work, but they suspect. And Ace Pick apart, it's so many spots you can throw over the gate.
I guess by you killing her, you did the right thing, because you probably be in a worse situation than she was living.
The challenge with jailhouse snitches is that you could have some doubts. Well, he's just bragging in prison because he wants to have some street cred there. But his words are his words. And when you compare that to his own brother's comments and Miss Sawyer's younger sister's words that Jose was Jonathan, now the evidence is really starting to pile up.
After Detective Abbott reviews this audio recording, the determination was, I gotta get to Ace Pickle part. Gotta make sure that we get that video surveillance.
Ace Pick Apart, You Pull It, is the auto salvage yard where Jonathan Quilles works. Video surveillance from December 19th, the day Ayanna disappeared, could answer a lot of questions and confirm or deny Quilles' statements.
Surveillance video showed that Mr. Quilles left his work around the time when the niece went missing from school. So he could have left from work to go pick up Miss Sawyer, but there's no clear-cut evidence of that because he had an alternate explanation. He was leaving for work purposes. It was his lunch break. And there is no specific video that shows Mr. Quilles with Miss Sawyer around that time.
Jonathan said that he was asked to go up to Fastenal, up near the airport, to pick up some parts. If he went and picked up IS, how could he be all the way up near the airport, which is over 30 minutes away? He can't be over at Terry Parker High School picking her up.
However, authorities allege that Quilles drove to an area of the yard that had no cameras and was off limits to most employees, where he purportedly shot Ayanna. Investigators pieced together what happened next from the wiretap recording.
Got shot.
Got rid of what? You took the gun off and everything?
Went to the gun range the same day.
Police end up finding his signature on the sign-in sheet at the range and the gun in his closet.
He went to the gun range and shot the gun. The only thing I can think of about that statement is maybe he thought some forensic evidence could show that the gun had been recently shot.
If that was Quilles' plan, it seems like it worked.
There's no blood evidence, there's no DNA, there's nothing on your gun. And it's alleged that he shot her at close range, like in the heart even. the physical evidence didn't line up with what we were expecting to see.
Investigators check every vehicle in the yard and find no trace of Ayanna.
So what police had was a theory that he shot Miss Sawyer and then dumped her body in a dumpster that was quickly removed. But there was a lack of physical evidence here.
Based on what Quilles has said, Detective Abbott follows up on the dumpster.
Detective Abbott learns on December 20th, 2018, All American Garbage picks up the container. It went to Otis Road landfill. So Detective Abbott then makes contact with the Otis Road landfill.
The sheriff's office spent over $1.5 million over 3 weeks to go through and excavate this landfill. It was almost 80 feet deep. The tons and tons of trash that was moved, even by their own account, was monumental in nature. And they found nothing over a 3-week period of time.
They couldn't find anything that directly tied Mr. Quilles to Miss Sawyer's disappearance. They found some articles of clothing that they thought were Miss Sawyer's, but the sizes were a little different. It was some Victoria's Secret clothing, and it could have been her clothing, especially as she was carrying a baby. But it's not 100% clear to law enforcement that they've got the goods.
With no physical evidence, the question is whether the evidence investigators do have is enough to indict Jonathan Quilles in the murder of his niece and her unborn child.
You have Miss Sawyer's younger sister saying that Mr. Quilles was Jose. You also have Mr. Quilles' own brother saying that Quilles confessed to him. And you also have wiretaps now.
On July 18th, 2019, about 6 months after Ayanna Sawyer disappeared, investigators send Jonathan Quilles' case to a grand jury.
And thinking about, well, what kind of charges are we going to do? Well, ultimately, it was decided that we were going to do first-degree murder. And the reasons why we were going to do those particular charges, and also in the state of Florida, we can do that for an unborn child. So we knew there was going to be 2 counts for that.
The list of evidence the detectives present pays off.
We met with a grand jury today on your case, as well as several others, and you are being indicted on first-degree murder. The 3rd count is going to be sexual battery. Okay? We need to advise you of that.
Okay.
All right. We would like to talk to you if you're willing to speak with us.
I have an attorney that's representing me. She doesn't want me to talk to
Okay.
without her being present.
Considering the charges that he was facing, he had good spirits. He was pretty confident in how he spoke and very clear, concise. We talked about a lot of the alternative explanations or alternative options, alternative suspects.
After the grand jury indictment, Jonathan Quilles' case doesn't go to trial for another 4 years. Yet with no significant additional evidence turning up, does the state have enough to convict?
We didn't have IS in her unborn child. In a normal case, we know where someone's murdered. There's blood, there's fingerprints, there's a bullet, there's a spent shell casing, and it's readily identifiable. This is where the person was killed. There was going to potentially be some doubt.
Hey, everybody, we're going to get you right back to the Jonathan Quilles case in just a second. But look, I know that we cover some very difficult stories here on Prime Crime. The world's scary. I don't have another way of saying it. It just really is. And it is hard to be prepared for what happens. Having said that, there is one thing you can do. Be prepared if you get hurt. That brings me to Morgan & Morgan, the largest injury law firm in America and our proud sponsor. Look, if you should get injured, it is so vital that you understand your legal rights and whether you're entitled to be compensated, because that injury could be worth millions of dollars. Morgan & Morgan is a firm that's not afraid to take on big insurance companies that sometimes lowball offers. No, Morgan & Morgan will take a case to trial if it's necessary. And you know what? They win big. Verdicts of $12 million in Florida, $6.8 million in New York, $26 million in Philadelphia. All of these, by the way, significantly higher than the highest insurance offers. And since Morgan & Morgan is so client-focused, they want to make the process as easy for you as possible. They've completely modernized it, so it's all done from your smartphone, from submitting your claim to signing documents, to uploading materials, to talking to your whole legal team. Seeing if you have a case only takes a few minutes. So if you're injured, you could start by easily submitting a claim at www.forthepeople.com/primecrime or by dialing #law. That's #529 on your phone. All right, let's get you back to the Quilez case.
You swear affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? I do. All right, sir, so you're charged with an indictment. Count 1 is murder in the first degree, count 2 is murder in the first degree, count 3 is sexual battery.
Jonathan Quilez's trial begins on September 14th, 2023 in Jacksonville, Florida's Duval County Courthouse. He pleads not guilty to all 3 counts against him in the murder and sexual battery of his pregnant niece, Ayanna Sawyer, whose body has never been found, and her unborn child.
If you're found guilty of any one of those charges, there is the possibility that you can spend the rest of your natural born life in prison. Do you understand that? I do.
And the death penalty is also on the table.
The girl might be pregnant. I can't lose my family if she has the baby. I have to get rid of the body. She was 16. Did you shoot her? Did you shoot her in the head? Heart.
Once they heard everything, that puzzle was built, that picture was painted, that they would know beyond every reasonable doubt that the defendant, Jonathan Quilez, killed his family member because he could not let the world know that he fathered an underage juvenile child.
The defense responds, telling the jury, not so fast.
They have to prove that Mr. Quilez is the one that committed this crime. There will be no direct evidence to say that he did. You will not hear it.
Investigating and looking through the evidence that the state had gathered, the glaring issue again and again was the lack of physical evidence that they had.
There will be no DNA to say he's the father. They will not be able to prove that Jonathan Quilez is in fact the father of the unborn child. They don't have a body. Therefore, we believe they cannot meet their burden of premeditated murder. And therefore, we believe there will be reasonable doubt.
The biggest challenge for prosecutors is that we're living in a time when people expect to see DNA, direct evidence via video. And if you don't have a body, you don't have a murder weapon, and your case is largely circumstantial, it's tough to convince juries that you should send this person to jail for life or even the death penalty.
The state of Florida is banking on a strong slate of witnesses, along with purported admissions of guilt made by Jonathan Quilez himself to his brother and jailhouse informants. Naomi Mobley, Ayanna's aunt and Jonathan Quilez's now ex-wife, at whose home Ayanna spent so much time, testifies. She says she was initially defensive when her sister said Jonathan was behaving inappropriately with their niece, but when her sister showed her Snapchats between the two, she changed her tune.
What, if anything, did you do thereafter?
I told him at that time that he needed to stop speaking with my nieces and he needs to give my family space. I said that it looks really bad and he needs to distance himself.
Did you learn thereafter whether or not he stopped speaking and or communicating?
I learned after that he did in fact continue speaking with them.
So what are we looking at in state 64?
These are the messages from Snapchat.
The Snapchats from Jonathan Quilez in the months leading up to Ayanna's disappearance were sometimes sexually explicit and even seemingly threatening.
9/4/2018, 9/27. I'm very aggravated right now. I'm going to hit you later. 9/7/2018, 12/21. Yeah, so I need you to be like 100% with me at all times. I'm just so in love with you. I'll kill you and cry.
There was a change in his behavior after she went missing. Prior to that, he was fidgety and nervous. He was restless. After she went missing, then he slept like a baby.
Quillez's brother Joseph also gives emotional testimony about his conversations with Jonathan. As evidenced by their phone records, they talked 4 times between December 18th and 20th, 2018, the time period of Ayanna's disappearance. Joseph could tell his brother wasn't acting like himself.
His demeanor was a little off. It was kind of like he was nervous or a little panicky about something.
Have you heard your brother sound panicky to you on previous occasions?
No, he was more concerned about what is he going to do with the young lady in question. That she might be pregnant, and what is he going to do? He doesn't want to ruin his family and mess up what he has already going on.
In their last conversation, Jonathan Quillez seemingly finally came clean about what exactly he did on December 19th, 2018. He'd picked up Ayanna from school, telling her they would run away and be together.
He had her sitting in a vehicle, waiting. He tried to strangle her. It didn't work out. He couldn't stomach it. And so then he later went, shot her in the chest. And then he proceeded to discard the body by transporting it into a dumpster and destroying the vehicle.
Now, Mr. Quillez, were you surprised by what he told you?
Absolutely.
On December 20th, Joseph wrote his brother a heartfelt text, which the prosecutor reads in court.
I can't talk to you right now. I have to stay firm on my decision. What you told me isn't some joke or something you like about. So yes, I told the police because they needed to know. I'm sorry I have to do the right thing for that girl and her family, not the right thing for you and your selfishness. I hate to lose you, but I'd rather that the girl's family have some peace. If you're innocent, then you don't need to worry and they won't find her body. But if you're not, they're going to find her. And in that case, I already lost my brother.
Prosecutors argue Jonathan Quillez had also told his story to jailhouse informants, including an inmate who, ironically, Quillez met in a Bible study group.
Tell this jury what he said to you.
Told her. He pulled his gun out and shot her.
What, if anything, did he tell you with what he did with her once he shot her?
Once he shot her, he threw her body in the dumpster.
You shot her, how you killed her? You don't mind me asking, I'm just blunt. Yeah, I know. I know you don't really want to talk about it. It's all going to be able to get rid of the body.
See, I dumped garbage over at the landfill. It would be buried under like 3 feet of garbage.
When the inmate had testified and we played that wire, we no longer had to say, this is what Jonathan Quillez said. Believe the state of Florida. It was listen to him himself.
You could watch the jurors' reaction of Jonathan on that wire and what he said and how he said it. You could literally watch the jurors change the entire demeanor of how they felt about the case. 8 out of the 12 jurors, almost in unison, turned their heads, looked right at us, and you could just read the look on their faces like, you're done.
Leave the jury find the defendant guilty of first-degree murder as charged in the indictment. Verdict count 2. Leave the jury find the defendant guilty of first-degree murder as charged in the indictment. Verdict count 3. Leave the jury find the defendant guilty of engaging in an act that constitutes sexual battery.
If he hadn't started talking, if he hadn't done that, there was more than enough reasonable doubt if his own words hadn't walked them through it for the state.
After almost 5 years of living and breathing IS's case, getting to know IS, seeing IS's picture every day in my office, the best words ever were heard: guilty.
As the case reaches the penalty phase, the question the jury will deliberate next is whether Jonathan Quillez should be sentenced to life in prison or death.
Jonathan Quillez
is now a two-time convicted murderer. Each of you know the horrendous facts that occurred in this case. Each of you did justice when you convicted the defendant beyond a reasonable doubt of premeditated murder of IS and the premeditated murder of IS's unborn child. And we'll ask you all to render a vote of death.
State of Florida did hope that they would come back and recommend death. That's why we sought it to begin with, given the totality of the evidence in this case.
The defense had hoped for a different outcome.
We're asking you to save his life. Does he deserve it? You probably don't think so. But is there something there worth saving? Is there something there that would make you all come back and say life without the possibility of parole is appropriate?
We were able to put on witnesses, his family, a psychologist that evaluated him, to humanize him, really, at the end of the day, to make it so that you could understand that this is a life worth saving.
The jury is decisive once again.
We, the jury, find Jonathan Cuellar should be sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole.
It was disappointing. However, we respect the process of our system, and ultimately we were just beyond ecstatic that they had found guilty verdicts.
When they came back for life, I just, that was the biggest sigh of relief. I really felt like at that point, that was the best thing that we could do for him as his attorneys, was to save his life. That was a huge win for us.
Ultimately, our judge did 3 consecutive life sentences. So, State of Florida, on behalf of IS, her unborn child, and the family, felt that justice had been served, the truth had been sought, and it had been seen and shown.
Wearing a t-shirt bearing the name of Ayana's unborn daughter, Hazel, her mom reflects on her loss.
Ayana was full of life and wanted to do so many things. She wanted to be a pediatrician. I thought about being a lawyer. To my mom, she was going to be a lawyer because she could talk her way out of almost anything. She was everything you could ask for in a daughter. We were so close. She was my first love.
It was a case that was beyond different than anything I had experienced as a prosecutor. You get to know IS through her death. You get to know her unborn child. You get to know her family. She's a part of me.
I would never hear her say, I love you. I would never receive another FaceTime from her while I'm at work. I thank God for the 16 years that I was able to spend with her. Until we meet again, I love you forever.
Yes, the jury found the right person accountable. However, IS is forever gone. Not only just forever gone, she's forever 16.
This is a very big week for crypto, as you are all aware. July 14th officially kicked off Crypto Week in the US, which brings together the House that will deliver on the President of the United States' call to make the United States the crypto capital of the world. This includes the Clarity Act, the Anti-CBDC Surveillance State Act, and also even the Genius Act. Now, when we think about all of this, okay, what we are witnessing in the US is the evolution of the crypto market completely. We are now starting to see legislation and regulatory discussions heating up, and this is leading to some pretty big moves to actually open up the crypto market to the US economy, the largest economy in the world. Now, let's actually go over a few things. Number one, here we have the announcement on July 3rd. July 14th is Crypto Week. Over here we have, it's going to be a big week for crypto. July 14th to the 18th could be massive for the markets. 3 bullish bills on the table. Genius Act, which is stablecoins, Anti-CBDC Surveillance Act, and then the Clarity Act, which is crypto regulatory discussions and actual clarity for crypto itself. Markets could pump or dump, stay sharp. Now, let's think about this logically. What actually is this bullish for? This is extremely bullish for utility-based crypto projects. XRP, HBAR, XLM, Algo, QNT, just to name a few, the market is opening up for these great projects. Now is the best time to move away from all the hype and speculation and tap in to utility-based plays. Over here we have watch. House leadership has officially declared next week Crypto Week on Capitol Hill. Lawmakers are set to take up the Genius Act and the Clarity Act, signaling major momentum for U.S. crypto legislation. Check it out.
There has been a tremendous amount of debate around, let's just start with the Genius Act, because that's what you're looking at when it's in regard to stablecoins. The Treasury Secretary loves the idea of stablecoins becoming bigger and bigger buyers of treasuries. We spoke to Jared Bernstein earlier this week, the Biden-era Council of Economic Advisors chair, who's worried about bailouts, who's worried about larger systemic risk. How do you think this will ultimately play out? What's the final version and passage look like?
Yeah, so the Genius Act would essentially allow stablecoin issuers like Circle a way to register with authorities. Now, whether you're a bank owned, you register with the Fed. If you're non-bank, you register with the Office of the Comptroller of the Currency. And it allows them to remove the enforcement albatross around their neck and gives them the ability to move forward and say, look, this is a new industry. This is a new product, and now we have regulatory clarity so that we can move forward and at least try and grow this asset class. Now, I think this does pass the House next week. I think this does go to the president's desk. And for companies like Circle, yes, there are going to be rules and regulations that come from this that will have to play out over the next year. But now they have this clarity that they can move forward, and they're not going to have the concern that enforcement action is going to be brought up against them.
So the Genius Act is something that's been very widely picked over at this point, and a lot of people in the market are looking towards clarity now, which is more surrounding the market structure of this industry. What do you expect there?
Yeah, so the Clarity Act is a tougher sell. This is for companies like Coinbase and Robinhood. This would define what is a security versus what is a commodity and give the CFTC control over the spot markets of crypto. Now, if you're in the stablecoin space, most policymakers agree there's a regulatory gap there. Not so much to be said on the Clarity Act. There's still a lot more work that needs to be done amongst Senate Democrats. So even if the House does pass the Clarity Act next week, and the votes are probably there, it's going to go to the Senate where it's going to have to take time to cook. The Senate has said that they're probably going to not even start looking at this until September. They have their own market structure bill that they want to work at. So we're telling our clients is that we do think it can get to the president's desk, but it's most likely going to be the first half of next year, not in 2025.
So I do think that he's actually very incorrect on this, because we have heard from David Sachs saying that the Clarity Act could get passed as soon as possible once they do get it in September. Now, the big thing about the Genius Act is that we will probably have that fully signed through very soon. We got an update regarding that the Clarity Act is set for a Wednesday afternoon vote, and Genius is, it may get a Thursday morning vote. If Genius gets a Thursday morning vote, it will most likely get signed into law probably next week. The reason why I say that is because we did hear from Trump regarding the Genius Act. We have breaking President Trump comments on Genius Act with the goal of making America the undisputed leader in digital assets. The Senate just passed an incredible bill that is going to make America the undisputed leader in digital assets. Nobody will do it better. It is pure genius. Digital assets are the future, and our nation is going to own it. We are talking about massive investment and big innovation. The House will hopefully move lightning fast and pass a clean Genius Act. Get it to my desk as soon as possible. No delays, no add-ons. This is American brilliance at its best, and we are going to show the world how to win with digital assets like never before. So we heard from Trump back in June regarding this, and he's very eager to sign Genius into law. And again, even if clarity does take a few, more weeks or so, whatever, maybe it takes a little bit more time, the main thing here is what Genius does. So if the Genius Act gets signed into law, I do expect Ripple, Circle, very regulated and compliant stablecoin issuers to have a massive green light. And they will grow substantially, which will also lead to the underlying networks in which they are using also growing in a big way and becoming extremely bullish. I'm more so looking at XRP. I'm looking at Ethereum. I'm looking at the underlying networks where stablecoins have been very huge winners on. Now, obviously, we look at XRP quite a bit on this channel because, again, when we think about Ripple and even XRP, these are like two of the biggest pieces of crypto at this point. XRP has been around for well over 10 plus years. It's been, tried, tested, and it's become extremely bullish around institutional grade adoption of crypto. And when we also think about Ripple, Ripple has been absolutely killing the game. With ROUSD, I do think that Genius will probably open up the floodgates for Ripple in a big way. We already start to see clarity becoming a reality with banks eager to jump in. And even over here, talking more so about the big banks, Eleanor Tourette did say the big three banking regulators, the US OCC, the Federal Reserve, and the FDIC Gov just issued joint guidance on how banks should approach custodian crypto assets. The guidance doesn't create new rules, but reaffirms that banks must apply existing risk management, legal, and compliance frameworks when holding crypto on behalf of customers. Banks can hold crypto for customers in fiduciary or non-fiduciary roles, but must follow existing laws and risk management principles. Key risk for banks to consider: cybersecurity, cryptographic key control, volatile markets, AML, CFT, and OFAC compliance, third-party oversight. If a bank holds the keys, it holds the liability. Full control equals full responsibility. An interesting nugget in this section, the guidance says that banks must ensure that only they, not even the customer, can access the keys, which they call the standard for true control. Now, this is crazy to me because it reinforces the fact that cold storage is so important, guys. If you are in crypto, please learn how to cold storage your crypto. Jump into a decent wallet or a ledger. I have links down in the description below if you guys do want to tap into those. But I'm telling you guys, cold storage is so crucial. Do not tap into a bank to hold your keys. Again, it's just ridiculous. I do think that this is where most of the crypto investors will probably hold their crypto. And I'm talking about the new crypto investors that are jumping into the space, not us, because the OGs know that, not your keys, not your crypto. Third-party custody vendors are allowed, but banks remain on the hook for their actions and must do due diligence on them. Bottom line, the banking regulators will allow institutions to custody crypto, but it will be a highly scrutinized, high liability practice. But this is a huge green light to banks jumping in on crypto. Also at a time where BNY was just selected as the primary reserves custodian for ROUSD. And when we think about this, a lot of people have been speculating. On the fact that NDAs around Ripple could be expiring, which is why we're now starting to see these big announcements happening. And if we think about those NDAs, there is 1,700 plus contracts. A lot of people were wondering what these contracts actually were. We have here, defendants offer the testimony of Alan Schwartz, a professor of law at Yale Law School and professor of management at the Yale School of Management, who opines on 1,700 written contracts related to Ripple's XRP distribution. We know that Ripple has been distributing XRP to institutional clients. When we think about those 1,700 contracts, these are NDAs, they could soon be expiring, which is why we could be starting to see announcements like this more often. But also the fact that BNY announced this, and even over here on BNY, it's their, pinned post. The fact that this happened, think about how many additional institutional names are looking at this and putting a spotlight on this, saying, maybe we should look into this. I don't think that this is going to be the last announcement. I think that we are about to see a flood of institutional players jumping into the space, not just around Ripple and ROUSD, but I definitely think that we are going to start to see this market really open up around the institutional side. And Ripple has always been at the forefront of this. It's the number one reason why XRP was always coined the, banker's coin. Well, guess what? It pays to be first. And XRP was one of the first ones catering to institutional clients. Now everyone's going to realize why this is so bullish today and why it was even more bullish back then. Because early investors were able to tap into XRP at fractions of a penny or even at, maybe 1 cent to 10 cents as well. It's not too bad. And they saw it then. Today, we still see this and we still have an opportunity. I still think XRP is extremely cheap compared to where we are headed. But also, on top of this, we have over here, Ripple works every day with banks that use its technology. Not my words, Brad's testimony. Check this out. This is actually from Bill Morgan. There are still people who deny Ripple works with banks, and they will still say it even after his testimony to the Senate. And yeah, this is from Brad Garlinghouse with his testimony. And here we actually have, these are not abstract concepts. We work every day with banks that rely on our technology to deliver real results in the global economy. So if we think about this at a time where banks just got a huge green light over here, right? And we go back 7 years ago to the list of all Ripple partnerships that were on their website. Look at all of these names compared to the names that we know of today. And we look at Ripple's website. A lot of these banks are no longer on there. We can't actually track and trace the partnerships that Ripple does have because Ripple is a private company. They don't have to be extremely transparent. A lot of these big banks probably have NDAs as well. Think about where we are going from here. We have clear confirmation from Ripple CEO that they are working with big banks. We already knew this. We just got an announcement of BNY being the primary reserve custodian of ROUSD. We know that there's 1,700 contracts. Some of these are still probably about to, expire, which will lead to more announcements at a time where we are about to witness regulatory moves happen for crypto in a big way. And Genius will most likely get signed into law extremely fast. The market structure bill, I think still by the end of September, we have it. I mean, guys, the environment around crypto assets and utility-based plays is so bullish right now, especially XRP. So with that being said, I hope that you guys enjoyed this video. If you guys definitely leave a like, subscribe, turn notifications on because more free content. You guys are more than welcome to follow me on Twitter and join the free Discord in the description below. Peace out, guys.
Welcome back. Good Tuesday morning, everybody. Thanks so much for joining us this morning. I'm Maria Bartiromo, and it is Tuesday, July 15th. It is 7:02 on the East Coast. Americans can now use their rent payments and their crypto assets to help them qualify for a mortgage. That's under a new order from Federal Housing Finance Agency Director Bill Pulte, who heads up Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac. The order is leveraging Vantage Score credit ratings, taking rent payment history into account, instead of just the traditional FICO credit score. Joining me now is the man himself, FHFA Director Bill Pulte. Bill, thanks very much for being here. This is big news. How does it work?
Huge news. Well, President Trump signed this law into law in 2018, Maria, but go figure, Biden didn't do a damn thing about it. We came into office, and under President Trump's leadership, we executed on that legislation that Tim Scott led in 2018, and now Americans can qualify for a mortgage very shortly with their rent and with many other things. And frankly, in many ways, it's been shown that rent payments are actually more predictive than traditional ways that have been done. Now, some people like FICO have been upset and whatnot. I don't care. I care about the American people. We care about making the right decisions. We're going to follow the law. That's what we did. And this is going to be a huge boom for the American people. This is going to be very, very helpful for getting the American dream.
So I've got rent. I pay my rent on time every month. That will put me in better stead in terms of a mortgage application.
Well, think about it. It's just common sense, right? If somebody's been paying their rent for the last 10 years, that's highly predictive compared to some maybe, medical bill or some vehicle bill back in college that they had a hard time paying. I mean, if, somebody's a doctor and they've been paying rent for 10 years, we should be looking at that. So look, these are all safe and sound practices. I actually think somebody said, oh, the default rate would go up. I actually think it would go down because you're getting the ability to look at more predictive things, in my opinion.
I like it. All right, let's talk about the Fed. President Trump says he would love it if the chairman, Jay Powell, resigned over him not cutting rates soon enough. And, of course, now this new story of him spending money on the buildings. Watch this.
The economy is roaring. Business confidence is soaring. Incomes are up. Prices are down. And inflation is dead. It's dead. We have a bad Fed chairman, really bad. If he would lower the rates, and I tried being nice to the guy, it doesn't help. He's like a knucklehead. No, he's a knucklehead. Stupid guy. He really is. Each point, think of this, each point costs us $360 billion.
And that's the point, Bill. The president wants rates to come down to make it cheaper to hold all this debt. We've got $37 trillion in debt. You say you're encouraged that you think Powell will step down. What specifically do you believe is the catalyst? Is it because he spent that money on a renovation at the Federal Reserve?
Well, I can't get inside of his head, but I can tell you what I'm hearing is that he's considering it. I think he should consider it. I think he should consider it very soon. And frankly, I think you have a situation, Maria, where this building is going to be the end of his career. I mean, who the heck spends $2.5 billion on a renovation? Jay Powell has become a disgrace. He's not reading the room. He's not listening to our great president. We have the greatest president in the history of the country. We have the most popular president in the history of this country. Why is Jay Powell not reading the room and also realizing that he has gross mismanagement with this building? I think, Maria, when the facts come out about this building, you will see potentially fraud and many other things that have gone on. And we can't have this stuff in the government. The American people gave President Trump a mandate. They don't want fraud. They don't want all this other nonsense. And Jay Powell doesn't seem to give a damn. And in my opinion, he needs to be held accountable.
Well, look, the chairman is now asking the inspector general to actually review the spending on the buildings. Where is the fraud, do you think?
I think it's nonsense that he's doing that. He knows it's going to take a while. He's trying to delay. Who knows who this inspector general is, right? This just gets back to Jay Powell. He's very, in my opinion, very deceitful. And I think you've seen that through his actions. I mean, look, if the president comes to you and says, hey, I would like you to do something in terms of if it's in following the law and if, he's the president of the United States and you're Jay Powell and he says, hey, I'd like for you to go. Why would you want to stay in that job? It just doesn't make any sense. The American people don't want it. I'll tell you this, Maria, the people on the internet and the base and frankly, people from the other side want him gone.
Well, look, his term ends in May. We don't know who the president would like to appoint in the position. But of course, an opening on the Fed is happening in January. One of the governors will be leaving. So that's one opening in January. And then the chairman's position, Powell's term ends in May. We don't know if President Trump's going to put in there Kevin Warsh or Kevin Hassett. But I spoke with Kevin Warsh, former governor, on Sunday and asked him about the Fed's policy right now. Watch this. Look what just happened. The tariffs actually brought in $27 billion for the month, customs duties. You're talking about $100 billion on an annualized basis for tariffs. And we have a budget surplus for the month of June. Should the Federal Reserve be cutting interest rates right now?
So in a word, yes. Maria, it's quite simple. Why is it that money and financial conditions are so loose on Wall Street and considerably tighter on Main Street? Because the Fed has the policy mix exactly wrong. It has a big balance sheet like we're in the 2008 crisis, the 2020 pandemic, and has rates that are too high. It needs to shrink the Fed balance sheet and cut interest rates. In so doing, Main Street can get a much lower cost of credit. First-time home buyers can find their way into houses, and the policy mix would be right. I don't know if I'm just saying that because I grew up 200 miles from here in a sort of place far from the bright lights and big city. But Main Street needs to get its break, and it's high time they do it, and the Fed can be part of that.
Bill, I'll just point out that when I asked Kevin Warsh if he would consider taking the position on the board, governor, in January, then maybe becoming chairman in May, he didn't really bite at that one. He doesn't think he needs to try out. He's going to likely expect if the president wants him on the Fed, it'll be for chairman.
Well, President Trump has the best instincts. He has the best instincts, in my opinion, of any person that's ever lived. You just listen to his instincts, and it's like a supercomputer. It just spits it out. He'll figure out, frankly, who is the best person for this job. I'm very confident in it. And hopefully Jay Powell resigns sooner. I'm very confident he will. One thing I want to mention, Maria, is that in terms of inflation, housing and shelter, which obviously I help oversee with Fannie and Freddie, is a huge ingredient in inflation. And what happens actually when you increase interest rates is you've actually increased, believe it or not, the inflation of housing, in my view, because people don't want to build homes. Home builders aren't wanting to build right now. They're constraining supply. They're constraining inventory. And when builders constrain inventory, that limits supply and our demand is going up. It's just basic math. So these are things that are really hurting the American people. And Jay Powell just seems completely blind to it, kind of like he was blind to this $2.5 billion building that is a mess.
Well, and also blind to all the spending on the Democrats' watch, right? What did they spend? $7 trillion. And that's why inflation shot up to 40-year highs. But, you know, Bill, I mean, the Fed can come back. Jay Powell can come back and say, look, we have a mandate. Our mandate is employment growth and inflation. And we are focused on those two things as our mandate. We're not focused on debt. But, you know, my argument is, well, you have to. It's all related. So President Trump has $36+ trillion in debt. The United States has that debt. And he's got $9 trillion rolling over this year. He wants interest rates to come down so that it's not so costly to hold that debt. We spend more on the interest on the debt than we do on defense spending, Bill. But the argument at the Fed is that's not our mandate. That's Congress's spending.
Well, even if you take his mandate that it's to reduce inflation or keep inflation at 2%, it's at 2%. I mean, in some cases, it might be lower. If you look at the run rate for the last 3 months, it's like 1.6%. So it's complete nonsense what Jay Powell is doing. He was silent during all of the so-called policy decisions that he always remains silent on, but somehow he invents and hallucinates something with tariffs. I mean, he really is hallucinating with regard to tariffs. Nobody, you know, it's like going into a room and you see a ghost. He says there's a ghost. Nobody sees the ghost except for Jerome Powell. This inflation thing with regard to tariffs is complete nonsense. It's not backed up by data. It's not backed up by math. And frankly, I think it's gross negligence. So you have that, and then you have this stuff with the building. I think the building is going to get, I think you're going to see stuff that we didn't even think before. I don't know if you saw this, Maria, real quick, but they said yesterday in their FAQ that they don't have any new or renovated dining rooms, but they have rooms for, quote, they're renovating rooms for, quote, mealtime meetings. I mean, this is the level of deceit and fraud, in my opinion, that Jay Powell is perpetrating over there. And there's no signs that he's going to stop without intervention. And so I hope Congress holds him accountable.
We'll be watching this, certainly. Good to see you. Bill Pulte joining us. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Lee Zeldin is doing an amazing job, the environmental commissioner. I said, Lee, you got to approve this stuff fast.
And there's President Trump praising EPA Administrator Lee Zeldin in my Sunday Morning Futures exclusive with the president. Zeldin among the leaders on the president's energy agenda, which just got a little easier after the big, beautiful bill cleared the Senate yesterday. Zeldin posted on X, President Trump's one big, beautiful bill will fuel America's economic surge, unleash energy dominance, and stop the Green New scam. Joining me now is the man himself, EPA Administrator Lee Zeldin. Lee, great to see you. Thank you so much for being here. I want to get your take on how this landed in the Senate, because one of the key things that was in that bill in order to get Lisa Murkowski's vote was to remove that excise tax from wind and solar. Your reaction?
Well, so much of the president's agenda, which he's consistently not only campaigned on, but also been working to follow through on, has been a push for more baseload power, make it easier for investments, easier for permitting, more leases, and to go after the electric vehicle mandate, to go after the electric vehicle credit. And President Trump has been pretty consistent with his criticism on wind. You have a number of members of the Senate who have been advocating for getting these promises over the finish line with this now Senate-passed bill. Hopefully the House is right behind it and the president will be able to sign it very soon. The president's energy agenda is a key piece of the one big beautiful bill that is getting advanced. While there's been so much focus, as there should be, on all the tax cuts and many other provisions, the energy wins are abundant.
Yeah, so let's talk about those energy wins for a moment, because one thing that the president said to me on Sunday was that, look, when you look at places like China, you get one approval in an hour or a day. Xi Jinping says yes, and then it's done, whereas we go back and forth. I mean, that's democracy. But one thing that he focused on was the permitting, Lee. So tell me about permitting rules and whether or not we've actually seen a significant change. The oil companies still want an easier time when it comes to permitting.
Yeah, I mean, you have some states, they're blue states, they aren't allowing pipelines at all. You and I have often sat at your table there in New York City, in a state where they've banned the safe extraction of natural gas. They won't allow gas hookups on new construction. They want to get rid of gas-powered vehicles. They set climate change goals, dates, years that will not be met. And in the attempt to try to meet the dates, they'll cause extreme pain for the people who can least afford it. It's this race to the bottom between New York and California in which state will lead the nation in out-migration for that particular year. Energy policy, economic policy has a lot to do it. On the permitting reform front, EPA was able to pursue efficiencies as soon as President Trump was inaugurated. We could just get out of the way. I mean, there were all sorts of examples that we saw where we were slowing things down on purpose. We want to get permits approved. We want to be able to say, yes, we want more investment in this country. And if the one big beautiful bill's over the finish line and Congress decides to move into permitting reform, I would say that a threshold goal should be that these permitting requests take less time, they have less cost, they come with more certainty. If you could check those three boxes, you probably have a pretty good bill. And if you don't check those three boxes, you probably don't have a good bill. But for durability, because listen, I'm here at running the Trump EPA, and I will advance President Trump's agenda to be able to help get this investment and get these permits approved. But if the pendulum was to swing, the most durable action would be a change in statute, which Congress can do.
Yeah, it's a great point, Lee. The president is also talking about all hands on deck when it comes to energy, because we need it. We need it for AI. He's hoping to boost nuclear power as well. He signed a number of executive orders, putting America first in the energy race. And I spoke with him about it on Sunday as well. Watch.
If AI is so good, which I hear it is, and there's a lot of money being bet by very smart people, I'll tell you, we are dominating AI. That's the other thing. And they all said, well, we'd have a problem because of electricity. We don't make enough electricity. We would have to double our electric power. Can you believe that? And you know what I did? I had an idea. I said, when you build your plant, you're spending billions. You're going to become a utility, an electric utility. You're going to also build a utility. You're not going to take it from an old grid that's been here for 100 years. You're going to take it right from a new facility. And they said, they actually looked at me, they said, you do that? Of course I would. It's a national emergency. I'm going to approve everything, and you'll have your approval in 2 weeks.
Lee, what about that?
I mean, don't you love the fact we have this president who wants to unleash American energy dominance? He wants America to be the AI capital of the world. He wants to advance permitting reform. He wants to advance cooperative federalism, and he's consistent in pushing it through. We do need more baseload power. I was just in Alaska with Secretaries Burgum and Wright, where there's an opportunity to be able to double, triple the amount of oil that is going through the Trans-Alaska pipeline, to build a several 100-mile new gas pipeline. There's a push to get natural gas into New England. There are all these different requests across the country, big vision, companies that want to invest in this country. But in one respect, they need federal government to get out of the way. In another respect, they need the federal government to be a willing partner. And President Trump's message to me as administrator of EPA is that President Trump wants me to do everything in my power to make sure that we are both protecting the environment and growing the economy. We don't have to choose between the two. Getting to yes is an important part of our job, and Americans win as a result.
All right, great point there. Lee, what do you want to say to the critics? We've got more than 270 employees at your agency sending you a letter, writing you a letter on Monday, claiming that they oppose the administration. Here's what they write. EPA employees join in solidarity with employees across the federal government in opposing this administration's policies, including those that undermine the EPA's mission of protecting human health and the environment. You've said many times that you have the environment as one of your priorities as well, Lee. So what are they not seeing?
Yeah, the first pillar of powering the great American comeback, President Trump talks about it often, clean air, land, and water for all Americans. Listen, President Trump won last November. Kamala Harris didn't. She lost. For anyone out there, whether it's in an agency that I run or it's somewhere else in the government, if you voted for a different candidate, that's how this works. If you want to spend a career inside of government, sometimes your candidate might win an election, sometimes it doesn't. But Donald Trump is the 47th president of the United States. He's doing a damn good job as it. I'm honored to be his EPA administrator. And if anyone wants to be inside of an agency like this, they better get on board with the fact that the American public spoke. We listened, and we're going to implement that agenda. And what the Biden EPA did is not going to be treated as etched in stone. It's not some 11th commandment. These rules that were put in place are very damaging. We will not suffocate industries out of existence. We're going to move this country forward. And if there's some employees here who want to get left behind, that's fine. They're not going to be allowed to stay here undercutting this agenda. Zero tolerance for waste and abuse to tax dollars. Zero tolerance for any agency employees trying to undercut President Trump.
Lee, I guess what I was saying was you can do both. You can do all that you're doing and ensure that you are moving the country forward, but nobody said you don't have the environment as your priority.
Yeah, the best announcement that I'm most proud of on the 100th day of President Trump's term in office, the Trump EPA released a top 100 list of environmental actions that were taken since President Trump was sworn into office. And that's everything from removing hazardous material in Los Angeles after the wildfires to increasing water quality standards in Southeast Pennsylvania, to removing contaminated soil in key parts of this map across the country as well. We are doing this job even if the congressional Democrats and many left-wing media don't want to talk about it. We are going to continue to protect the environment, but we are not going to choose to suffocate the economy. That is not what the American public voted for. That is not what President Trump is telling me is my job here in implementing the Trump mandate.
Yeah, great points all around. Great to talk with you this morning, Lee. Thank you very much. Joining me now is Department of Homeland Security Public Affairs Assistant Secretary Tricia McLaughlin. Tricia, good to see you. Thanks for being here. What is the administration doing about all of these new attacks on ICE agents?
Maria, our ICE enforcement officers are seeing a 700% increase in assaults against them. But it's even more than that. We're also seeing the doxing of their family members, their spouses where they work, their children where they go to school, so they're being targeted. If you lay a single hand on a law enforcement officer, you will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law under Secretary Noem and President Trump's leadership. But it's more than that as well, Maria, because these politicians, whether it be Gavin Newsom, Karen Bass, or AOC, continue to vilify our ICE enforcement officers as they just carry out the law and try to make American streets safer.
I mean, it's unbelievable. ICE agents were fighting off a masked mob outside of a San Francisco immigration court yesterday as Democrats are ramping up their fight to make sure that ICE agents conduct their duties unmasked. Senate Democrats even proposing a bill to do that. So, Tricia, you've got, on the one hand, these mobs trying to take down our ICE agents, but then you've got Democrats seeming to condone it.
It is despicable. And keep in mind, Maria, these Homeland Security investigators and our ICE enforcement officers, they're going after the worst. MS-13 gang members, Trende Aragua, highly sophisticated criminal gangs and criminal rings that can easily target our ICE enforcement officers. And the fact that the Democrats want to hand on a silver platter intelligence about our ICE enforcement officers and information tells you everything you need to know. But I do want to mention that marijuana facility raid raid. And that tells you everything about Gavin Newsom, the fact that he continues to vilify and demonize and attack our law enforcement officers when they actually went out and found that there were 10 children at that marijuana facility likely being exploited, potentially even being trafficked, because 8 of them were unaccompanied. We are trying to figure out how they got there. Were they smuggled? Were they human trafficked? And the fact that Gavin Newsom is trying to obstruct that is disgusting.
Yeah, Tiana, jump in here.
We know that the Open Borders Brigade, they really care about the children when you can get these photo ops. But under Biden's open borders policy, they lost, Tricia, was it 250,000 children? And I know that a large part of that, his own labor secretary was warning that these kids might indeed, as we saw with this marijuana raid, might be working as illegal child slave labor. Is there any update on finding those children? And in what cases have you been tracking these kids being forced to work underage and in violation of labor law?
Tiana, you're absolutely right. Under the Biden administration, it was about 300,000 unaccompanied children who were lost in the system. I think it's an untold story that needs to be shared widely. Under Secretary Noem and HHS, we are working diligently to find these children. So far, about 5,000 unaccompanied children have been found and reunited with a safe guardian or relative, but we're working hard to make sure that number is pumped up and we get these children to safety. It's so wrong what's happened, and it is our top priority, whether it be in LA, Chicago, New York, or otherwise, to make sure we are stopping any sort of exploitation of children.
Yeah, but then there's this, the Salvadoran national Kilmar Abrego Garcia, set to return to court today with his lawyers, a judge planning to grill ICE over where it plans to release Abrego Garcia when he leaves federal custody. Then there's the anti-Israel activist Mahmoud Khalil bringing a $20 million suit against the Trump administration, claiming he was falsely imprisoned. He faced malicious prosecution, Tricia. What are the plans here?
I would like to remind viewers who Mahmoud Khalil is. He was the ringleader of these Colombia protests, riots really, where they defaced buildings, they took them over, they harassed Jewish students, they were posting pro-Hamas propaganda. It is a privilege, not a right, to live and study in this country. And Khalil took it to another level where he started spouting and pushing anti-American propaganda. He shouldn't be in this country. In fact, he should self-deport. He shouldn't be here in the first place.
Yeah, we are watching all of these efforts to stop President Trump's deportation program. But we all know, Tricia, that President Trump wants a diverse population and wants to have immigrants here, but he wants it done in a legal way, a legal structure, as opposed to all these illegals coming in under Joe Biden that were unvetted. Why is it that the Democrats are not getting behind something that's so commonsensical?
I think they're rudderless, Maria, because it really is nonsensical. I think that there's a degree of Trump derangement syndrome because the facts remain. We've arrested under this administration 2,700 members of Tren de Aragua, a vicious gang that maims, rapes, and kills Americans for sport. We've arrested almost 600 known or suspected terrorists. These are the worst individuals that the left really should be cheering us on to get out of this country. And yet they continue to defend the likes of Kilmar Abrego Garcia, that MS-13 gang member that you mentioned before, and these other really horrendous criminal illegal aliens.
Let me ask you, Tricia, about the big, beautiful bill, and there was increasing money for the border. How will that money be allocated in terms of the priorities right now based on what just happened in the big, beautiful bill?
It's going to really turbocharge our arrests and deportations, Maria. We're going to be doubling our bed space, and bed space and detention space is really an operational key as far as getting those arrest numbers up and getting these criminal illegal aliens out of our country. And further, our ICE enforcement officers, we're going to almost double the amount of who are on the ground, more than 10,000 added and funded for. And as well, our Border Patrol agents and our ICE enforcement agents are going to get the bonuses that they need. They work so incredibly hard to keep American streets safe. As well, we're seeing a vast increase in demonization against them. As I mentioned before, a 700% increase in assaults, and they deserve to be paid a fair amount and get those bonuses as they carry out the American people's mandate.
All right, we will leave it there, and we'll be watching your work. Thanks very much, Tricia. Good to see you. And we kick it off with the hot topic of the hour. The Trump administration takes the next step in preserving taxpayer money for American citizens only, announcing changes to 5 departments that end benefits going to illegal aliens. The Department of Health and Human Services restricting illegals from 13 public programs, including the popular Head Start early childhood education and nutrition program that aimed at low-income families. HHS Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. says this: for too long, the government has diverted hardworking American tax dollars to incentivize illegal immigration. Today's action changes that. It restores integrity to federal social programs, enforces the rule of law, and protects vital resources for the American citizenry. Other departments include education, agriculture, labor, and justice. The administration restricting access to things like free tuition, federally funded food programs, workforce development grants, and other federal loopholes, all giving illegal migrants and illegal immigrants taxpayer-funded benefits. John, the issue here is not that you don't want to be good to everybody, but it's taking away resources from American citizens.
You know, that's right. And let's not forget, we do have sanctuary cities. And I believe that if the sanctuary cities or even sanctuary states are upset about this, well, they should go ahead and take over the funding of these various social welfare programs. And moreover, you had a lot of, high income people that thought this was a great idea, illegal immigration. These would be high-income people who normally vote Democratic. Well, they could go ahead and lend more support to those charities that supply funds to illegal aliens.
Yeah, exactly. And your thoughts, Tiana?
Maria, I know we're still taking a victory lap over the big, beautiful bill, but Republicans and President Trump have expressed openness to taking a second stab. An obvious case would be welfare to non-citizens, right? The Cato Foundation, which is obviously very pro-open borders, they concede that building a wall around the welfare state, banning non-citizens from federally funded welfare would generate over $1 trillion of revenue over the decade. And we know that these things are fungible. It's why Gavin Newsom is apoplectic about the big, beautiful bill, because they use those federal funds to offset the fact that they blew a $3 billion hole in California's budget in order to give Medicaid to illegal aliens. Kudos to President Trump.
Good point. Meanwhile, Tiana, a federal judge in New Hampshire, issued a preliminary injunction to block the president's ban on birthright citizenship by certifying a class action lawsuit. The order includes a 7-day stay to allow for appeal. The White House is slamming the move, saying that this judge's decision disregards the rule of law by abusing class action certification procedures. The Trump administration will be fighting vigorously against the attempts of these rogue district court judges to impede the policies President Trump was elected to implement. I mean, Tiana, didn't we just have the ruling on these injunctions and not being able to have this apply nationally?
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if SCOTUS weighs in quickly. Look, Maria, the lawfare hasn't ended. It's just changed jurisdictions and methods. The fact is, if the federal judiciary wants to make itself irrelevant, this is a pretty fast way of doing it.
Yeah. What do you think, John?
Well, I think, let's face it, a lot of these aliens were not supposed to be here in the first place. They lawless entry into the United States. And now they want to go ahead and get the benefit of citizenship for the children that are born in this country. Give me a break. If you don't stand up and put a stop to this, this will never end.
Well, Iran warning that a drone might strike Donald Trump while he's at Mar-a-Lago. Jillian Turner is at the State Department with more on this. Jillian, tell us about this.
Well, David, President Trump is now being targeted by Iranian death fatwas, including direct from regime officials themselves. Notably, this comes at the same time that Washington and Tehran now are trying to re-energize the Iran nuclear negotiations. Take a look at this pretty shocking commentary. It comes from an advisor to Iran's Ayatollah. He says Trump can no longer sunbathe in Mar-a-Lago because while he's lying down, a micro drone might target and strike him right in the navel. So in addition to being really strange, this is not the first time the president has been on the receiving end of a threat like this. An Iranian assassination plot, you will remember, was uncovered just a few weeks before the now infamous Butler rally. Nevertheless, the president didn't sound overly concerned about this new threat when he was asked about it yesterday. Take a listen.
Do you think that's a real threat? And when is the last time you went sunbathing anyway?
It's been a long time.
It's been a long time. I don't know. Maybe I was around 7 or so. I'm not too big into it. Yeah, I guess it's a threat. I'm not sure it's a threat, actually, but perhaps it is.
So one watchdog group is now demanding sanctions on Iranian clerics that have issued fatwas, these being legal decrees that call for the torture and assassination of President Trump and any other Americans. The last fatwa, you'll recall, against a U.S. citizen was Salman Rushdie. It nearly cost him his life when he was attacked on stage. Right there, you can see on your screen, at New York's Chautauqua Institute. The State Department spokeswoman Tammy Bruce didn't provide us details this week when we asked where the nuclear negotiations stand right now. Listen.
While I can't speak, obviously, to the choices President Trump will make, what we do all know is that he is a businessman. Americans appreciate that about him, the nature of how he looks at the issue of national security and safety.
It's really, David, not just the president that faces a threat. Any Americans who have any ties to Iran are now fair targets to the regime here in the United States. They have said that. There's also a State Department level 4 warning telling Americans not to go to Iran for any reason whatsoever. Believe it or not, Americans are still traveling there. It's causing a lot of headaches for the State Department.
Jillian Turner, thank you for that report.
Chinese President Xi Jinping was a no-show at this year's BRICS summit in Brazil. Beijing's official explanation coming down to a scheduling conflict. Xi's meeting with Brazil's president happened earlier this year. Now, this two-day summit that's happening in Rio de Janeiro, that's got diplomats from Brazil, Russia, China, India, South Africa, Egypt, Iran, and more. Vladimir Putin made a speech via video call, both Russia and China keeping their distance from Iran after, of course, that recent conflict with U.S. and Israel forces. But other leaders at the summit came out and condemned attacks on Iran, and they came out against the tariffs. President Trump seeming to respond on Truth Social, any country aligning themselves with the anti-American policies of BRICS are going to be charged an additional 10% tariff. No exceptions to this policy. Let's bring in Gatestone Institute senior fellow Gordon Chang. Gordon, you say that you suspect something deeper is behind his absence. And I want to add here, Maria has reported, her sources have told her that Xi Jinping suffered a stroke at some point. Tell us more.
Yeah, Maria was the first person in American media to actually talk about this. And I think there are only two credible explanations why Xi Jinping skipped the BRICS summit. One of them is because he felt that due to political turbulence at home, he could not afford to leave. And the second is that his political adversaries are now so strong, they prevented him from leaving. You know, we don't know because the Chinese political system is opaque, but almost everything we know about China probably is obsolete right now. And the thing that I worry about is that Xi Jinping now has incentives to disrupt the international system because he can see that the course of events means that he loses some or all of his power. And the only way he can stop that is to cause trouble someplace so that people will rally around him. This is an extraordinary, dangerous time, Cheryl.
Yeah, but again, to your point, and we had heard this, I guess there was chatter about this last summer that something was going on with Xi Jinping. But at the same time, you know, you made the more interesting point here I think you made was that he might be under pressure within his own country because of, I'm thinking, the tariff fight that they're in with the United States. That hurts the Chinese manufacturers. We've had reports of workers going out on strike, labor strikes, and massive protests in China because they're not getting paid. Their jobs are getting lost. Manufacturing plants are shutting down. Has that continued? And how does that politically play out for him, in your opinion?
When you add all the factors you mentioned together, what you have is a Chinese economy that is evidently contracting. And we can see this from the price data for the last 4 months. It shows consumer price deflation. And also for the last 32 months, the producer price index has been in negative territory as well. Deflation is an economy killer. So the economy is not growing at the 5.4% pace that they claimed for Q1. We don't know exactly where the economy is, but we got to remember they're also having their 2008 right now with their debt-fueled crisis. So really, the Chinese economy is in distressed state. And that's only one of the reasons why people are blaming Xi Jinping, because they look at all of his policies for causing these simultaneous crises that are affecting China at this moment.
Liz Peek's got a quick question for you.
Gordon, hi. When you talk about other forces in the Chinese government circling Xi Jinping and possibly pushing him aside a little bit, what do those forces look like? Are these pro-reform, pro-market forces, or are they even more dictatorial, autocratic, eager to control the entire economy as Xi has done?
Yeah, I think that he has lost significant control and probably total control of the Chinese military because the #1 uniformed officer, General Zhang Youshou, is known to be his adversary. And we have seen Xi Jinping's loyalists in the military being sacked and disappeared. Among civilians, the evidence is not as clear, but there is a lot for us to say that Xi Jinping has lost influence there as well. You know, if Xi Jinping were to be sidelined, I think that it's almost inevitable that eventually you'd have someone who is more of a reformer than Xi Jinping, or at least a reformer as we would define it. For instance, Premier Li Chang, maybe a former Premier Wen Jiabao. But the point is that no one's going to be worse than Xi Jinping when it comes to the Chinese economy.
Right. That's interesting that you say that. Real quick, I do want to ask you about something very important to Americans here, and that's the issue of TikTok. So President Trump says he, quote, pretty much has a deal to have TikTok sold. He has mentioned in postings on True Social that it is, in an interview as well with Maria, he talked about this, like it's an investor. He said 2 weeks, that's what he told Maria. So he says he's going to start talking to China as soon as today about this issue. But again, he first talked to Maria on Sunday Morning Futures. Real quick, watch this interview.
Like TikTok, I'm extending that, but no big deal. We have a buyer for TikTok, by the way. I think I'll need probably China approval. And I think President Xi will probably do it.
Who's buying?
I'll tell you in about 2 weeks.
A big technology company there.
Very, very wealthy people. It's a group of very wealthy people.
Last week.
So that was June 29th. I just want to point out, I'm just looking at the calendar right now, because I heard 2 weeks from President Trump to Maria. We're all waiting to hear more.
Yes, and I think that the only acceptable deal is that an American party takes over TikTok and the relations with China are severed. Remember, China has been using TikTok continually to steal the data of Americans, as well as they use the curation algorithms to not only propagate China's narratives, but also to promote suicide, to promote illicit drug use in the U.S. This is our country. China doesn't allow our apps. I don't think there's anything to talk about. I don't know why we're negotiating with China or why we need China's approval. This is a matter of national security for Americans. That's the end of the story in my book.
Yeah, I think, and I've said this to Maria as well. I think that, it definitely seems that the TikTok negotiations and the trade negotiations are really going hand in hand here. They're basically one and the same. So it's a very complex relationship we've got with the Chinese. Gordon, it's great to always see you. Thank you so much for being with us on this Monday.
Thank you, Cheryl.
My next guest wrote a scathing piece on Federal Reserve Chairman Jay Powell over the weekend, noting the series of Powell blunders, right? 4 rate hikes in 2018. We all remember that one. Then, of course, there were no rate hikes as inflation began to surge in 2021, and they waited until March of 2022, began a very aggressive tightening cycle. I want to bring in now White House Senior Trade Counselor Peter Navarro. And Peter, we know about how badly Powell's been behind with respect to the curve. I want to ask you about something that you wrote that caught my eye. Powell's audition for worst Fed chair began shortly after his February 2018 appointment, promising President Trump in the Oval Office a supportive posture to support his nomination. I didn't even know, can the Fed do that? I mean, someone's saying, I want to be in charge of the Fed. Can they say to the president, hey, I'm going to support your agenda? Because obviously he did not.
Look, dirty little secret here in the swamp. Everybody's a partisan animal, and Fed chairmen are partisan animals. And I remember well when Powell was angling for the job, he had a fan in Steve Mnuchin, the Treasury Secretary at the time. He comes into the Oval and he says all the right things to the boss about how he supports the policies, this, that, and the other thing. He gets the job and immediately turns coat. It was like, what are you doing? And the important thing here, Charles, and you and I understand this really well, is that Trump-nomics has the ability to grow the American economy significantly faster than Obamonomics or Bidenomics without causing inflation. And so in 2018, the first Powell major blunder, we're cruising along and Powell gets in his head, well, we're going to get inflation. We're doing too well. Right. And it was too early, Powell, first major blunder. And then, look, it was criminal. And this gets to the politics of it again. When he wanted to get reappointed by Biden, right, what did he do? He held back on interest rates, even as the inflation started to build. And it wasn't until it was out of control and you couldn't put the Biden inflation back in the bottle that he starts raising rates. But Charles, the worst thing he did when Biden and the Congress were doing that ill-named Inflation Adjustment Act, Reduction Act, all that, he kept his mouth shut. Contrast him and what I do in the Hill op-ed is like William McChesney Martin, right? When Johnson was prosecuting the Vietnam War, didn't want to exchange guns for butter, what did Martin do? He took away the punch bowl. What did Volcker do, the other great chairman at the Fed, I think, in modern history? Right. Powell is just the opposite of that. Now, you and I agree he's done two major blunders. The only thing is what he's doing now a third major blunder, and clearly it is. The data says that we should be at least 50 basis points lower right now. And the cost of that, let me just do the cost for you. That's about a quarter to a half point of GDP growth that we lose. That's about 500,000 to 750,000 jobs we don't create. That's about $150 billion added over 10 years to the national debt.
Sunroof top, digging in the scene with the gangster leaning up. And we ain't coming down, see on my face that smile, see on my head that smile, I'm on top of the world, top of the town, baby. I moved up the hood that had the church on the corner where I sit and talk shit all day cause I wanna. And on top of that, wasn't none of y'all gonna do nothing but keep running your mouth and keep fronting. Go ahead and say something. I'll wait. I ain't gonna wait till late, cause in a minute I'm escape. Cause there is no debate. No, it's not an option. You gotta keep cock watch. Sunroof top, digging in the scene with the gangster leaning up. And we ain't coming down, see on my face that smile,